In this lesson, we're going to look at some other video transitions that we could add to our productions just to make things more professional and kind of spice up the regular clips that we have. So we already learned about some basic things using the shapes and the mask, but in this lesson, we're going to look at some other techniques that we could use to make transitions for our video. So let's create a new composition. Transitions. Going to import the clips. So basically we have 6 videos and we're going to just bring them all in. So it's going to be 3 transitions with 6 videos. And I'm going to start with something that's pretty easy. So I have this clip. All right, I'm just going to rename these so it's easier. Let's call this sunset. We also had another video that is also sunset, and just naming your clips will allow you to be more organized when you're editing your clips. So let's start with the easy one. I'm going to get the 2 bird videos and just drag them in my composition. I'm going to go on the second one and just go to transform, right click, then transform, fit to comp. And so this is going to be lady with bird. I'm going to turn off the audio for this video. So we have 2 videos, and what we're going to do is to maybe kind of give a rotation transition. It's really simple. All we have to do is to just kind of separate the 2 clips and leave an area for where we want the transition to happen. So instead of rotation, I thought we could do scale. It's easier. Just go over here. So we're going to place them like this. So after the first one ends, the second one begins, although I did it the opposite direction. Bring it here. Let's cut the first video to maybe 10 seconds. Then bring this guy in and just close the composition. Right. So around a few seconds back before the video finishes, gonna zoom in the timeline so I can see the times. You can go at 9 seconds. So 1 second before the video ends, or 2, depends on what you want. I'm going to turn on the scale. It's going to create a keyframe. I'm going to go on the first video, hit S, turn on the scale and also the visibility so we can see the video. Hit fit. And then we're going to come in here at the end of the first video and we're going to just scale this quite a lot. Let's go for like, if the second one's 100, then we want to go really in. So 150. And I'm just going to change the first rotation, this first scale into 102. It's in 100, so they're even. Come in on the second video. Now we're going to start from 150 for the second video. Turn on the scale keyframe. And then move in 1 second forward. Then just turn it back to 100. You just zoom in to see if I am on the right time. Just going to get my time indicator to place this exactly at 1 second. Right. Grab all the keyframes and we're going to go to keyframe assistant. We're going to go for easy ease in, which is just F9 and shift. I forgot the shortcuts. Zoom out, and this is basically what we have. It's going to render. So what we have right now is our first clip suddenly zooming in, and then we have our second clip, which starts right after the first one finishes. Zoom out, it's zoomed in and it's going to zoom out. So this is what we have. It zooms in. It's really slow though. We gotta kind of make things faster. Let's zoom out. come in around half a second. 1 second is too much, and just drag this guy here. Same thing for the other video. Again, 9:15. I'm going to make sure it is the keyframes are set in a similar manner. This guy needs to start from here. I'm going to come to 10 seconds here and just reposition my keyframes until I have an even situation. Alright. Let this load again. Alright, so it's going to come in a bit slow. I'm going to again just bring that in closer. Alright, that's better. We could also go in a step further and use the graph editor for this, which is just this dude. Let me, it is already on fit. Just zoom out of my composition. Alright, and then we're going to go on the first video. We have this shape here, graph editor. Just go on that, click on scale, and we have this thing right here. So we need to just kind of bring it down. Let me see how that looks. So you saw that we kind of made it suddenly go in compared to what it was before. I'm going to go in this second video, hit scale on that, and we're just going to do the opposite. So this is what it is normally. You can see it's slowly making its way up, but we wanted to kind of do this faster. So just grab the middle and just drag it down like this. So it just suddenly goes up. That's exactly what we want. Click again to get out of the graph editor. Play that, and we have this cool effect. Add motion blur if you want to. Play that back. Now we have this cool style. And now if you did change your mind, you wanted things to be a little slower, you can always just add, kind of create space between the two keyframes. Let me move into the right a little bit. So this guy comes back to the 9:15 that we had originally, and this guy comes to 10:15. Alright, so I do like this. You can see it looks, kind of zooms out of frame at certain times. Let's play that again. So we can see the first video is kind of going out of frame. So instead of 100, maybe we could try zooming it in before this happens. You can just try that. So let's delete this guy, and instead of 100, we're going to go for 110. Alright, so it's zoomed in. Just go into graph editor and make sure it's okay. Let's do that again and see if we need to do more adjustments. And alright, so we need to go into graph editor for the bird. Go and scale, and you can see it goes down. We don't want that. Just want it to stay. There we are. So now it does not go out of frame. Bring that out. Let it render. So this was a really easy transition that you could do using the scale that we already know how to use, and just a few adjustments with the speed, and then we can create this cool scale effect like this. Alright, so this was the first transition, really simple. Let's move on to the next one. So I'm just going to delete these guys, hit backspace, and then I'm going to bring in, let's see, which one should we do first? Let's do this first, second. So I'm going to bring in these two videos, we're going to leave sunset for last. Going to see if I need to rescale. So the second video is in, just the first one. Right click, transform fit to comp. Let's rename this mountains. Right click, that was birds. Right. So what we're going to do for this is to get a shape and just kind of use it to kind of pan through the image from like below. And as it's going up, so is the second clip. So it's like dragging in the second clip for us. So again, we're going to, let me first cut the videos. Go for 10 seconds. Let's go for 5. Grab both clips, Control-Shift-D or Command-Shift-D and delete the copies. Bring the bird video like this, so we have a space to work with. I'm gonna close this off, zoom in, so it fills my timeline. Right. Now let's go on top of the mountains, and we're going to get our shape. I'm gonna get the rectangle tool, click away so I'm not making a mask layer. Let's choose white and no stroke. And we're just going to make like a thin rectangle. Then we're just going to drag this guy, zoom out a little, outside of our clip. And over here, where we want the transition to start, which would be around here, hit P on your keyboard on the shape layer, and then start the stopwatch. So this is where it's going to be first. Then come at the end of that transition area and then just drag it upwards all the way until it's out of frame. Then we're going to just easy ease by selecting both and hitting F9 on our keyboards. So this is what we have right now. I'll let it render. Essentially the shape is just coming up really slowly and making its way above our composition. Let's play that again with real-time speed. Again, if you stretch this out, it's going to be slower. If you bring them in, it's going to be faster. Alright, so now we want the first video to disappear as the sky is going up. So I'm going to go on the beginning, get my first video, get the rectangle. Now because I'm selecting this, it's a mask, so just grab the entire thing. Now we have mask 1. Open mask 1, and we're going to turn on the stopwatch for path. And then come to where the rectangle ends, and we're just simply going to move this guy. Hit V on your keyboard, and just move this guy just out of frame. You actually do that again. Go to mask path. Mask path, Control T to move the mask itself. Just go up to where the video ends. Let's first see if it's moving along well. So we can see that the thing is a bit too slow. Gonna come here and then just keep going until I notice that the videos, okay, so it's going up too fast. That could be because it ends in the wrong place. I can see that my shape ends here, but the mask path isn't. All right. So we just gotta kind of speed this up by bringing this guy in like so. Let's see if that helps. Okay, just a little bit of a delay. I'm going to come to the point where it is and just kind of slow things down. Maybe kind of make it faster. Alright, let's see if that's better. And there we are. So there's only this small part in the beginning. You kind of slow it down, or sorry, make it faster, so close in the space between them. Again, come to the point where it's kind of showing itself. And there we are. So try to get the shape, the mask layer within the shape. So that would mean that it would have to be shorter than the shape pan. Select both of them, F9, and let's play this back. And I can see it slipping out because of the F9. Just come out here. I guess we need to do that. So you can see the shape moves up with the video, and we have this cool transition. Now we need to add like some additional elements to just make the transition better, kind of more smooth. Hit M on mountains, shape 1. Alright, so let's play this back. It rendered. You can see that the shape slowly makes its way up, and then we have our second clip. So just to make things more smooth, we can add motion blur to the shape 1 layer. It's the 3 circle ones you see. So now we're going to have to let it render again. It's going to be a little bit blurred out as it's moving up. And again, if you want it to be faster, you can simply just close in the space between the 2 keyframes of the shape and the first video that you have, because remember, they're working together. The first video needs to be within that shape as it's moving up. As you saw that we adjusted the edge of it by closing in the space. Open mountain 1, and just to show you what I mean. So you can see the spaces are close, and this is the speed we're getting. But if you create space, like you drag this one and the one below, maybe here it's going to be really slow. If you bring the one and the one below, the second one for both of these layers, over here, then it's going to be really fast. But I'm happy with this speed. And now we can continue with our third and final transition, which is going to be a little bit more advanced, but it's also a cool transition. So I'm going to grab all of these layers, just hit backspace to delete them. So for the final transition, we have these 2 sunset videos, and I'm just going to see if I need to scale both or just one. Okay. Select both, right click, transform, fit to comp for both of them, because we selected both. Hit fit, and let me see what this is. Okay, so I'm going to call this the name that it is, India Gate, and the second one, I think it was something with, something with balloons. Right click, call it balloons. Right. We're going to do a pan motion, but we're going to use an object or a part of the video itself. So right here, you can see we have a wall. We have a somewhat straight line, and I'm just going to zoom this out a little. So the wall is, well, I'm selecting the balloons layer, select the India Gate layer, just expand this until the top and bottom is kind of like taken by this guy. Hit R, and we're going to rotate it so it's somewhat straight. Control R to get the ruler, and then just on the rotation, just kind of go the other way. Doesn't have to be perfect, but we just want to kind of make it look -1. So what we're going to do, hit Control R again, what we're going to do is to just create a mask layer of this guy. And basically, because this video is moving, let me play it. Let it render at least. Basically, we have a moving object and it's covering the top and the bottom of our clip. So we're going to kind of make it look like this object, or in this case, the India gate, is going to kind of show the other clip below it. So explaining it is a bit hard, we just gotta get into it. But if you wanted to do this yourself, just get a wall, a chair, or anything that's preferably straight. And then just kind of create a slow motion from the left to right, or vice versa. And just make sure that your clip is stable. Either use a tripod or a gimbal to make sure you don't have shaky footage. So this rendered, so you can see we're slowly going from the right to the left. And once we mask this out, over here, our second video below it is going to show up. All right, let's get into it. So we're going to, let me try to rescale this again. I think we lost a bit too much of the thing. All right, this is better. I'm going to start masking from where I can see the other edge. Or just to make things easier, I'm going to go to the point where we see the other side, crop it out, and just drag this guy in here. I have to cut this short and get the other video. Actually, this has to be below it. We'll leave this be. So I'm going to go from the start of the clip. Alright, so we're going to go zoom in. And then hit edge to just move around to get to the top of your clip. And then we're going to get the pen tool, like so, and we're going to create a mask of this India gate layer. So start from outside of your thing and just kind of outline the object that you have. Now you could do this with less perfect objects, as in objects that are not completely straight. So hit G for the pen tool if you want a shortcut. Like you could take a person as well, but it will be a bit difficult because, well, straight lines are a lot easier to trace compared to, well, humans that are not exactly a straight line. So even in this scenario, we do have some cuts, but everything is sharp. So we can just make a few clicks and just go around the object that we have. And you could already imagine that this will take a lot more time if it was a person. So choose your video wisely. You're basically switching between G and H. Edge for the hand tool to move around, and G for the pen tool to create more points. Again, it doesn't have to be perfect. We're going to feather out the edges anyway. Just try to roughly get the outline of your object. And once you're done, zoom out and just close it off like this. Alright, so you can see the video underneath is showing up. But the thing is that this guy is moving. If you move in a few frames, remember that the clip is kind of panning from left to right, and you can see a few frames in, we're not getting the outline that we wanted. So go back from the beginning, and we're going to add a mask path. So I'm going to hit M on the India gate, get my mask. We're going to open this up. First, we're going to feather out the edges like we said. 12 pixels. You can also expand the parts if you want. Basically, it just means you'll add to your selection, or you could remove it. For our case, we don't need to do this, but again, if you had maybe a person, a curtain, or anything that's not exactly perfect, you could definitely use this to remove or add more pixels to the selection. And then we're going to turn on mask path and then move in to the next frame. Let me hit this make it fit. Control right click, right arrow key, and we can see at this point is where it's starting to detach. So we're going to go on the selection tool, hit V. We're going to hit Control T on the mask and just hold down Shift to just kind of lightly move it to the right till we're not seeing the edge. So right now we made 2 keyframes. Again, Control right arrow key to move in even more frames. You can go in like a couple because it is moving in one direction anyway. Again, Control T to get or Command T to get the mask outline, and we're just going to drag it in closer to our clip. And there may be times where, for example, the top part is matching okay, but the bottom points need to be adjusted. We try that zoomed in, Control T again, and just bring it in closer, just a little bit more. All right, so I'm just going to go over and see if I need to work with each of the points. Like you see right here, these are all perfect except for the ones above. So I'm going to try to move it down. Sometimes it's just, it's not only up and down. So we have this tiny bit here. Just go on the mask. And I'm going to bring it down like this. Hit edge, come down and just examine the rest of the guys. All right, again, Control right arrow key, move in a few frames. And let me just go from the beginning and make sure I didn't miss anything. Control right arrow key here, and you're moving in frame by frame. Sorry, 10 frames if you're holding down Control, but you're moving 1 frame if you're just using the arrow key alone. Alright, so I'm going to move in a couple more frames just to speed this up. And you basically need to do this until you finished your transition time. So it's not exactly as easy. Come up here. Okay, I know that I need to go down a little. Control T, hit V. Just move down the mask. Hit edge. Come down. To move a little bit to the right. Right. Control right arrow key. And I'm just going to keep doing this until I've reached the end of my clip. And then I'll be back so we can continue with the additional adjustments that we need. And before I go, I just want to let you know that if you see up here, everything is perfectly placed. But you come down here and you see like there's some spots. So moving the entire mask selection up and down is not going to help you. In this case, you're going to just get the pen tool. So we're going to hit G on our keyboard. Then you can see we have the pen tool. And simply you can move each of these points to select your shape. So if you saw that the up and down, left and right option wasn't working out, you could always just come in here and get the pen tool to move each of the individual points. And then that way you'll have a more precise selection. Right, I'll be back once I finish the positioning. Alright, so I went, I guess, halfway in. And I stopped around here because our clip doesn't exactly end at the end. But let me just show you what we did by moving the mask path. So it's slowly moving out of frame. And you do notice that we do have some slip-ups, which you could simply change with some mask effects. You can see where the keyframes end. The mask just stays there. So that's why the less complicated the shape, the better. If it was like a wall, it would just be 2 lines. And it would be really easy to move it around. But I'm just going to go in the mask 1, open the properties, and go to mask expansion. And we're going to bring it to the negative. Let's try -10. See if I still have some slip-ups with the expansion. You could always add or remove. There was only that tiny frame. but yeah, there we are. So it was good. We also have the problem of our video kind of coming out from the top halfway. But you could just simply scale that in if that's a issue. Right, so this was another transition that we did. I'm gonna close this off. Maybe we could make it like fade out around here. So just hit T on that layer, 100%, and then at the end, we're gonna make it 0. So it's going to make its way to the right, and it's just gonna fade out. I'm gonna have this guy. You don't have to do the fade out if your clip, first of all, it's stable at the top and bottom, and it also goes all the way to the end and then out of frame. That way you could just move the path until it reaches the end, and you don't have to kind of get rid of the video once you're done with it. But if you do have this issue with the video you took, you can just simply fade it out and it will still look cool. The main point of this transition was just the movement of the first video on top of the one below. So this is what we did. And it's going to move with the same speed as your video. So if you do want it to move faster, just speed up your clip and it's going to move faster because you make those keyframes in real time with the video. So those were just some simple, I guess a bit more advanced compared to the first video we did. So this is another 3 transition ideas that you could do with your clips to showcase your skills and to just have a more creative way of combining videos together. So I hope you guys enjoyed this lesson, and I will see you guys in the next one. In this lesson, we're going to see how we can enhance the elements that are present in a video using the different options that we have in After Effects. For example, the paint panel, the tracker panel, and the effects and presets that we already have. So we're going to just import our clip. And remember that once you're doing something directly on a video, the composition needs to be made out of that video. So I'm going to just import this. So instead of creating the composition here, just click and drag it onto your timeline. And now this video is the composition. I'm going to rename this to Monk. So basically what we have here is this monk with the lamp, and we can see that he is in a dark area. So if I want to enhance the element of light in this lamp, I can easily do that using the few panels that I mentioned. And that way we can enhance the excitement of the video by adding extra light to this or brightness to this. And before I start, I'm just going to crop and trim my video to like 4 seconds. You guys can leave it at full length. I'm just trying to avoid extra render time and loading time. So I'm just going to crop and trim my clip to 4 seconds. So using these techniques, you can apply to the full video. It will only take a bit longer. And expand, zoom into my timeline. Alright, so what we need to do is to first create that brush stroke for that lamp and then copy it onto a solid. So essentially, I'm going to bring this back to normal. We're going to double click on our video layer. So we have layer monk. Before that we were here. Now we are in the layer itself. And we're going to get the paint tool. So up here, click it once and you get these panels. And I'm just going to click this, put it here. So we're going to go in the beginning of our thing, our video. And before we start the stroke, make sure that your duration in the paint panel is set to constant and not right on or single frame. Because we want this light to be there from the start to the finish of our video. And now we need to adjust our brush. So you can see that I chose a really large number. Because if it's small, the glow will not really have that much effect. So put around 500 or so. You want it to be a little bit bigger than the lamp itself, like this. And because we have, this is by default, it will be like this. Because we have softened the edges, if I click here, the main light is going to be inside and the outside is going to be feathered out. So let's choose a color and then I'll show what that means. So down here in the paint panel, go click once on this guy. Then we're going to get the foreground color. And you could just get the eyedropper tool and get a color like this, but after going over it, you can see we don't really have a bright yellow color that we can use. And these lamps are usually yellow, the light that they give out. So you can either look for something else in the other part of the video, or just click on one of the colors. You can see the light color is just white. So I'm going to go on this and then just bring the guy around here just to give it a little bit of a yellow color. Then hit OK. And then I'm going to click once on the center. So you can see we added this effect, which we obviously need to work with because it's too obvious. So you saw that even though it's 600 pixels, the rest of the part is feathered out, and that's creating a realistic look because that's just how the lamps work. You won't have like a, let me turn this to 100. You won't have something like this. Control Z, make sure you bring down the hardness to 0 so you get a really soft look. Alright, let's go back in the composition. So now that we have this, we need to actually add a glow effect to this clip, which we cannot do directly on this video because this is what will happen. Go to Window and get Effects and Presets. If I look for glow here and apply it on this clip, the entire clip will have that glow effect, and that's just not what we want because we're trying to add glow to the lamp. So what we need to do is to just copy what we just did with the paint onto another layer. Hold down Control, press Y or Command Y to create a black solid. If it's another color, just go here and bring it down to black, then hit OK. The size would automatically be set to the size of your composition, so don't touch that. And hit OK. You can also just right click here, New, and then choose Solid. Alright, now that we have this, we need to copy the brush that we just add. I'm going to bring this here. I'm going to copy the brush stroke that we had in the monk video. So just open that up, open Effects, Paint, go on Brush 1, Control C or Command C, go to Black Solid 1, Control V. So now we can see we have this tiny guy. And then you can delete the brush 1 from the monk layer. Just go on brush 1, hit backspace. And now we do not have, you can also delete the paint effect in general, so you're left with the transform only. So now that we have this, we need to blend it in with the video below it. So go to Black Solid 1 and then come down to Toggle Switches / Mode to get this mode. So if you switch to this, you can see we're getting different options for the video. Just go on this, Black Solid 1, Mode, and turn it to Screen. So you can see, I'm going to turn off the visibility, before, after. So now we've gotten rid of all the black color and only have the brush that we have. So I'm going to bring this down to 3rd so we can see and just make things load faster. Now we can easily add the glow effect onto the Black Solid 1 because it will only affect this light that we added. Just click and drag glow onto Black Solid 1, and this is what you're going to get first. We need to do some adjustments here. So just add to the threshold 100%. We've added the glow, and then you can actually take down some of the threshold, something like this. You can add to the glow radius, which we need to. Want to soften the edges. Just play around until you are happy. This was the before. This is the after. So we're adding the glow. So with the threshold, if you're reducing it, you're kind of making it bigger. If you're adding to it, you're making it smaller. And once you're adding to the radius, the glow radius, If you remove from it, you're sharpening it. If you add to it, you are making it softer. Which, remember, we need to make it softer for it to look natural. Alright, I'm just going to bring this down so we can still have that middle light that we wanted. So you can see, before, after, the glow just kind of makes it pop. And that's exactly what we want. We also have a glow intensity. You can go ahead and add to that. So again, before and after, if you add to the intensity, it's going to be more intense. So I'm happy with this. We have this yellow glow to the lamp, which would make sense in this scenario. Then go to black solid 1, and I'm just going to reduce the opacity for this entire layer so we can see the little metal things. Hit T on the black solid 1. Gonna get opacity. Just reduce this to a reasonable amount. You can see now we have the glow, but we're also seeing the structure of the lamp. Open this up, show you before and after again, so you know it's there. Before, after, before, after. So this was the paint. Without the paint, you can see we don't really have a glow. And this is the glow that we added. And this is what it was without the paint and the glow. So you can see we added quite a lot of enhancement. And just play around with the opacity. Hit T. If you feel like it's too much, you can always just reduce it. But I would highly recommend that you don't leave it above 90% because it's going to look fake. So I'm going to keep mine around 70%. Or just type in 70. There we are. So this is natural for me. It works as well. Alright, now that we have this glow effect, the problem is that we have a video. And once I play this, basically the black solid that we made is still in one position. And as the video moves around, and so does the lamp, you can see the glow just separates from the lamp itself because it's still. Let this load and then we can see. So what we need to do is just connect this effect that we just did to the lamp itself. You can see it starts to separate. Here's our glow, the lamp is there, and it's just not connected. So in order to link this to our monk video, we need to use the tracker. So I'm going to save my project. Before you do something heavy like using the tracker, make sure that you save your project. Control S or Command S, or you can go to File and then Save here. Make sure you save it before you start the tracker. Alright, so I'm going to close the Paint panel. So I have my timeline. Go to Window, come down to Tracker. Now we have this panel. I'm going to drag this into this box so I can see the preview of my work. Right, let's close Black Solid 1. Go to Monk, the video, and then go to Track Motion. So it's going to open a separate layer, and we again have these boxes that we need to assign to this thing. And because we're in the layer itself, we're not getting the glow effect. That's in the composition here. So click the points and try to grab it. Usually you need to like zoom in to grab it. And we want to center it within the lamp itself. Get the hand tool if you need to move around. I'm going to go here. Hit V for the selection tool. And again, the big box is going to tell After Effects where it should look for that point. And make sure you're at the start of your video, not in the center. So in the back, I'm going to use a big box to select the outline of this lamp. The middle box, I'm going to keep it small. And the box within, I need to find a point that After Effects can track. I'm going to go for this little part here. So I'll drag this and then this guy. So I'm going to ask After Effects to track this little guy. And the big box is just telling After Effects where it should look for that tiny dot, which would be within the glass. And before you start, right click in here, new, null object. I'm gonna need this. And then go back on the monk video and come down to motion target. You can see it's set it to black solid 1, but that's wrong. It needs to be linked to the null object. So hit edit target, go to null 1, hit OK, and then hit this play button. So it's going to analyze each of the frames and then find the movement of that point that we gave it. And then we can easily link and apply those movements to our null object. And then we can just link the black solid to the null object. So it's a lot more simpler than the explanation. Go ahead and let this do its thing. When it's green, it means that it has analyzed it. It has a long way to go. This is why I brought it down to 4 seconds. You can obviously imagine how long it would take for it to reach a full 20 seconds. So I'm going to let this do its thing and then I'll be back so we can continue. Alright, so it analyzed everything. You can see once this turns from a square into this and it also reached the end of your clip, then you know it's ready. And now you just need to apply it to your target. Again, null 1, hit apply, X and Y. And now we can see that we have this little red box and all of these keyframes. So when we move back, you can see this red box is following along with the target that we chose. Alright, so now what we need to do is just link these black solid into null 1. You can see all the positions. So just get the pick whip on the black solid, this spiral thing. Click and drag it onto null 1. So now the thing is connected. Gonna hit play. Now it's going to render. But essentially the paint strokes that we did on solid 1 is going to follow along the locations that the null path had. The reason why we use the null object is that it's a lot more easier for the motion tracking. So whenever you want to track something and you need a target, make sure you do it on a null object rather than directly onto your layer. So I'm going to let this render and we're done basically. We easily track this glow effect onto the lamp that we had in our video. So if I hit play, you can see that the glow is sticking directly into the target that we chose, even though the video is moving. And you can see the little box. Turn this to third. Usually when you leave it at full, it will kind of lag. And we can see that it's working perfectly. But if I turn off black solid, you can see this was the original. Turn it back on. This is the after. So that was how you can add and enhance a element that is present in your video. In this case, it was a glow to the lamp that we had. And now we're going to go to another example, which is a lot more simpler than this. And we will see how we can add and enhance the element of heat in a video. I'm going to stop this, go to project, double click. You have 2 more videos. We have a smoke video and a cup video. Just bring those in. I'm going to make a composition out of the cup video. So just go on it, right click, new comp from selection. So we still have the thing. That's if you wanted to keep it. I'm going to delete this so everything runs smoothly, but that's just how you make a separate composition. And now in this guy, we have a cup. Let me bring this to third, cut this to 4 seconds, trim it, and let's see what we're working with. We basically have a focused element, which is the hand and the phone, but in the background we have a cup. And if I want to show that this was a hot cup of coffee, I can use a smoke element that we imported to show that it's steaming. And we can easily add that to just enhance the feeling of a fresh cup of hot coffee. I'm going to let this render just so we can see what we're working with. You can see it's blurred out, so we have to work with some of the effects. I'm going to go in the beginning of my clip and I'll just drag in the smoke video, place it on top. I'm going to rename this to smoke, rename this to cup. Alright, so in the smoke video, I'm going to play. And you can see it's a bit too intense. We obviously need to, number one, slow it down because this looks like it's something out of a cigarette. It's really fast and it's going directly up. So not only do we need to slow it down, we also need to mask it a bit and feather out the edges. So I'm going to just turn off the visibility for the cup. Before that, I'm just going to get the smoke video and just position it on top of where I think will be a good place. Let's put it here. And I'm going to just play it and see at what point the smoke starts to come. So I'm going to start from here. Because when you have a hot cup of coffee, it doesn't suddenly start smoking. It's constantly smoking. So we want to start from the area where the smoke effect is already in motion. Be around here. See if that's better. So you can see it's just going up constantly. And I'm going to let it run until it reaches the end of my clip. Just come here and trim my video. Now that I have this, I'm going to right click, go to time stretch. So what we need to do is just add a number greater than 100. Let's try 130. So it runs slow, which is the thing with steam coming from hot drinks. Needs to be slower than that. Time stretch, let's try 200. Want to be really slow. So we can see it's running slow. I would say this is a good speed. Actually, we should do this more. I'm going to trim this. And just keep working with the stretch. Let's try 300 until you're happy with the speed and it matches the steam speed of a regular drink. Okay, this is a bit too slow. It's almost pixelated. And if you want to go back to your original time, just add a number lower than the one you had. So 250. Let's see how that is. All right, so this is a lot better. You can see that it's there and it's not so slow that it's almost pixelated, but it's not that fast as the smoke coming from a cigarette. So it's really slow. We're all done with the speed. Gonna cut this too. Bring this to the start of my composition. And now we have some masking to do. So before I change the blending mode, I'm just gonna mask out by grabbing the pen tool. Just go on it, and what we want to do is just get the surrounding of this clip. Reach the edge, you can cut this out. I'm gonna bring it down, like if the video finishes here, I'm just gonna bring it down a little bit so I can feather those parts. Now that I have masked this out, I can simply change the blending mode to screen. So now we have this fiery smoke effect, but again, it's too intense, and we also have this sharp line that we need to fix. Alright, and now that I'm seeing the mask, I'm going to zoom in. Let me actually do the mask again, so I can see the rim of the cup. Hit Edge for the hand tool, hit G for the pen tool. Alright, so we're going to start from where we did. Just come around and then get the edge of the cup, and to get to the rim, just click and drag to have a curved line. Then we can just randomly finish off the rest. But again, come before the video finishes. So Do that, and then we're just going to move this down so we can feather out the edge here. But now we have a nice little curve so that the smoke does not appear on here and only behind this, the rim of the glass. We have this. I'm going to first hit T on the smoke layer and just reduce the opacity. It's way too intense. Around 45% will do. Hit M. Close that off. I'm going to play this, and you can see we have a nice little smoke effect. It's still a little bit too intense. Remember, this is in the background, and it's also blurred out, so we don't want to make it too obvious. 23%. Hit M for the mask 1. Open mask 1, and we're just going to go to mask feather. Feather the edges quite a lot, because when you look at the smoke coming from drinks or the steam, it fades away as it gets further from the cup. So that's what we need to do when we feather the edges. It's not going to affect here because we chose a big space between the actual smoke and the edge of our mask. But up here, it's going to feather it out around here. So that is good. Now we don't have that sharp edge that we used to have. Alright, so now we need to add a blurring effect because again, it's in the background. Go to Effects and Presets. If you're not seeing it, Window, Effects and Presets, and look for Blur. Come down, and I'm going to get the Gaussian blur. Click and drag it on top of smoke. And here in the blurriness, add a good amount. Let's try 20. You can even go up and see what looks good. I think 32 is good. I'm going to look at it from afar. Change this to fit. Still a little bit too sharp. Let's try 40. 50. Alright, that's better. I still need to bring down the opacity because now that I'm looking at it from far, it's a little bit too intense. So 18%. You can see we're getting that steam, but it's not that obvious as it was before. And we've blurred it out, just like how the cup and the background is blurred out. So now this makes perfect sense. But now we have another problem. You can see that the video is moving. It's not exactly shot on a tripod. So again, the smoke is in one place and the cup is moving. So again, we need to use Tracker to make sure that the smoke stays within the area that we chose. Stop that, and then we're going to go on top of smoke. Then go to the Tracker panel right here, Track Motion. Oops, not the smoke video. Go to the cup. Before that, just make a null object. Right click, new null 2. Go on cup and then hit track motion. I'm going to grab all of these guys and just bring them here. And this may be a little difficult because we don't really have a position for After Effects to track, but I'm just going to get like one of these rims and just do this. Let's see if that even works. Just want to make sure that it does. And let that be. Edit target. Make sure you set it to null 2. Hit OK. And I'm gonna start this. Let it do its thing, and then like we did with the monk video, we're gonna make sure that the smoke stays within the cup, or else it's going to start showing up here, and if you're planning on posting this anywhere, it's going to look bad. So I chose this little visible line that is in the cup. We're also not seeing the smoke because again, we're in the cup layer, and the smoke only applies when it's in the composition. So don't worry if you saw that the smoke is not there. It's only because we're out of the composition and into the cup layer. Also pay attention and make sure that the track point stays within the area that you chose. If it suddenly jumps out, hit pause or space and then just reposition it so that it stays within your target. Alright, and then our motion target is null 2, hit apply, X and Y, hit OK. Again, we're seeing this little guy, and look at all those keyframes. Come back, and I'm going to close cup. Just get the smoke, big whip, to null 2. Let's play this. And now we shouldn't really have a perfectly still effect. I'm going to turn this to third. The smoke should be completely stuck onto the cup, just like how any other smoke or steam would be. It won't appear suddenly out of here. It will be stuck to the cup because it's coming from the cup. So that was how we can easily enhance different elements in videos. So this could also apply to other videos. For example, if you have a video of yourself on a beach and it's a sunny day, but you're not getting those light leaks that you want to show that it was really sunny, you can always just download a light leak overlay. Make sure you type for sun so you don't have some colorful lights. And as long as the background is black and you only have that element, you can easily just change the blending mode to screen and you will only get that. And we also saw how we can pin things to the original video using a tracker. So if you are moving in that video, again, make sure you have a part for the tracker panel to track. So if it's a visible line like this, if it's a dot, if it's an earring, a ring, just something for After Effects to track, and then you can easily attach that overlay that you downloaded onto that part of your video, just like we did in these two examples. So I hope you guys enjoyed this lesson, and I will see you guys in the next one. In this lesson, we're going to see how we can use videos that have green screens and then key out that green screen to add our own footage. So I'm going to just get straight into the import. You have 4 videos, and I'm going to start with the easier one, which is this guy and a normal background. So let's have a look at our clips. I believe this was it. Yep. So we have this guy in front of a green screen. I'm going to lower the resolution. And you can see that it's a perfectly flat green. There's no wrinkles. And the lighting is perfect, meaning that our subject is well lit. And also keep in mind that when you're using green screens, as in when you have a subject in front of a green screen, you want to make sure that that person is not wearing any green. Because then we would key out, let's say, his shirt if he was wearing green. So that is why you want to make sure that your subject is wearing a different color than the background. More specifically, he isn't wearing any green. Right, and then we have a background that we're gonna bring it in later. And you saw that because I brought this guy in without creating a composition, this video is now my composition. I'm gonna rename this real quick. Let's call it guy. Right, in order to remove the green and then be left with the subject alone, we need to do something called keying. And basically what that means is that you will go on the layer that has the green screen, go to Effects up here, and then come down to Keying. And down here we want to get Key Light 1.2. And this is what you're supposed to see. It's going to open up this panel. You can also do that from here, but I'm going to close this so we can see more of our video. Right, so we have a bunch of options here, but the most important thing is when you get the eyedropper tool to key out your color. What that means is that in the screen color, it's asking you the color of the screen that you want to get rid of. So right now it's black. We got to get the eyedropper tool. And instead of selecting somewhere far off, you want to select the green that is closest to your subject. So that would be, you could go for anywhere around him, but I'm going to go with this part. And with a single click, do that again. Pause my video first. Alright, pause the video and then grab it. You can see instead of black, it's now green. And now we only have our subject in front of a black screen. gonna play this back, see if it's okay. Do I need to do some more? So paying attention to the small details of the video, like his fingers, I can see that they're all intact and nothing else is being blacked out. And yeah. But to make sure that I have fully separated my subject from the background, and I'm not leaving some tiny details, you can change from RGB. Down here you can see the 3 colors. Instead of RGB, go to alpha and just look at your work. Basically what we want is that the subject should be white and the background should be black. So if there's like little white stuff around, you want to make sure that you get rid of them. And I'll show you how to do that. But this is essentially what we want. We want a big separation of black and white. White indicates visibility and black indicates invisibility. Alright, so you can come down here in the screen mat, right below the screen pre-blur. If you had some problems with those little white spots, you can go to screen this spot black or white, whichever you're trying to get rid of. If I go on white and go to the right, you can see I'm kind of removing the white. But if you had like little dots around, you would be getting rid of them. I'm going to turn this back to 0. And if at any point you saw that maybe a part of the hand is not in frame, sometimes this could happen, but it's not that common. Maybe like this part of your subject may fade away, the part that's moving a lot. In this case, that's the finger. Then you can just add to the clip rollback. And you can see I'm kind of sharpening the edges of my clip. I'm going to add a little bit of rollback. You can also add shrink or grow. You can see I'm kind of expanding the guy, and I can shrink it if I'm going on the other side. So again, make sure that your subject is perfectly in frame. I'm going to turn this back to RGB. Have a look at it on the black screen, let it play. And alright, so I can see that there isn't a part of my subject that's being cut off. And I have successfully separated my subject from the background. So now that I have this, I can go ahead and put a background on my subject. I did want to mention something, that if you don't have a green screen, you can also go for a blue screen. Just any color that is completely different, that isn't available in the human complexion. For example, you cannot use white because you can see the highlights are really close to white. And therefore, if you key out the white, you may end up keying out parts of his face. And so the best choice is the green screen. But if you don't have green, you can also use blue, just in case you wanted to record your own videos. And again, make sure that whatever color you're keying out, the person isn't wearing that color. So if I did have a blue screen, these little, I believe they're text, these guys would also be keyed out, and that would be a problem for me. Because then we would have like a hollow space on both sides of his chest. Alright, so let's go ahead and I'm going to go back to the project panel and get the background video, put it underneath the guy video. I'm going to wait for this to process. There we are. So you can see I've placed this guy in front of a background. I'm going to name this Park. Alright, but there is a problem. I'm just going to cut this short for like 6 seconds. The problem is that the guy isn't really blending in with the background. First of all, because we have a problem with the distance. They're both in focus, which is not the case with a background video. Usually the background would be blurred because there's a distance between this guy and the tree and the bench, the people. So we need to, number one, blur out the background, and then secondly, match this guy to the background. The reason why we don't do it the other way around is because the background is already edited. You can see it's nicely colored, but the guy is not. You can see that he's kind of faded, and we can maybe make the video of the green screen guy more sharp, add more vibrancy, more contrast, and just some basic color correction. Alright, and I'm also going to remove the first part of the background video because there's these two birds flying and it might be a little distracting. So instead, just have birds in the distance flying around. And I don't have any distracting elements that may be confusing for the project. Alright, I'm going to come to the end of my composition and just select both clips. Just do it here. Control-Shift-D or Command-Shift-D. Hit backspace once to remove the extra spaces. And now we just have 6 seconds of the guy and the park. Alright, let's start with the park because it's the easiest. So on park, go to Effect, come down to, if we could just search it in the Effects panel, go to Window, Effects and Presets, and just look for Blur. And I'm going to go with Camera Lens Blur. Just click and drag it on top of park. You can see it already blurred out. The radius is 5, we could change that. Let's see if that's good. I'm going to go with like maybe 8. Just add a little bit more blurring. And alright. It closes off. So you can see now the background is blurred out, which allows this clip to be more natural. But again, it depends on the camera lens that took this shot, the shot that we're creating. So you don't want to blur it out too much. You want to keep it really minimal. Like right now we added 8. You can go for maybe 4, depending on what you're choosing. And I think I will reduce the blur amount for this. I think it's too much. Let's go for maybe 6. Alright, that's better. Now it looks more natural. Alright, so the park, that's all there is to it. And make sure that if your subject is standing still and it's not moving around, that means that the camera is on a tripod and it's filming the sky. The same thing is happening with the background image. So we cannot have the sky standing still and then the background just like moving around. By that I mean get a moving video, import that, turn off the visibility for the park, and place this below. So you can see it's kind of rendering. Put that from the beginning. You can see that the background is moving and the subject is just standing still. You don't want this. If the subject is moving, so should the background. But if the subject is not moving, the background shouldn't move either. So be careful when you're choosing the background clips. Delete that and I'll bring back the park video. So the park video is also still. The camera is still. There's things moving in it. And it would make sense for this guy to just stand in front of all of these background elements to maybe give a high five and then give a thumbs up. Also going to save my project. Make sure you save your project. Again, you never know when you may lose your stuff because of some glitch. Control or Command S to save your project. Alright, now let's go on the guy video. Now we're going to color grade this guy and have it match the background. So again, go to Effects, make sure guy is selected. Effects, come down to color correction and look for Lumetri color. Alright, I'm just going to close the key light, the tab, Now in the Lumetri color, we have some options. So let's start with the first one, basic correction. This is where you work with the white balance and the tone. And because the background is the reference, you want to look at the background. So in the background, we can see some warmth. And we're going to add that to the guy. Just go in on temperature. Let me try 7. Alright, now the subject is warmer. We're also going to add a green tint. That's what I'm getting from here. So I have to go to the opposite side, negative side. Let's try maybe 5. Now he's a little green. And actually, before I do that, I'm just going to hit Control D to show you guys before and after. Not on the effects. Come down to the timeline, Control D on the guy. And for this guy, let's see. I'm going to, on the first guy, I'm going to delete the Lumetri color so we can see it before and after. So far, all we did was to add some white balance, and yeah, that was a before and after. Not much of a big difference, but we'll look at a before and after. So now down to tone, we said we could kind of sharpen this guy and add more contrast so it would match with the background. So down here on contrast, you can add the slider to the right, but always start with a small amount. You don't want to go all out. And I'm also going to decrease the exposure a really small amount, like 0.2. Don't want it to be too much. And maybe remove the highlights a bit, because it's kind of like a not exactly a sunny day in the background. Let's go for -3. For the shadows, I'm going to darken them, so come to the left. And the whites, I'm going to leave them be. The blacks, I'm going to make them darker as well. So we have some tone changes. Now, one thing that you need to know is that a green screen, unless you take the background and the subject with the exact same lighting and placement, it's going to be kind of obvious that this is a green screen. I don't know if you've noticed online, every green screen video, you can see that it's not exactly natural, but we're going to do our best with color correction and see if we can match it. But again, don't think that with just a few color correction, it's going to be perfect. You need to kind of plan out the recording so you don't have to do this much post-production editing. Okay, we did the tone, and for the saturation, I think I'll reduce it, go for like 90. Or actually, let's increase it, 110. Okay, now he's vibrant. Let's close the basic correction, come down, let me close this, come down to creative. So here's where you get to fade things, add a look to it, which is just like presets if you want. I'm going to kind of fade out this guy a little bit. Let's go for like 5. All right. And I'm going to sharpen him. 12. The vibrancy is okay. Actually going to make this 100. And work with the vibrancy instead of saturation. Saturation tends to get a little bit too intense. And it's always a good idea to start with vibrancy and then add saturation. Also make sure that you're not turning on any of these, or else it would only last for a small amount of time. Alright, then you can add a tint if you want. We have a shadow tint and a highlight tint. Let's go for a warm shadow tint. See how that looks. Drag this guy here. It's really small movement. Highlights. Let's go for a green color. Alright, so it's starting to look like it belongs in this background. Close the creative. I'm going to come down to curve. And let's see what we can do. Let me kind of intensify the shadows a bit. Also darken the shadows as well from below. Or actually, let's not do that. Come downwards. And I can see that he's a little green. So I'm going to go into green channel. Instead of down, I'm going to come to the other side. Wait, no, the other side. So we can remove some of that green, but we're really careful with these sliders. He's still a little too green. Let's come down. All right. Now he's no longer green. He is a little red. So go to red and just go on the cyan side. And now he's balanced. He's no longer green or red. I'm going to come up to the creative and just double click on the plus to reset these, because I already worked with the RGB curves, and just go back in here to the main curve and just kind of bring this lower to again intensify the shadows. I'm going to go into green channel and add some green, actually only affecting his face. Alright, let's come down here. We have some hue and saturations, which we will not touch, but I did want to work with the shadows a bit more. Increase the shadows and instead add some contrast. Just because we didn't really get to see this part of his face. And let's see what else we could do. Let's add a bit more contrast. Alright, let's go down. See if there's anything we could do to make this better. And that's all we need. Close this off. And again, like we said, it's not going to be perfect, but now instead of what we had before, let me see if it will show. This was the before. This is the after. So like the background, it's a bit more intense and the shadows are darkened like it is in the background. Let's let this render and see what we did in this lesson. It's kind of rendering, but this is basically how you remove a green screen. Most of this lesson was the color grading and the color correction, which again, if you plan this beforehand and use a similar lighting for your subject and the background, you won't have to deal with that. And you saw that we easily removed the green background using one effect, which was the key light 1.2. Then after this, we're going to look at another type of green screen, which is on a device, which will be a little bit difficult, but once you know how to key things, it won't be. All right, so this is what we did. It rendered. Just a quick keying and we're done. Now let's bring in the other videos. I'm going to go in project and I'm just going to delete everything. Won't be needing them. Backspace. Yes. Double click and bring in the other two videos, which is this laptop and the moving background. Import that. Alright, and I'm going to bring in the laptop first. Now notice that in the laptop we have a green screen and around that we have no greens whatsoever. So we have a white background, we have a gray laptop, we have some skin color, and basically no green. So that's perfect for me to key out the green. Now I did want to mention something. When you're first starting out, make sure that the device you have has sharp corners. Zoom in, you can see sharp corners. Usually when you, especially when you have iPhones, the corners are round. That could get a little difficult to key out. So for starters, make sure that you have sharp edges. Zoom out, fit. And what we're going to do is to, once we've imported, we're going to open another panel, which is called the tracker panel. Basically what it does, let me make this short. You can see that the laptop is moving. It's not exactly still. And we want to make sure that the, let this load actually. Basically when we track things, we want to make sure that whatever we intend to add on that video stays within that frame. So the video we want to add in the laptop screen stays within the laptop edges. Alright, it loaded. You can see that the video is shaking and the laptop is not exactly standing perfectly. And this just shows that the video is not shot on a tripod. But this is where the tracker panel comes in handy. I'm gonna stop that and just cut the rest of my clip. Control-Shift-D or Command-Shift-D. And I'm just going to go to Window, come down to Tracker. The window will open here. I'm just going to drag it up here just so we have our timeline. And what we want to do is to first go on this video. We want to go to Track Motion. So you can see we opened the layer. Make sure the source is the name of your video. We only have one here, so that won't be a problem. And we want to make sure that the track type is perspective corner pin. And we get this tiny pins. Basically what we need to do is to assign each of the corners with the corner of our laptop. You need to zoom in, get the hand tool to kind of move upwards, hit V on your keyboard, and we're going to select this guy. Maybe a little hard, but make sure your cursor is this black color. That way you're going to get the entire thing. And using that little screen, make sure you are putting that X on the corner, like so. And click away. You can see that the cursor, it has this white thing, but when you use this, you're going to be moving the box, but not the target. So make sure you have a black cursor. Try to get that. There it is. If you zoom in, it's a lot easier. Get that to the other corner. All right, zoom out. Get the hand tool. All right, hit V to get the selection tool. Grab this guy. Again, black cursor, so you're selecting everything in one corner. The hand tool, move to the other corner. Grab the final box and just bring it in the corner. All right, and I'm just going to zoom in to make sure that the box does not let in any of the green. And we're good. All right, so now that I have selected the corners of my thing, I'm going to go from the beginning. And actually not in the beginning. Yeah, just go in the beginning. I'm going to reassign these guys. You can see. Get the black cursor and just put them in the right position. If you start from the start, that way you're tracking everything. But if you're starting from the middle, it's only going to track the rest of the video and not the first part. So I'm going back and repositioning these boxes. The other corner, drag this one. And you can see if I go in the middle, I have the white cursor, but if I'm in the center, in between the two boxes, I have the black one. So make sure it's the black one. So you're selecting everything. Now that we have added the thing, before we hit Analyze, or before we ask After Effects to track our screen, we're going to add a solid color so that we know exactly where we tracked. So Control or Command Y, choose a vibrant color that stands out. I'm gonna go for like this purple. Just really bright, make sure it's bright. Hit OK, and we're going to go on this video, the computer video, and we're going to go in the motion target. You can see there's something for edit target. Click that and make sure it's on magenta solid 1 or whatever color you chose. But make sure you don't choose green or blue or anything similar to this color. Actually, I think let's close this. Go on this and right, just resetted everything. Don't double click your thing. I'm just going to do this again. Yeah, I'm just going to do this again and I'll be right back. Alright, so instead of resetting, it went and created another tracker. Just come back to tracker 1. And source is that. Target. Let's make another one. It's going to go for like red, so it stands out perfectly. Edit target, red solid 1. We're good to go. And then we're going to analyze this guy, analyze forward. And it's just going to do its thing. So don't worry about it. And basically, After Effects is creating keyframes for the computer screen. So whatever you place is going to be placed inside of those the frame that you created. And then afterwards, we're just going to apply those frames to the red solid. And then we will easily be able to put our clip on top of that red solid. It's almost done. Let it do its thing and we can get started with adding our clip. All right, so you can see it's green. That means it analyzed everything. And then if you open this guy up, you can see all of these keyframes. It's so much that it looks like a straight line. Just apply it to the red screen. You can see we have a lot of keyframes. All of these keyframes. Go back. And we do have some position issues. I think it happened when we reset the thing by accident. So I did that again, but before I started tracking, I added the red solid 1, like we said. Now you can see that the screen is red instead of green. Close this off and also hit apply like we did last time. Now this solid, I'm going to click and drag it underneath the red, underneath the laptop video. And we're going to select this laptop video and then add the same key light effect that we set. So go to Effect, Keying, Key Light 1.2. And again, we're going to grab this guy and select the green. All right, now the green is completely gone. Now what we need to do is to pre-compose the red solid 3. So just right click, go to pre-compose, make sure that this guy is selected, leave all attributes, okay. And now we have this composition of this dude. And basically what we just did, we made this into a separate composition. So whatever we add, we can now keep the video inside. So red solid, just double click, we've entered this guy. And where's the background video? There it is. Just drag that on top. And what you want to do, even if it's like a vertical shot, which it wouldn't be if you're using this laptop, you want to scale it and make sure this guy is covering the red solid. Just increase it like so. So regardless, this is going to fit into the laptop screen. So I'm just going to make sure that it fully does by doing this. Now if we go back here, we have our video. And because my video was already the size for the laptop, I won't have that problem. But if you had maybe a vertical video, then it would kind of be stretched out. So you could use maybe an Android phone. Usually the edges of Android phones are sharp. But since I use this laptop, I will use a landscape shot. Play this back, you can see. We're going to let it render first. But you saw how easily we were able to place a random video on top of a green screen laptop. And if you want to shoot this yourself, just download a green solid color as an image and then just open it up in your device. Make sure it's full screen. And like we said, it would be best if the corners are sharp because you're just starting out and you just want to practice. And also that there's no random things on top of your screen. So no thumbs, or if there is thumbs, make sure you're not covering the corners. Because like we saw using the tracker, we need to find those corners. And if we don't, then the tracker is not going to work well and we'll have maybe one of the corners is just going to be invisible. And that would be a problem for us. So I'm just going to let this render and then we can see the final product that we did in a few simple steps. Alright, you can see the video is moving and so is the laptop. but the video is still in the frame of the laptop because we use the perspective tracker thing. So I hope you guys enjoyed this lesson. This was how you can remove the green screen from 2 different scenarios. And with practice, you'll only get better. And I hope you guys enjoyed this lesson. I will see you guys in the next one. There are times when you have a video and you just want to enhance that moment and maybe make the people who see your video to feel that moment too. By that I mean, let's say you have a video of yourself dancing in the rain, but when you were there, it was a really heavy rain, but when you look back at your clip, you can barely tell that there is rain. So that's when the video overlays come in handy. You can enhance that weather or any other thing by adding video overlays to your existing footage. So in your resource pack, you're going to have some videos and you will have some video overlays, which is basically some elements moving around and it's in front of a black background. So let's go ahead and make that. Name this overlays. Double click and this is the stuff you will see. These black ones are the overlays and the rest are just regular videos. So I'm going to start with, let's say this, and heavy rain. Import this. And if we bring this guy in here and take a look at what's going on, it's scaled. Let's bring it back to its original size. So I'm going to let this render. But essentially what I have here is a rainy video. So you can see from the sky that it's cloudy, there is no sun, and we can see the branches moving, and we can see a little bit of rain, but it's just not as intense as we want it to be. Because if when I was there, it was like a really heavy rain, and I want to portray that in my finished footage. So I'm going to let this render. Let's go for like 5 seconds. Gonna let it render until 5 seconds and then I'll cut my workspace short. So you can see it's raining, these guys are moving, and it's just a stormy day. And if you want, you can go ahead and cut the rest of your video. Just go on it, Control-Shift-D or Command-Shift-D. Then delete the second guy. So it ends here and we have a black screen. Now let's get the heavy rain overlay. I'm going to place it on top and right away you can see it's just a black screen. Again, we have to resize this, but make sure it's covering your video so you don't have some awkward edges while you play it back. Also going to cut this short. Actually, I'm going to see where the rain starts. You can zoom in and you can see the rain is starting here. Let's fit this to our screen. So you can see we have some rain overlays. Right now it's just rendering. And for this technique, for this lesson, when we talk of overlays, make sure that the elements are placed in front of a black screen. That way we can easily just change the blending mode of that layer and then add that cool effect to our video. But there are other colors as well. You could use maybe a green background, a white background. It all depends on what is in that video. For example, if my raindrops are white, I need to have a color that's opposite to that, so I can easily separate it when I'm editing. So if my raindrops are white and I add a white background, you cannot tell them apart and it's going to be really difficult to do that. So it's rendered, you can see I just have some raindrops against a black background. But my video, it starts from here, so I'm just going to cut it from here and jump straight into the rain. Right. Now by default, this is your layers, this is how they look like. But if you go down and toggle switches / modes, we have the mode here. And if you open that on the heavy rain, let's just call this overlay. This is overlay and this guy is trees. So on the overlay layer, change the mode into screen. You can see that the black is gone and we are left with these rains. Now, a lot of times they may look a little unrealistic like it is right now, so we have to do some post-editing, maybe change the opacity, add a couple of overlays, and then mask them out to make them look cool. But we're just going to start with this, and you can see that we got the main part done. We have an overlay over a video. And now we just got to work with the overlay and make it look more realistic. I'm going to pause that, and we're just going to go in overlay. You can see effects control overlay. So if you open this guy up, because we don't have any effects here, there's going to be nothing. Open transform, we can change the opacity of this layer. Let me come somewhere where everything is vibrant. Right now it's at 100%, and we can just toggle with the slider here and make it look more realistic. So 35% is looking good. You can see it's not as bright and vibrant as it was, which is not the case with rain. We're not getting these white sticks falling from the sky. We're just getting water drops, and usually they're not white, they're translucent. So you can see we have a realistic look now. We can also just type in any number. Let me try 25, and I think I'm liking this better. So you can see we have a realistic shot of a rainy day. We have some a footage that makes sense for our overlay. So if it was a sunny day and I add this overlay, it's not going to look that realistic, and you're just going to give away the fact that you edited this thing and you added the overlay yourself. So definitely make sure that your footage matches with what's going on in the video. And around here you can see that it kind of slips. The black background in our overlay layer shows up here. If that does happen because it's in a corner, you can easily just kind of scale this in. And let me zoom out so you won't get that issue. Or maybe it's from, okay, it's from the video. I thought it was from the overlay layer. We just turn this back on and change the size back to what it was. Right, I was talking about this black dot here. It's probably a branch, because if we turn off the overlay layer, you can see that it's still there. All right. So if this is not the case with your video, let's say you have a subject right in the center and you have trees in the background. That is when you need to add some blurring to two different overlays. So let's say I have this overlay. I'm going to blur it out, and then I'm going to get another overlay on top of my subject, because there is a distance between the trees and my subject. And we're going to see how that works with another layer. This is just an easy example of how overlays work. And close this off. You can also color grade if you want, but I'm just going to leave it be. Go back in your project panel. Let's bring in the rest of our video. I'm just going to deselect the ones that I already brought in. Import the rest. All right. I can make a new composition if I want. If I want to keep this, I'm going to name this something else. Let's name it Rain Tree. Rain on trees. We've got the on. And if I want to just organize things, I'll right click, new composition. Our next video, I believe, would be Snowy Day. I'm going to be working with snow. Hit OK. And you can see rain on trees is here, snowy day is here. There are two separate compositions. They're even listed here. Just going to go through the clips and see which one was for the snow layer. Okay, this is the video I had for snow. Just going to drag it here. Again, it's zoomed in. I'm going to make it smaller. Change this to fit. You can see we have a snowy background. The sky is cloudy. And usually when you are on top of a mountain at a certain season, it's going to snow. So I chose an appropriate footage for my snow overlay. I'm gonna name this Mountains. And I'm going to see which one was the snow. I believe it was this guy. Let's bring it on top. Yep. So this is my snow overlay. You can see that we have some realistic ones, like this guy is in the front. We have some tiny ones in the back. So I'm going to name this snow. And you can find these on the internet for either free or paid, whichever you prefer. There are lots of free ones on With Easy. I believe that's how you say it. That's where I got these from. So if you want to get some more overlays to practice on your own, you can easily just search this on Google and type in video overlays. It's that simple. Alright, so again, we're going to change the mode of this to screen because we have a black background. Change it to screen, and there it is. It's going to take a while. Also going to cut from the beginning so it starts snowing as soon as possible. Right, I'm going to let this render. And with every overlay that you have, you definitely need to work with the opacity of it, especially when it's white elements like snow or rain, because right now it looks kind of fake. Snow is way too vibrant for footage where the main focus is on the background, the mountains. So we need to not only blur out these elements, but also change the opacity. So you can see it's just snowing. Alright, so on the snow layer, we're going to do those effects. The first thing you want to do is just open that transform tab on the snow layer. And just like we did with the rain, we're just going to bring down the opacity. Make sure you do not turn on the stopwatch. Let's go for like 40%. Now you can see it's a lot less vibrant. I guess 50 will do. And you can see that it looks a lot more better than it used to. Right, so we also need to blur it out. Like we said, we gotta make this as realistic as possible. Because if your camera is focusing on the mountains, there's no way that it could focus on something so close to the lens, which is the snow. So I'm going to go in the effects and presets. Again, if you're not seeing this, go to Window and just turn it on. And I'm just going to search for blur. Come down in the blur and sharpen category, and I'm just going to add a Gaussian blur on the snow layer. Boom. And now we have a new effect in our effects control. And again, without turning on the stopwatch, we're going to add maybe, let's try 10. And I'm just going to move in a few frames. I guess we should go for like 20. So you can see that it's blurred out, just like it would with a real camera. Because there's a distance between the snow and the mountain. Alright, I'm going to let this render so we can see it without any lag. And then we can see what is going on exactly. You could blur it out even more, it depends on your footage. But for this example, now you can see it's a lot better than when it was sharp. So now we have this really cool snow overlay. Let's pause that, make another composition. Let's go, I'm actually going to delete these, I don't need them anymore. Oops, I needed my timeline. Go down here, and I guess we'll double click on one of the compositions so we can have our thing. Let's make a new one, and I believe this one was for the leaves. Let's call it leaves. And now I can delete this. And on the leaves layer, I'm going to bring in, so we have some options. I couldn't exactly find a cherry blossom, the petals falling, but I do have some leaves. So let's see how that works. Let's call this cherry blossoms. And here we have the leaves. Bring that on top. So you can see they're not exactly cherry blossoms, they're green. And they look kind of animated, like kind of 2D. It's okay. We're just doing this for example purposes. Leaves, and I'm also going to just cut this to 5 seconds. And I'm going to right click on the mode, go to screen. So now we have these leaves falling off. You let it render first. So because the leaves were kind of dark green, they did blend in the black background, but this actually works for us because they're now kind of this really light gray color now, which is similar to the white cherry blossoms. So you can see that they're falling, and this actually worked to our advantage. But if you did want a green leaf, you can leave it, put it on another video, or change the mode of your overlay. But this works in our favor. Alright, and I'm just going to quickly show you what the different modes do. You saw that this is what screen did. We have the normal, which is just a black screen, just the original video. You have dissolve. We have darken. And basically, depending on what's under here, these are going to be placed on top of your video, but with different looks. You can go to color dodge. You can see that it's trying to find the leaves. You can play. So it has the same effect. I don't know if you guys can see. Let me hit the hand tool. This guy. Color dodge does this, similar to the screen. The screen mode. We have classic color dodge, similar. Linear, it's a bit more vibrant. Just focus on this one leaf. Lighter colored, it almost disappears. Then we have the overlay, which because we have a black background, it's going to place that background on top of our video, not the leaves. We have soft light, which is a little bit less intense. Hard light, it just completely covers the entire thing. Linear light is just a black screen. Vivid light, it's getting those tiny details, and it changed the color into red. Pin light, just the video, just a bit more color on the leaves. Then we have hard mix, which is just a really bad look. And basically we have this different thing. And again, you can just see which one works well for you. For me, it was between color dodge or screen. I'm going to stick with screen. But we're going to get into different modes in the future. Maybe we have a green screen video, a blue screen, or even a white screen. And we're going to see how these different modes play out for our overlay. Alright. So now that it's screen, we have to do the same thing, which is just open this up. There's an audio tab. I'm just going to close these audios. We don't need them. We don't really need to work with the opacity because of our mode. It's already less visible. We just want to add a blur to the petals. Click and drag it and put it on top. Let's go for like 25. I'm going to play this back. And now it looks more realistic. Because like we said, there's dimension. There needs to be dimension in your clips. And you gotta look at the different distances between the elements if you're going to create a realistic look. So if my camera lens is here and I'm focusing on the cherry blossoms, anything that comes closer to my lens needs to be blurred out. And that's just something that you need to make sure that you follow, or else it's going to look really fake. So this was the cherry blossoms. Let's go for the other video. Right click. Let's go for like snow day. And this time I'm going to use one overlay twice and we're going to mask it out. So I had one more video in here. There we go. So we have this video of this lady wearing winter clothes, suitable for our snow thing. And she's taking a tissue to wipe her nose. Maybe she has a cold. So I'm going to rename this to Lady. We also need to color grade this a little because we have this warmth from the sun. And that's not really common when it's snowing. I'm going to go on, try to find which one was the snow. Alright, this is the snow. Place it on top. Name this to Snow. Control D to duplicate. Now we have Snow 2. I'm going to turn the visibility off for these two for a second. And first I'm going to color grade this. Go to Effects and Presets and Color Correction. And we're going to find, trying to find something. Vibrance. Trying to see which one's best for my situation. Let's go with Hue and Saturation. Place it on top of the clip. And I'm going to reduce the saturation a little bit. Not really seeing. Okay, there we are. Just a slight bit because when it's cold, the colors won't pop out as much. And so going to add, maybe we should do this from another place. Don't touch this, just remove the saturation. You can also reduce the lightness, which is what you need to do as well. -15. And let's go to, try to find something for the color balance. Let's see if this can help us. Alright, so this isn't it. I'm going to close this for a second. I'm just going to go in, where was it? Curves. Just drag this on top. Using the curves, I'm just going to match the light better. Going to undo the lightness here and just do that in the curves panel. Just close this guy off, and now we have the curves. Again, without turning on the stopwatch, we're just going to maybe make the clip a little matte and then darken the different areas. So going to reduce the highlights a bit, and there we are. And I'm just going to look for the tone. Alright, no, this is not it. Oops. Just delete the toner. Alright, and in the effects and preset, just look for color balance, not the HSL one, just a regular one. Click and drag it on the Lady layer. I'm also going to delete the curves. I'll bring it back if I needed that. And right here you can see we have a lot of options. They're currently set to 0. So I'm going to hit Preserve Luminosity, which is the light of our video. I just want to change the colors. So the shadows are the darkest parts. The midtones are around here, maybe the hair. And the highlights is obviously the most brightest part, which in this case is her face and the shawl. So I'm going to go on the midtones and just remove the red by going to the left. Let's go for like -7. And I'm going to add blue to the midtones. You can see we're cooling down the video, which is what happens when it snows. The weather is cool. And we don't have that warm color from the sun. Then we're going to go in the highlight and again remove the red and add some blue. So negative is removing, positive is adding. Right, so I have this cold effect right now. And I'm just going to show you a before and after. Open Effects. This was the before, this is the after. We made the video completely cold. And if I turn off Hue and Saturation, you can also see what we did here. We removed some of the saturation. And now we have a color graded video which is suitable for the snow. You could even go a step further and maybe add some other things. Let's actually bring back the curves. Just type in curves. Click and drag. I'm going to mattify the video and also bring down the highlights. Right. Another before and after for the curves. Kind of brightened up the shadows. Alright, let's close this and everything else. Bring back the snow layers. I'm going to start with the first one. Change the mode to screen. And right now you can see we have a blurred background and we have a focused subject. So one of the snow layers is just going to be over there. The other one is going to be here. So on the first snow layer, I'm going to do the opacity thing. Let's go for like 50% for opacity. And because it's in the background, we need to blur it out. Just look for blur, come down and get Gaussian blur. Find my snow layer, click and drag on snow. Add a good amount of blurring so it matches with the leaves in the background. Let's go for like 40. And let's see how that looks. So you can see they're pretty big. I'm going to go for 30, see how that looks. So you see it's like blur, it's big, which matches with the blurred effect in our background. Then again, I'm just going to cut it short to maybe here, 5 seconds. So it's easier because then we have to change the mask path, which we still need to do actually. Alright, so I'm going to start from the beginning. On the snow layer, get the pen tool, and we're creating a mask. So lightly go around the edge of the subject, like so, and then just close it off here. So now it's only visible in this area. You can invert it if you want, but this way it's easier. And I'm going to close the lady options, open snow, close transform, open mask, mask 1. And now we have the first mask. I'm going to turn on the stopwatch and then move into the point where she starts to move, which is here. So here it won't be that big of a deal, just to the point where the hand starts to show up. So I'm going to add a few points. Just kind of create a curve. We're going to feather out the edges, so don't worry if it's not perfect. I'm going to create this here, work with the curve. Remove the curve here. Just some random things. Move this here and this guy too. And just work with the handles that we have. Alright, just a rough outline will do. You don't have to make it perfect. So you can see transitions into this area. And then I'm going to move it frame by frame and see where she starts to move her hand. I'm going to come to the highest point of the hand and just try to fix this. It's a lot easier if you have a video where you're not moving or the subject isn't moving. Just kind of make this like this. Bring this guy back. This guy too, and just work with the curve. Alright, and then we have the final position, which is here. Just going to drag everything and trace around the hand. Alright, again, it doesn't have to be perfect. So now we can see, I'm going to let this render first. So basically we limited the effect in the background to only the background of the original footage. So you can see there's nothing here, but there is stuff in the background. I'm going to cut this short Now we have this thing. I'm also going to feather out the outside of my mask. Go for like a good amount. And just leave everything be. Alright, now we need to make another. Maybe we already made a duplicate of our snow layer. We just need to apply it to this area. And I'm gonna just Control D on the first snow layer, not the mask. Just close this off for a second. Control D. Now we have a snow 3 because there's this tiny spot that we need to fix as well. I'm going to delete the mask on snow 3. And I'm just going to create a mask for this tiny little spot that we have in the corner. Just close off the shape. There we are. So now we only have this effect happening in that tiny background. And the footage is also kind of shaky in the beginning. It's because of the original video. Again, I'm going to come to the point where she starts to move. Open mask, mask 1, turn on the stopwatch. So until this point, it stays here. And then when she moves higher to the end of the video, I'm just going to bring this guy like so. Click on one of the points to move it around. You can also add a new point if you want to. Control T to kind of squish the mask layer. Hit F9 on both keyboards, on both keyframes on keyboards. Forgot to do that here. Open mask 1 and just grab them all. F9. Right, and then we have our final snow overlay, which is snow 2. Open it up, change it to screen. And first I'm going to remove the vibrancy. I believe we went for 40 in the last one, but we need to make it more vibrant here because it's closer to our camera lens. So I'm going to go for like 60. Right, and then we're going to blur it out just a slight bit. Click and drag. Because again, we're focusing on the lady and there's a distance between the snowflakes that come close to our camera and the lady. Let's add a small amount. Let's try 20. Actually 15 I think will be better. We have this happening. Close the transform tab and again make a mask of snow 2. From the beginning, I know that this is where she's standing. Move the handles, make it perfect, and just follow along the rest of the body. Close it off here, and we're going to go in mask, mask 1, turn on the stopwatch. Or before we do that, let's see when she starts to move. I believe it's here. Turn on the stopwatch here, and then we're going to move to the second motion, which is when she tilts her head. Gonna just grab one of these and hit Control T if you need to, and just kind of squish things around. Make it perfect. I'm going to get my pen tool. Click away first. Delete that second keyframe. Go on mask 1 and I'm just going to bring the start point here. And then I'm just going to move these guys around to where the body is. Doesn't have to be perfect. Second keyframe, move in a bit more to the final position. And I'm just going to move these little points and cover the surrounding of the lady. Just make this like this and just bring it down. I'm going to add another point and then move it here. Actually, it needs to be here. And just create a curve that works for the subject. All right, move in a few more frames. And I'm going to come to the point where she's extending her hand. And just keep doing this until you get the right outline. It doesn't have to be perfect because we're going to feather out the mask anyway. Bring this stuff here. Oops. Control Z if you need to undo something, and then move to the final position, which is here. Just close in everything and use the handles to work with the curves. All right. Again, grab the keyframes, F9. Gonna hit M on Snow 2. And I'm just gonna cut everything else short so I don't have lag. Don't want things to lag. Gonna let it render, and you can see we have a snow effect. I still need to work with the blurriness of the ones in the front. You can see that they're a bit too visible for a distance that we chose. So I'm going to go back on Snow 2, add more to the blurriness. We add 40. Okay, that's too much. 25. 25 should do. So you can see we have more visible snow here and kind of a blurry effect in the background. I'm also going to kind of make it less visible. Let's go for 50. And there we are. So we have the speed, and if you guys want, you can change the speed of the video. When things are in the background, they tend to move slower than when they're in the front. So I'm going to go to the first snow layer, which is the one we had in the background. Right click and go to time. Time and then time stretch. I'm going to stretch this to, I guess, 120. So we made it longer, 1 minute longer. Hit OK, and now you can see this guy is moving a lot more slower compared to the one in the front, which is what happens. You don't want everything to be moving at the same time. You can also flip things. Let's see what I can flip, which would be a little difficult because we made a mask layer, but let's try it anyway. Go to transform, flip horizontal. Like we said, it's going to be a little weird. Just do that before you create mask layers. Let's play this back and see what we did. So if you just flip the different layers around, you can kind of create a more realistic look. You only need to do that if you're using the same overlay. If you're using like 2 different snow overlays, then you don't need to, because it would be moving in different directions from the beginning. So that was how you add video layers to different videos. We saw how we can match those effects using color grading, some blurriness, and other things. And we were able to create a nice effect. And I remember that we had one more video actually. Let's go to project. It was this guy. All right, we had another rain. Quickly show you guys that one too. So we use every video within the resource pack. Just drag that in to resize this. Just created a mask layer. Control Z. Get the selection tool. Make it smaller. Fit. Alright. For this one, I can just add a rain effect because we have a rain environment. Heavy rain goes on top. Screen. And we're going to cut the middle, the beginning, because the overlay starts appearing halfway through. Again, 5 seconds long. Drag this guy here. And we're going to work with the opacity and the blurriness. Let's go for like 40. Just really light stuff. Bring this back. And just close the transform. And then we're going to grab in the Gaussian blur like we did until now. This needs to be more than usual. So let's go for like 50. 30. Okay, the drops are really close together, so that's why it's really hard to see. And I'm going to go for like 30 for opacity. We also need to do the masking because we have a subject here. Just go over it on that layer. And we're going to create, again, move it in the beginning of your timeline. And just kind of roughly trace the guy and the dog together. Add a curve here and just close off the mask. And we need to invert this. Invert it. So everything's happening except for when it hits the guy. Hit enter. It's still a little too intense. Because for a video like this where we have solid and a lot of similar colors, you should look for another rain overlay. This heavy rain is not really matching here. But I'm just trying to show you guys how it works. We saw that it worked perfectly well on our tree video, but it doesn't work that well here. So if you want, you could use another overlay. You can download it from with Easy. Let me show you that. Stretch this out with Easy. Just search this and look for rain overlay. Right, so that is how we can create video overlays for our videos to kind of intensify the thing that was happening, the weather especially, and enhance the feeling that was present in that video. For example, here she's cold. So we're enhancing that coldness by adding a snow overlay. And it was really easy and simple. And I hope you guys enjoyed this lesson. I will see you guys in the next one. In this lesson, we're going to learn about speed and motion in After Effects and how we can work with the natural speed of the videos and also like slow it down, speed it up, anything else. And we're also going to look at a cool motion effect that is available in this program to kind of intensify the activity that the subject is doing in the video. So let's go ahead and import our footage. We have 4 videos. And also notice that all of them, there's a lot of motion. We have someone doing yoga, we have a boxer, we have someone playing soccer, and someone who's stomping their feet on the floor. So it's a lot cooler if there's like some sort of movement. Then we'll see that slowed down. And I did want to mention something. If you see right here, all of the frame rates are at a maximum of 25. We have one that is almost 24. And the thing about footage, when you want to slow it down especially, is that you want to make sure you have a really high frame rate. The reason for that is that when we slow down the clips, we are kind of expanding those frames. And when we have a low frame rate like this, it's going to be glitchy. And I'll show you what that looks like soon. But a low frame rate can work when you're speeding up the clip, but not so much when you're slowing it down. So if you've seen, if you go to like an electronics store where there's TVs and they're always showing this really high quality footage in slow motion, like a bird flying, those footage are usually shot at around 120 frames per second, which makes them a really high quality footage. So when you slow it down, it's that perfectly smooth footage and you can see every single motion that that bird is doing. But if that footage was 25 frames or 24, then it's going to be glitchy. And you can see that at some point the wing is down, then next frame just goes up and it's going to be glitchy. So if you're going to shoot your own footage to slow it down, not to make it faster, just slow it down. Make sure that 1, it's shot on a tripod. You do not want any sort of shake and unnecessary motion in these videos. And 2, make sure that your camera or your phone's frame rate is at least 30. 30 is still not that desirable for high quality slow motion, but try to keep it at least 30. And an ideal number would be 60. And if you had a camera or a high quality video recorder, which is a camera again, try to go for 120 frames per second to get that extra crisp clip to slow it down. And you will not be disappointed with the results that you get. So let's have a look at what a 25 frame per second video will look like if we slow it down. I'm going to drag this in here to make its own composition. Let's rename this to Boots. So I'm going to duplicate Boots, Control D or Command D. Let's grab both of them, and I'm going to cut them short for around 5 seconds. Control Shift D, Command Shift D if you're on Mac, backspace to delete the extra bits. Now I'm going to make Boots 2 the video that we're going to speed up and kind of turn slow. So right click on that, time stretch, and the original factor is always 100. So when you're stretching, you want to add to that. So instead of 100, I'm going to add a high number like 500. You can see we added 20 seconds to the original duration. Hit OK. We can see that this is a lot longer than it was. I'm going to cut this till here so it can load, and I'm going to let this render so we can see exactly what a 25 FPS video will look like once we slow it down. And as you can see, it's kind of glitching. It's not exactly that smooth. You can see that the drops are like appearing with a lot of delays, and that is because of our frame rate. So this is an example of slow motion with a video that has a low FPS. So try to avoid this by changing your frame rate on your device, be it a phone or a camera, to, again, at least 30 frames, or if you can, 60 to 120 frames. So usually on iPhones, not so sure about Android, but I'm pretty sure they do have the frame rate option. There is an option for 4K footage. All you have to do is just go in your camera settings in your phone and just change it from the regular frame rate into 4K, and you will get a high quality footage every time you take a video with your phone. But if you are not planning to use your own footage for slow motion, then you don't really need to. Alright, so we slowed it down and we saw that it didn't work so well. It's glitchy, but what if we make it faster? So I'm going to delete that, make another duplicate, Control D. Let's do the same thing, but this time, instead of 100, I'm going to go for 10. So you can see the duration, the original duration changed a lot compared to the one we have now. And now we can also see it on the timeline. And let's see how this would work on a low frame rate footage. I'm going to let it load first. It needs to render. I'm going to cut this here so we don't have to wait that long for it to render. Alright, so this is the fast speed. You can see that it looks a lot better than the slow-mo. We're at least seeing some motion. Let me choose a like 40. So we can at least see what we did. Let's bring this here. So when you speed these clips up, even though they have a low FPS, it's a lot better than when you slow it down. So if you're planning to speed things up, just make sure that it's shot on a tripod and the FPS won't be as important as it is for slow motion clips. So let's see what happened once we sped up the thing. So you can see everything is clear. This is the original speed of the video. This is the fast, slow. So you saw that once we speed it up, nothing is glitching and everything is looking good compared to the original speed. So that's just a regular way of speeding things up. We can also, let me delete these, make a new composition for, let's try another video. Let me see what this is. Okay, I'm going to bring this, right click, new come from selection. So in this footage, we have someone about to shoot. Let me turn off the audio. Someone about to shoot this ball. There we are. This is also shot in 25 frames per second. Now we can see it in real time. The person goes up and shoots the ball. Now, what if we slow down? We turn this into a reverse clip. So again, right click. Let me duplicate this. First, call it soccer. Duplicate, Control D, and just go here, time. And instead of time stretch, go to time reverse layer. So now the clip is in reverse. I'm gonna let it load. Basically, the whole clip is going to do its thing, but in reverse with the original speed. So you still have the chance to make it reverse and maybe speed it up, make it reverse, slow it down. There's no limitation on that. I'm just gonna let it load. So with just a few clicks, we can do some changes to the speed of our footage. We can also kind of customize this speed ourselves, and I'll show you how in a second. And in another, we have a lot of footage, and I'm going to show you some other things as well. But you can see we do have a sharp footage, so sharp that we can even see the dirt particles coming and going in the air. So that's why it's important to shoot it on a tripod, so your camera can capture all of those tiny details that will look really cool once you slow it down. All right, I'm gonna stick around 5 seconds. So this is the clip in reverse. You can see that it's still glitching because of our low frame rate. And if you saw that the quality is low, again, it's because it's set to third. The quality of your video has not changed. We're just changing the display. So you saw we reversed our clip. It's looking good. And we've reversed it. We can also slow down this clip using the time stretch like we did. Right now it's -100. Let's go to like -130. So it's gonna go in this way. Just drag it here, and you can see it slows down perfectly. But because we made a composition out of the video, it's going to be as long as the video itself. So that's around 7 seconds. Let's have a look at it slowed down and in reverse. Again, we're seeing the glitching that we talked about. It's pretty normal. Let's try speeding up our clip. Time stretch. And again, make sure the negative is there if you're choosing to reverse it. If you remove the negative, you're just going to turn it to the regular speed. So let's go for like -20. Again, it goes there, but I don't know how I can access that. Let me undo it and bring this guy here, and then do that. Bring the time indicator here as well. Time stretch, -40. Okay. It does go away like that. So just slow it down first and then do it in reverse. Let me do this for 40. De-stretch it. Let's do that again. Control D. First, let's turn this to 40. There's a clip. Now we get to, let's go to time, time reverse layer. And now it's in reverse. Should be faster now. Let's cut this here. We've sped up the clip, but now it's also in reverse. There it is. Looks a bit odd, but this is basically what we did. It's coming back and then the ball suddenly appears. Just like that, we have reversed our clip and also sped it up. So once we right click, we have some other options too. We have something called freeze frame. Let me delete this. So a freeze frame basically means that at some point, this video is going to turn into an image. You determine that point. So let's say at around the part where he's about to kick the ball, use your left and right arrow keys while holding down Control to move in frame by frame. So let's say I want it to stop here. I'm going to go on this, Control-Shift-D, and here on the second clip where I want it to stay still, right click, time, freeze frame. So you can see we have this box right now. So here it stops for as long as the video continues. Again, it's running smoothly, stops here. That's how you freeze the frame. There is also stopwatches, so it means that I can maybe freeze the frame until here, turn this diamond thing, and then over here I'm just going to just cut the thing, Control-Shift-D, time, and just turn this off so we have the regular video. Play this back, he's about to kick, freezes, continues. So that's how freeze frame works. Could be handy for some scenarios where, like, for example, the ball is in the air, anything that you want. I'm gonna delete these guys for a second. You can also delete each of these boxes if you wanted to redo them. And delete these, again, Control-D to copy, duplicate. And in time, we have something freeze on last frame. On the last frame of the video, which would be around here, it will freeze. So freeze on last frame. Let's play this back. So this was the last frame, it stops. And then once it reaches the end, it will start again. So you can use this too. Maybe you want to put the credits here, or you want to add some cool animations. You would use this option to make the video freeze in the final frame. Control-Z. And finally, we have the enable time remapping, and I'm going to explain how that works. So for the remapping, I'm going to bring in another clip because we already used this. Just delete these, delete the compositions as well. And let's get the boxing video, right click, new comp from selection. So in this footage, we have this person boxing, and this is a cool clip to kind of remap the speed of. So basically what remapping means is that you're kind of manipulating the speed at certain times. For example, in the beginning, once she's about to throw the punch, the footage is fast, and then when she's like about to throw the punch, it's slow, and then that's basically what remapping means. And it's really easy. It may sound a bit confusing once I'm trying to explain it, but I'm gonna let this go for like maybe 6 seconds. There we are. Just cut this short, or you can press N on your keyboard if you don't want to drag it. Let's look at what we have. So even though my footage is moving, I can still use this remapping effect. You can see it's not shaky, it's just moving with the hand. And we're just going to, first I'm going to cut the clip till the end too. Right click like we did, let me make a duplicate. Right click on the second one, time, enable time remapping. So what we want to do is first determine the times where it's going to like slow down or speed up or whatever. The clip on its own is a bit slow. You can see it's not exactly in in real time. It is a bit slowed down, but we get to manipulate these times anyway. So we're going to start from the beginning of the clip. We need one of these diamond linear keyframes. You can see it's on. Come to the end of your clip and click this diamond thing again. So we have determined the beginning and the end of our clip. Now let's go back and see at what point I want the clip to stop being fast. So I'm going to go for where she's about to throw the punch. So here, another keyframe. Here it's going to be slow, and then here it's going to be fast again. Actually, it's going to be slow until here. I want here to be fast. So essentially, we have determined the times ourselves. And if you remembered from the previous lessons, we said that when you limit and make the space between two keyframes small, you're speeding things up. If you leave the space long, you are slowing things down. So I said I wanted the beginning until here to be fast. So all I have to do is just grab all of these guys and just bring them in closer. Give you 1 second. Let's see how that looks. Play that back to let it render first. Then we have to work with the keyframes even more to make it the perfect way. So you can see here it's slowed down. Here again it's real time. Then here it slows down. See the part where there is the least amount of space. It's pretty fast. Slows down even more. So I'm going to maybe increase the time between this part. This is, I believe, where they start punching. Yeah, I want this part to be pretty slow because I want to see the punch and how it's being thrown. It will be cool in slow motion, so it's fast. And then we have to let it render. Then it's going to be slow and it's going to be fast again. Or in just real time. Let it render, so it's fast, it slows down here, and then it's just a real time for the rest. So that's what remapping means. It's not that complicated actually. What we can do is just maybe stretch this even more. Or better yet, we could add another thing so I can speed it up here. So it's fast, slow, fast, slow. That's what we just did. Let's have a look. Fast shadow boxing, slow shadow boxing, fast again, and then slow shadow boxing. Now, the reason why we even have time remapping, you might be wondering why we would use such a thing. Is sometimes when you add music and you want to kind of pump the audience as well, you want to make them feel excited, like how movies are when they show like a training montage. You can use this time remapping to match the music. For example, if like the beat drops, you want it to be slow and you wanted the video to be the part where it's like throwing a punch because it's such an epic moment. But the areas where she's not doing much, like in the beginning, I'm gonna let it be fast. So not only does time remapping create this cool slow motion effect, it allows you to work with the times where it's fast and then the times where it's slow. It could also be a great thing to add onto your music to kind of match the beat drop, the different times of the music too. I'm just going to show you guys. You can see we even have one in the end. I want to show you guys the real-time footage. I'm gonna let this play what we just created. Slows down. Then this is the original clip. You can see it's one speed, but this guy that we made has bumps in the speed line, so it's fast and slow, but this guy is just one continuous speed. which is the result you would get if you just easily time stretch something without adding the time remap effect. Alright, so now that we saw how to remap, how to stretch, how to speed up things, and how to reverse things, let's talk about the cool effect that we could add when there's something in motion. Let me create a composition from our last clip, which is this guy. New comp from selection. Delete this old one. So in this footage, we have someone doing yoga, and that's motion. And again, you can see the clip is not moving as much, and it's not shaky either. So for anything regarding speed, I would highly recommend that there's some sort of movement to make it look cool. Could be someone boxing, someone maybe running, someone dancing, just any sort of motion. And you can either use the time remapping that we just learned, the regular slow motion, the high speed one, or you could use this effect that I'm about to show you, whichever you want that can intensify the activity. So the video fades out in the beginning. I'm just going to crop that out. And then I'll decide a time where I want this effect to take place. So let's say around here where she starts to throw her hand up like that. And then her feet, her leg too. So we have a great deal of motion here. Let's say until this part. Crop the rest. Bring it here. Bring the time indicator here and then hit N to cut the workspace. Alright, so there are ways to do this. In the Effects and Presets window, if you're not seeing this, Window, Effects and Presets, look for Echo. There it is. In the time echo, click and drag this on top of this clip. So it's going to be brighter. We just need to go to the echo operator and instead of add, turn it to minimum. So it doesn't make things brighter. So we have number of echoes, which is the number of times the motion is going to be echoed. We definitely want something more than 1. Let's go for 4. And basically what's going to happen is that we're going to have multiple hands. And we also want some decay. So we want the decay to be 3, starting intensity. You can also add to the echo time if you want. Just play around and see what works well for you. You can see we kind of added too much to the echo time. Let's go for 0.500. It all depends on what you like. So basically, the number of echoes is 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Echo time is basically at what time it starts to echo. You can manipulate this and choose whichever you want. And we have this cool effect. But there's a problem. If you zoom in on her, you can see her face is distorted. The echoes go through her. And that is not looking so good. So what we need to do is to separate the main subject and let this echo play behind her. So if you remembered from previous lessons, we can easily do that using the roto brush. So let's go on this layer and delete echo. Control D on this first layer. Let's name this roto so we know which layer has the brush. Name the other one echo. So on the roto layer, I'm going to turn off the audio. Go in with this roto brush, click it once, and what we're going to do is just double click on this person, then get the roto brush, and what we're going to do is just select our character. Just go over the area really gently until you're seeing these purple lines. That means that the inside of these purple lines is your shadow. Sorry, it's your subject, not your shadow. And we only want this person and not the background. So make sure you select her completely, get every bit that's there. Now for the hair, we need to do something later. And if you wanted to subtract from an area, like I need to over here, just go under row to brush and hold down Alt or Option. You can see it turns to minus. Once you hold down Alt, click once to just remove the place. Now it's a good idea to use the Refine Edge brush. So long click on this until you get Refine Edge tool. This is used for hair, and just try to get the hair in. And remember, white means that it's going to be in that area, and black means that it's not going to be there. And this tool is just rendering. Let's go back to Motion Brush. And let me close this window for a second. We have a lot here. Alright, so we chose a person. And we're gonna freeze. I believe we actually deselected that. Let me turn this off and see. Alright, so we did deselect. Let me do this again. Control D. And in this guy, double click, get the rotor brush again, but let's just focus on her because the hair is not going to be moving that much. Select. Oh, and I forgot to delete the echo from this layer. Control D. You have a look and see if there's echo. Okay, there's no echo here. Call this Roto. Double click on Roto. Get the brush from the beginning of your timeline and just select the subject roughly. Just zoom into. Make sure you get all of her body, or else we're going to have some glitching problems. Okay, get the hair. Switch between the hand tool by pressing Edge. And then the rotor brush, you would just have to click. The shortcut is Alt W. So you can just switch between Edge and Alt W. If you want, I mean, you have to because you have to move around your footage. Hit Edge, and we have some more spots down here. Do like a single click to allow After Effects to figure out the area on its own. And again, if you want to remove, hold down Alt and just let it be. So for the parts that are not going to be moving as much, which in our case, it's this part of the body and her hair, you don't need to focus too much because this echo effect is made with the movement. But the important thing is that we keep the entire body in, but not too detailed. Now we're going to hit this freeze guy. And basically what it's going to do is that it, once we gave it the selection, it's going to analyze each of the layers and separate our selection into a separate layer without the stuff we didn't select. So I'm going to let this do its thing, and then we'll be back to see how well it did. Alright, so it did its thing, and once you're done, just come to the composition, come out of the layer. And what we're going to do, just to show you what we just did, we separated this subject from the first layer. So if I turn this on, it's going to be the regular video. But now that we've separated the subject, when we do the echo effect, it's not going to pass through her. And it's just going to be underneath. Right, so we do want to do some stuff with the roto brush, the stuff we see here. Just go back in here and we want to kind of feather things out a bit. Let's go for like maybe 8. You can add to the contrast. Let me just go in the composition, close this off, have a look at it like this. So if you feather things out, you can see we are smoothing the edge, which we definitely need. You can shift the edge to either add or remove. I'm going to add a little bit, like so. Again, it doesn't have to be perfect because it's going to be placed on top of the original clip and you're going to be moving at the same time. You can see they're equal, but just make sure the shot was on a tripod, which it is in our case. You can add to the contrast if you want. Reduce chatter if you want as well. So you're kind of adding it, but we want to remove the chatter. And I'm going to add a little bit for the feather. Let's remove from the edge. All right, so that's our subject. Once you're done with it, we're going to turn this to fit. And we're going to turn on the layer below. Now we're going to add the echo effect to the echo layer. So open up effects and presets, echo, drop it onto this. Again, turn it to minimum. And we want to turn the echo time delay. Let's go for like 0.0440. Number of echoes, the number of times you want the motion to be repeated. I'll go with 4. And you can make it decay, which means that the first echo is going to be the most vibrant, and then as it goes on, it's going to fade. And we'll add a 2 for this. And the starting intensity is just the opacity of the echoes. And leave it be like that. I'm going to play. See if I'm happy with it. Let me just add to this and see. I can do this if I want. If you add to the number, there's going to be space between the two. Just like that. But now we can see we're not cutting the subject. And everything that's happening is separate. So now it kind of looks mutated. I think we should lower this to like 0.200. So I don't want a lot of space next to that. And again, if you add decay, and play that, you can see that I'm going to lower it actually. I do want it to fade away. So you can see it's like faded out. And if you increase it, it's going to be more vibrant. But I think this faded look is a lot better than what we had before. It kind of intensifies and adds more elegance to the movements that she's doing. But again, you can play around and see what works well for you. Alright, I'm going to let this render. We can also add to the echoes. Let's go for 6. So I have more repetition of the limbs. And let's also add motion blur to this layer. You can see it's like blurred out. And I'm going to let this render and then we can see what we did. So it's just a simple effect, but when you're dealing with subjects, you want to make sure that you do this roto brush thing so that the subject is intact and we're not getting, the effect is not going through her, which will look really bad like we saw. And right now, if I do turn off this layer, I will, after it's finished rendering, you can see the big difference that the roto brush did for us. And again, make sure your footage is still, because if it's a moving subject, like someone running and the camera is moving up and down, even if you do add the rotor brush, it's going to have that terrible effect. So this is what we did. We have a nice little repetition of the movements that she's doing. You can see that. And instead of a positive, I'm going to go for negative 0.200. So, it goes behind her hand. You can see now it's behind. It was 0.200. It's going to be above. I'm just going to go with negative 0.200. It's going to unrender. But I would have to wait for it to render, so let's just go for that. Because it rendered it once. Don't want to wait too long. So this is what we have, and without the rotor brush, if I turn off the visibility, you can see that the effect is causing her to kind of be blurred out, and that's not what we want, because we want the focus to be on the subject and for her to be completely sharp and in focus throughout. So this is without the rotor brush. This is with the rotor brush. Let me zoom in to show the effect. Without the rotor brush, you can see it's blur. We're seeing things like this. With the rotor brush, she is a lot more in focus. And this was how we can manipulate time in After Effects using some simple options that we have. We also got to learn this cool echo effect. And we do have some slip ups here with the hand. You can always just go in your rotor brush and maybe shift the edge to the negative side. Now we're not seeing those things. Just play around with this and adjust your layers to make sure that everything is in there and you're not getting like little bits of white added to your clip. So I hope you guys enjoyed this lesson, and I will see you guys in the next one. Let's learn how we can make cinematic looks out of just ordinary clips. In this lesson, we're going to learn how to color grade our footage and also how to stabilize handheld shots, which are just videos you took with your hand, meaning that you didn't have a tripod, a gimbal, or anything that can help you get a stable shot. So let's go ahead and import some clips. So in your resource pack, we have 3 videos. We're going to be using all 3, just import them. And let's first look at how we can stabilize our footage, because that's the correct order. First, you want to trim your clip, maybe stitch 2 together, stabilize it, crop it, anything you want, and then you would proceed to color grade. Color grading should be one of the last steps that you have because you want to have a base to work on. So let's go ahead and get a clip. This is a handheld clip. I'm going to fit this in, bring this to 3rd. And I'll cut this short, maybe about 4 seconds. I'll let it render. But basically I took this shot using my hand, so you can see it's moving around, and you could just let it be. Sometimes you would want a stable shot to show that to show a more cinematic look, but shaky footage like this could be an aesthetic for maybe vintage shots, film shots. So if you add like a film effect on it, it could actually work. So I'm going to just remove the first part. Move this back, and this is the clip that we're going to be working with. Alright, so depending on what's in your clip, sometimes there's people, other times like this there's just a plant. So when we have a plant like this and we don't have a direct target, we can easily just use an effect from After Effects, which is called Warp Stabilizer. And that's just going to stabilize our footage. But other times, we have people in our video, and that is a clear target. So the target would be the person's head, and if it's moving around, we would just follow and track that person's head. So this is pretty easy. All you have to do is just go in Effects and Presets. If you're not seeing that, Window, Effects and Presets. Alright, now in Effects and Presets, go in the search bar and look for Warp Stabilizer. So under Distort, Warp Stabilizer. Click and drag it on top of your clip. It's going to do some analyzing, meaning that it's going to run your clip and it will try to stabilize it based on what After Effects thinks is your main target. So you can see that down here. You can see up here, it's currently at 2%. I'm going to let this run. You can see 4 minutes. I'm going to let this run and then we'll be back to see how well it did. Alright, so it finished stabilizing my clip, but you probably noticed that it kind of zoomed in. That is because there's an auto scale. You can see it zoomed in quite a lot, and therefore we're just seeing this leaf. And also, I did want to mention something, that when you add a warp stabilizer, it will add it to the entire clip. It doesn't matter if you cut the composition short. So if you want only 4 seconds of this video, make sure you will trim the video and then get rid of the rest. Let's look at the options up here. First, let's see what it did. Can hit space, you can see that it zoomed in, but it is a lot more stable than it was before. And the quality is low because we're on third. This is what it looks like full, but it will be laggy. So if you saw your clip has bad quality, don't worry, it's because of this. Now the warp stabilizer did stabilize my clip, but I did end up losing most of my scene. I did lose half of my scene, so this may not be the best option if you have important things around your main subject. So come down to the auto scale. I'm going to open this up. You can see that you can set your own maximum scale. So when it auto scales, it will try to be below this guy, which right now is at 150. I can change this to 100 and it will maybe be 80 or 90%. Then if we go in advanced, we have some other things. And basically, this may work sometimes, it may not work in other times. You also have some results, smooth motion, no motion. Method, this is what we had, which kind of crops the video and is just trying to keep focus on the parts where there's less movement. So if you're moving your hand when you're filming, the movement would mostly be on the edges of your camera and the center would be stable. So it's going to focus on that stable part. Right, so I'm going to remove this warp stabilizer. See, we're back with the original clip. Another way to kind of make it stable is to maybe slow-mo the clip, which may not work that well, but if you want maybe a few seconds, it could work for you. So I'm going to get like 2 seconds of this clip, then right-click, time stretch. Instead of 100, we can go for like 70. And that is actually the wrong way. I'm gonna undo that and go back in here. So basically, because we're time stretching, we need to add a number greater than 100 and not less. So I'm gonna add a number greater than 100 and then come down here so it kind of loads. Now you can see it has slowed down my clip. And I'm just gonna close this off. So you can see it's slow, but it's not moving as much. Me hit Ctrl D to show a before and after. In the first one, I'm going to open up transform or just go in here, time stretch and turn it to 100, which is the original speed of your video. So this is the original clip. You can see it's moving a lot. The second one is a bit slower, but it's not moving as much. You can try this, it could work out for you. But I'm going to leave mine be with the slow-mo. I'm going to turn off the one that doesn't have the slow-mo. Right, let's look at another clip and see if the warp stabilizer can help us in different situations where we have a clear subject but it's still not a person. So I'll turn the visibility off for this, and I'm going to bring in the old tower video. So now our subject is clearly the tower. You can perfectly identify it, whereas in the first video, it's a tree and the leaf is moving around because it's windy. So we didn't really have a clear subject that is always in frame. Let's bring this back. And when I play this footage back, you can see it's still shaking. But I can see to this point, it's less. Basically, whenever you have a clip, the first part and the last part is going to be the most shaky. And as you come in the middle and you stabilize your hand, it's going to be less shaky. So you can see it's less shaky. And compared to the first video, the motion in this is a lot less. So let's try the warp stabilizer. I will click and drag. Before I do that, because I only want 4 seconds, I'm going to cut this to 4 seconds. Add that in, and I'm going to open up auto scale, and from 150 I'm going to put it to 100. So it does not scale in that much. And again, I'm going to wait for this to do its thing. You can see that it's 101 frames. It will go through this frame by frame and try to minimize the motion that your video has. So it's a lot more quicker because I only got 4 seconds. And another way to, we'll get into that with the human subject. It's a lot easier. Another way to minimize motion in your videos is to use the tracker panel. And we'll get into that soon, which is usually gives an interesting result. We'll see that together. Now let's see what this video turned out. You can see that it's a lot more stable. The reason is that we have a subject in the distance. Unlike the first video where half of our subject was out, because it's a leaf and it was moving a lot on its own, even without our shaking hands. And basically, this video is still moving, but it's a lot more gentle, and therefore that creates a cinematic look. Because there are times when you don't have a tripod and you just gotta do it with your hands. So just try to have a stable position using your legs as support, and of course a camera strap. But if you want to go a step further, you can always get a gimbal, which is like a tripod, but it's a lot more handy. Once you attach your phone or your camera to it, it will film your subject without the movements included. So this is pretty good. Gonna bring this guy back and kind of create a sequence. Open this up. Place them like this. So this was the first result. Slow-mo worked better for this one. Second result, we used the warp stabilizer. Alright, our third video is of a person. And close these off for a second. Come into 2 arrow things. Go to project, because that's where our videos are. I'm just going to bring in our final video, which is of human subjects. So you can see it's zoomed in. I'm going to go back, or you can just go here and just scale it back to fit my frame. There we are. Change this to fit. Alright, now for this, let's look. Let it render. This is also a handheld shot, and you can see the subject is getting further away, and the person who is filming this is also walking at the same time. So the video is going to be moving up and down, and we could kind of minimize the effect of motion with the tracker panel. But again, because you're moving as you're taking this shot, it may not be that perfect. Alright, I'm gonna cut the rest. Control-Shift-D, Command-Shift-D, delete the second copy. Bring it around here, and let's see what we're working with. So you can see the person's walking as they're filming, and the subject is getting further away from the camera. I'm actually going to use the part where he's a bit further, because once we use the tracker and the subject is really close to the camera, that can be a bit tricky because you would have to scale and position it. But if they are in a space where there is a lot of landscape around them, you can easily track it without having to do or having to lose any big parts of your footage. So I'm going to start from here. Remove the rest. The subject is moving further away from us, but we do have a lot of space around the subject. And I'm going to focus on this person because they're in focus, and that will be easier. You can see the other person hides behind our subject, so this will not be a good target for the tracker panel. All right. Let's bring this here. I'm going to close this. We don't need this anymore. And I'm going to get the tracker panel. You would have to get it, so go to Window, come down to Tracker. Then you can move it around if you want. You can bring it down here, over here, which is not a good spot. I'm going to drag it back to its original place. When you're video editing or animating, meaning that there's a lot of sequence, it's always a good idea to keep the longest part for the timeline and then keep anything, other panels on the side. That's what I like to do, at least. Right, selecting your video, you're going to go to Track Motion. Motion Source, make sure it's the video that you have. It's going to open up the layer on its own. You can see Production ID. This is the video we have. And then we're going to set the current track. I'm going to select my video. And we're going to go to Track Motion. And then come down. I want to keep it on Transform. Just keep it there. And we're going to get this tiny little box. Just zoom in to get the thing. I'm going to grab everything and just move it to the head of our subject. So any effects that we're doing is going to be on the person's head, because that's the thing that we can focus on and the thing that is separate from the rest of the body. I'm going to zoom in, and notice we have a cross in the center, and then we have two boxes, and that's track point 1. So this is your main target. This is where After Effects is going to focus on the most. And this little box just keeps it in place. The other box is where you're going to tell After Effects to look for this target. So if it's the head, there's going to be one point here, but the head is quite big. So we want to use the second box to tell After Effects that this is how big the head is. But if it was a tiny flower and like the flower petals ended here, you want to keep it small because you don't want to get it to focus on the background. So I'm going to bring this here and then just make this guy a little bigger. It's okay if you get a little bit of the sky. There's no problem. Alright, so now I have this box. I'm going to go in the beginning of my clip and do this from the start, not from the center, because it's going to track from the beginning. And here I can see that the head of my subject isn't really in frame. I'm going to move to the point where his head is in frame. Crop that. And then we're going to get the tracker and put it on the head. So make sure the target is always in frame. I'm going to go in a few frames and see if he moves out of my video. He does not. Alright, let's go from the beginning. Now that this is set, we are going to hit this analyze forward or this play button. And you can see that it's turning green. Basically, After Effects is going to track each frame and it's going to follow the motion of that target, which in our case is the head. So I'm going to let this run. It will take a while. It also depends on how long your clip is. But after this, we're going to see how we can enhance this property. Alright, so I let it do its thing, and I also cut it so it's not that long. And now that we're done, we have to put all of these motion onto something else. And that's where a null object comes in handy. So go to Layer, New, come down to Null Object. Hit that, and then we're going to go into Tracker, select the video, go to Edit Target, make sure that it's on the null layer, hit OK, and then we're going to hit Apply. Make sure it's X and Y, hit OK, and once you come in here, you can see this red box just following around the head. And then we're going to get a camera layer. You can see if I go on the null object, these are all of the positions that the tracker panel chose for us. So then go to Layer, New, Camera Layer. Make sure you have all of these. 2-node camera. These guys should be the same. Name it if you want. Hit OK. It does not affect 2D layers. We have to turn these 3D later. Hit OK. And we're just going to use this spiral guy and put it on the null object, which is called the pig whip. I just like to call it this spiral thingy. And now we're going to make the null layer and the video layer into 3D layers. So right now you can see I don't have that option. Go to Toggle Switches / Modes. Now I do. Just turn on this cube icon on null 1 and your video. Now it's going to work well because camera layers do not work on 2D layers, just like we saw. Now these two are 3D layers. So let's hit the spacebar, just let it load. Bring this resolution back to 3rd. I'm going to let it load and notice how it moves out of frame. This just means that we need to do some scaling for this clip. Let's see that again. This is the product we have, but we need to fix the positioning. Alright, so I'm going to come to the point where it's most out of frame. And then I'm going to go on the video layer, hit P for position. And we're just going to position this guy. This is the X value. Just bring it to the center. We also need to scale it in a little bit. And then of course the Y. Want to go down and make sure it's in frame. Alright, and I'm going to go back. See that we still have that problem, so now I need to scale in my clip. So on that layer, also make sure you do not turn on the stopwatch, because that will be a keyframe. Hit S on the video layer to bring scale, and we're just going to zoom in our clip just enough so we don't get the person's head out of frame. Or if that is the case, just go back to P and move it down along the Y-axis, or up in our case. Just like that. Let's see how it looks. And you can see that it's a lot more stable. Just in the beginning, it's a little bit confused. That's fine. Again, that's because the person who took this was moving up and down as well. But you can see after he stops walking, so here he's walking, and then here he's not, you can see that it's stable. Alright. So I'm just going to cut it to the point where he stops walking. The person who took this video, that is. Alright, so this is a point where it's just moving normally. Alright, hit M on that video layer. Now we have 3 clips that are edited and are ready for some color grading. Gonna go back. This was our first clip. Then we had our second clip. And finally we had our third clip. And in this lesson for 3 videos, we used 3 different ways to stabilize our shots using different methods. One of them was a really simple one, which is just slowing down your clip. We use slow motion for this guy, and you can see it's a lot more stable. We use an effect for this guy. It's pretty good. And finally, we use a tracker motion for this clip. So 3 different ways to edit your shots. I'm just gonna close my workspace at where the video stops. All right. Now we're ready for some color grading. All right, so what we're going to do is to create an adjustment layer. That's where we're going to put our color grading so that it's separate from the video. And if there was anything wrong, we could always maybe delete that layer or go back into properties and change it. The reason why we don't put it directly on the video is because we're trying to avoid future problems. Like if we added an effect to the video directly and we added like maybe 13, it's going to be hard to figure out which ones is which. And if you want to like lower the opacity of that effect, you'll end up reducing the opacity for the video itself. So when it's on a separate adjustment layer, you can reduce the opacity of all of the effects in that layer without affecting your video because it's a separate layer. So click your timeline and we're going to go to Layer, New, Adjustment Layer. Place that on top of everything and just have a look at your clips and see if they have something in common. All of my clips except for this guy, they were shot during the day, they're well lit. And as you can see, they're pretty bright, the first 2 clips. So that way, because they have similar lighting, I know that I can use a similar adjustment for both of these videos. But for the last one, after trying and seeing that it didn't work, I could add a separate adjustment layer for this. Alright, go from the beginning. We're going to bring back our effects and presets. Go to Window, Effects and Presets. I'm going to close the tracker panel. We don't need it anymore. And look for Lumetri color. So this color correction effect is the basic one. It has all of these settings that you will need to start out. But if you want to add something special, then you would have to look for other options that we have. Click and drag Lumetri color on top of adjustment layer. You saw that nothing happened because we didn't add any effects yet. So if you've edited photos before, these should be pretty familiar to you guys, like exposure, highlights, shadows, and basically anything that you need to change the lighting and the color of footage. So I'm going to go back from the start and I'm going to add some settings. You can add a custom LUT, which is just some, I guess, filters that you can add. You can make your own, you can browse it. You would download it online and then browse it here. I have some here already and you can see once I click, it will change my video. And you don't have to use them. Sometimes they don't look that good. Like right now, I'm not happy with what I have. I'm going to set this to none and I'm going to use my own input numbers. So let's look at the temperature. We said it was a sunny day, so that means we need to make it warmer. So make sure you do not turn on the stopwatch as always. We want these to be permanent for the entire clip. And it may take a while before you can see the preview of your effects. So just let it load. It may take some time, but it's worth it. gonna add some contrast to the clip, darken the shadows, and we're going to increase the highlights. You can set this to maybe 5, I don't want that much. We're going to darken the blacks, maybe increase the whites. And remember, the whites are usually parts of your colors as well, so be careful. It's not only the white things in the frame. Come down and I'm going to go into saturation, and if you open this up, you have a slider too. Just going to reduce the saturation a little bit. It's a bit too intense. Right, and then come down to creative. We have some other options. Actually, I'll bring this back. Right. So you can make this a faded film. If I add this, it's going to kind of make the video flat. You can also not use this if you want. Faded film is also a vintage look, so if you have like nostalgic shots, you could add faded film to add to that effect. We also have some options for look, like we did with the LUT. Again, you would download these from online, but by default, you should have some options from Adobe. If I click this, you can see the thing, and you can always change the intensity. So I can make this less intense. There we are. And just go through them and look for something that I want, and I could combine this with what I already have. So I'm going to come back here, just reduce the colors a little bit, reduce the highlights, add to the shadows, add a little bit more contrast. I'm also going to remove the temperature. See, it's cold now. You can add a tint, change the white balance. Let's come down here, and I'm actually going to add like a pinkish tint to the leaves. You could add tints to the shadows. You can make it like cold if you want. We can always change and balance the colors as well. Let's go for a warm effect, and you can always double click to reset what you did. Alright, coming down to curves. This is the most helpful slider. You can always just skip these guys, the tone, you can reset it, and then you can just edit alone with the curves panel because it's just really helpful. And currently I only have this one look, so I'm going to see how it looks with the curves and decide whether or not I want to keep that look. Just kind of move this around and see which lighting is good for my footage. I'm going to remove this, set it to none, so I have my original clip. And I could just work with these, move the sliders around to just set the shadows and the highlights. And like I said, I prefer using this guy rather than the tone. It's a lot more easier to use, and I usually get better results when I use this guy. Work with the midtones a bit, make them bright. Keep the shadows a bit darker, and this is my video. And if at some point you saw that your clip is maybe a little bit too green, too red, too blue, you can always go here and remove that by adding the opposite color. So the opposite color for green is magenta. And if you're moving it down, you're adding magenta. If you're going up, you're adding green. I'm gonna let this be. We also have some hue and saturation. Gonna come down here and see what I have. Some color wheels. And yeah. Gonna maybe make my clip a bit faded. Better yet, we could just go up here and add a negative for the contrast. Alright, so we did some stuff. We changed the lighting, added some vibrance, and I'm just going to close the curve panel. Just delete it. Close this and add a little bit more. Actually, the color is fine. So this was our clip before, and I turned off the visibility for adjustment layer 1. Turn it back on, you can see we added some things. The highlights are still a bit too high. Just gonna lower that. So again, before, after. So we made the clip pop by color grading. And I just did some basic stuff. Obviously, if you want to add maybe a tint to your thing, you can close the search bar, go down to color correction, and you have a lot more stuff that you can use. You can add a photo filter, a tint, some vibrant, and just anything that works for you. I'm gonna go to, let's see, let's add one for hue and saturation. So these will be separate. You can always close and see how much you have. You can reset them if you didn't like any of them. And you could add a tint to your overall look, maybe a purple tint or a blue tint. You can do that down below. Alright, so you can add a color range if you want. You can add some saturation to your clip. I am seeing that my clip became a little bit too yellow. I'm going to go back in here and actually it's good. Close that. We added some saturation. You can add a color range to that. So you can see it's completely changing the color, and you can see the wheel here. So you can go for maybe a colder tone, a warmer tone, or anything else that you want. I'm going to leave my leaf be. I'm going to see how this looks on my I guess beach video, and it looks fine. But if it wasn't, you can always just cut this and make another adjustment layer for the second clip. See how it looks on the third one, and it's looking good. So you saw that I didn't need to add a separate clip for a separate adjustment layer for this video. I am seeing that this video, the second one, is a bit zoomed in, kind of rotated because of the warp stabilizer. So I'm just going to scale this guy. Go on that layer, hit S, and just scale it in so you don't get those black spots once you're letting it stabilize. So now it's all in frame, and I'm pretty happy with how my thing looks. And also, this little box you see is not permanent. It's only for this guy. You can also cut both of these layers short if that is bothering you, but it's not something that will stick on your video once you export it. It's only there in After Effects. Alright, so we made some cool stabilizing effects. We added some color grading. Obviously, you can spend a lot of time and make things the way you want it. I'm going to Control-Shift-D on both these layers and just remove the extra bits. And I was thinking on the water shot, I want to make things a little bit more, I want to make the water a bit cyan. So I'm going to go in the beginning of the clip, layer, new adjustment layer, just bring it to where this guy starts. And end it there too. Okay, now let's go to, I believe I saw it somewhere. Change color, apply to that. You can change to color. I'm going to go for, I guess, a cyan. Let's see. Go in the beginning. Hue transform. Actually, let's try something else. It's not a suitable thing. Gonna look for maybe vibrance. Add it on that. Gonna increase the vibrance for the water. It's a really nice blue color. I want to keep that, but I didn't want the vibrance to be increased for the other videos. That's why I made a separate thing. I'm gonna add a selective color, and I'll just delete this actually. So in the selective color, I'm gonna go for the blues. Got a lot of blues here. You can add some cyan to those blues. You can see the color is changing. You can remove some of the yellows if you want. And let's add some magenta. So this is just changing the color of the blues that we have. This is the before, this is the after. It's mostly focusing on the sky. So I didn't quite catch this. I believe that's a bit green. Let's try cyan. If I'm gonna check to see. Okay. So now we have the correct layer. Hit that to 0. And add some cyan to that thing. Reduce some of the magenta, make it a bit brighter. Just makes it look cool. I'm gonna go back to blues and just kind of darken it. Actually make it lighter. Just experimenting to see what works well for my preference. Give back some of the yellows. And alright. This was the before, it's the after. I just made things a bit more greenish with more cyan. And now we're done with our video. Gonna hit the spacebar, let it render, and then we're gonna see the final clip that we made using stabilizers, different types, and some really easy and basic color correction that you could add to kind of enhance your videos. The names are pretty self-explanatory, but it's always helpful to bring one in if you think that the hue and saturation could help you. Just bring that in and test to see if that could make your clip better, or if you just prefer maybe vibrance. There's filters, there's levels, which is the lights and darks. There's the exposure, the curves that we saw was that diagonal line. There's tints. You can work with the shadow and the highlights. You can add a filter. And just all sorts of things that you could potentially use when you're editing and color grading your video. You can see it's under color correction, so this all relates to the colors of your clip. So that was how you color grade and stabilize videos in After Effects. These all relate to cinematic looks. If you're trying to edit videos more professionally, you should definitely go for good color correction. If you don't know where to start, you can always just download some online and then learn as you proceed to use those guys. You make your own custom ones and see what works for you. So I hope you guys enjoyed this lesson. I will see you guys in the next one. In this lesson, we're going to learn how to replace the skies of ordinary videos and add a really cool background, such as a space background, a sunset, a cloudy sky, and so much more. So we're going to make our composition. But first, we're going to import our stuff. So we have a lot of videos. We may not use all of them, but it's good to have choices. Maybe you want to use a different one. You can just bring them in. And we're going to make a composition out of the base of our footage. So this is our first base. You can see it's just a regular mountain landscape. And then we're going to do something a bit more complex that requires more color grading with a galaxy background. Alright, so for this video, we just have a really simple shot, which was done on a tripod. So it doesn't shake as much. and let it render. So this is the video, as you can see. We just have this simple shot of this mountain landscape. Just gonna bring this down. So I'm gonna make a new composition and just bring it in. 30 seconds. Alright, so I'm gonna play it back here. That way we have space for maybe stretching the video. So until this part, it's good. You can see after that, it kind of shakes. So I'm just gonna cut this to 5 seconds. And then like that, we have a still video with minimal movement. And that will just make things easier for the sky replacement. So we have two cloudy sky options. I'm going to try both of them out. Sometimes it may not work so well. You may have to use the other one. So I'm going to go in the effects and presets. I'm going to search for Luma key. Add this on the video. Then we're going to go to key out brighter, because as you can see, it's only the bright part. I'm going to add to the threshold until the sky is gone. Don't worry about here. We can always just duplicate our layer, which I forgot to do. Delete that. Control D on this layer. So we have two now. And on the one below it, I'm going to turn on the visibility for the first one. We're going to add Luma key and just do what we were doing. Key out brighter. Add to the threshold until you're not seeing the sky. Also move in a few frames and make sure the sky does not appear. It doesn't. And then feather the edges just a little bit and add to the edge. I guess there won't be a need for it. Just play around with these until you're happy with the way it looks. Alright. So now I'm just gonna bring back my second clip, deduplicate. Let's call this Luma Mountains. So I know that I applied the Luma key to this, and call this the just mountains. Right. Get the pen tool and just go around the mountains. It doesn't have to be perfect, but try to get. Also leave a big space between the edge and here, because we're going to be feathering things out. Let me do that again. Bring this here. Go up here and just start to roughly go around the mountains, creating curves at times, like so. Cut the handle if you need to. Just adjust things until you have a nice outline of the mountain. Alright, so now we have cropped this out, and we are going to just feather things out a bit. So on the mountains layer, hit M twice to open the mask properties, and we're just going to feather out the edges of the video. Also work with the expansion, just bring it down. As you can see, it's a lot better than it was. Just keep working around with these feathering options until you're happy with it. So before this mask, we had like a lot of empty spots. Now it's filled in. And we're left with a skyless landscape. So now we can easily, let me close that composition. We can easily bring in our two skies and see which one works better. So just click and drag it below the Luma Mountains. So this is one sky option. Then we also have this. Turn off the audio for this. So it's either this or this. You can see both of them work. But also keep in mind that when you're replacing skies, you want to make sure they have similar lighting so that it will be easier for you to color grade. Because when you're first starting out, color grading may not be your favorite thing. So try to get something that they're both shot during the day and something that would make sense in this real life scenario. So you won't have to do that much color grading. But after this, we are going to see a bit of a more complex example. So if you were interested in color grading, then that example will help you out. But this one is just a simple sky replacement, just for you to learn how to do it. So I'm going to play this. And the thing is that these two cloud videos are time-lapse. So I need to slow them down, or at least if the mountain videos was long enough, I could make the mountains video faster. But the thing is that we only have 5 seconds of this, so we could only slow down the cloud video because we have so much of it. Right, so that was with the first video. Let me look at the second one and see which one I prefer. I think I prefer this one compared to the other one. Actually, this is better. So I'm going to just delete this, but if you guys prefer the other cloud, you can bring it in and it's the same process. So choose whichever cloud you like. Alright, so I'm going to cut this really short like this, and then we're going to time stretch it. So right click on the clouds video, go to time stretch. We're going to go for like 150. A little bit more. I wanted to reach the edge of this. Let's try 200. Alright. Now let's see, let it render. Let me cut this. Okay, we should slow it down a lot more. Let's go for 300. And just cut the extra bits. I guess the 200 was fine. So we do have minimal movement with the water as it is. So it's not that strange. Just gonna leave it like this. Close this off, and now all we have to do is to first fix the edges of the mountains and then continue to color grade our clip. So this was the mask. I'm gonna zoom in. Let's see if so it's not the mask, we have to deal with the Luma Mountains. As you can see, if I turn off the visibility of the mountains video, we're barely getting anything. We just have this little halo effect, which is not that big of a deal. I'm going to turn this off and go to Luma Mountains. Go to Effects Control, and we're going to maybe add to the edge thin. There we are. Now we're not seeing that white line that we saw. Turn this back on, and we do have, I think we overdid it with the edge thin. Let's try 2. Alright, there it is. Bring this back. There we are. So now we don't have that white line. But instead we're getting the sky. Remove the threshold again. Zoom in. Alright, now it's better. Also, make sure you go in a few frames. And now I know that I have to remove the feathering of my mountains layer a bit. Hit M twice. And just remove the feathering. Zoom in. See this again. Alright, so we're getting some bald spots. Just bring back the mask expansion, and now we're not getting those bald spots. Just gotta keep working with these things. And you can always just bring down the mask if you saw that the effect is not taking place in one particular part. It's just a matter of playing around and seeing what works best. Alright, so now it's looking better. We have the mountains in one spot, and we have the sky in another. I am noticing something like this. Let me just bring down the mask. Keep doing that. As you can see, the mountain kind of blends in with the sky, so I don't have to be perfect. Bring it down, and there we are. And it's looking alright. Okay. You could also create a mask path if you saw that there's some glitches going on. I'm gonna turn that on, the keyframe. Get my hand tool and go into the location where it's like glitching. Hit play, and then I know that in this part I need to maybe add another point and just bring it up so I'm not getting that glitch. Again, we're getting that, so we're going to just add to that until we're not seeing the glitch. It's good here. And then here we can see it's starting to show the white bits. Go around here, create a point. Go to the point where it's like going up. Bring down the mask. And there we are. Gonna have a look at this. And now it's looking good. So this only happens because the shot wasn't stable. We could go in with a warp stabilizer, but that will just make things too complicated. So if you want a perfect shot and you want to take the video yourself, just make sure it's on a tripod and there's no movement, so you won't have to deal with these moving mask problems. Okay, so now that we have this, let's get to some simple color grading. Hit M to close the mask properties. Go from the beginning, and we're going to add some color correction. Just go in the color correction tab, and we're going to first think what is off about the sky that is not fitting in with the background. And that is the number one, the light, and then a bit of the color. So to do that all together, you just need Lumetri color, click and drag on top of the clouds layer. So now on the clouds layer, we have a lot of options. Start with a basic correction, or better yet, you go straight to the curves. This is my favorite. It gets things done a lot better. I'm going to lift the shadows like this because it was a bit too dark. Then we're going to kind of remove the contrast. And then maybe add to the highlights just a slight bit. And now we have brightened up the sky. So we can see, simple, really easy. What we can do is just remove some of that blues, go to the blue curve and just go on the opposite side. You can go down just to kind of darken it. And then we can go to the colors, close curves, and go here, the creative panel. And we're going to work with the vibrance and all. just remove the vibrance tiny bit. Like so. And I think we're good to go. Let me go in a few frames. Okay, so no, we've kind of made it gray. So I'm going to add to the vibrance. And we're good. Let's also add a hue and saturation. Click and drag on top of the cloud video. Actually that's a wrong thing. Go to selective color. Delete hue and saturation. Go to selective color and then change the colors to blue because we have blues. And this is where we get to kind of mess around with the color itself. So whether you want to add more cyan, remove cyan. So if you're removing cyan, we're going towards the red side. If you remember the opposite colors, I'll say them again. So the opposite of cyan is red. The opposite of magenta is green. The opposite of yellow is blue. The opposite of black is white. So if you're setting cyan to -100, you're making it more red, as we can see here. If you're adding cyan, you're making it really blue. So we did want to add some cyan. Just a little bit. We want to add, remove some of the yellows. Let's make it more blue. Want to add some blacks to kind of darken the color. And also remove some magenta. Better yet, we should actually add some magenta. Remove some of the cyans. It's a bit much. Let's add to the blues. Let's add some yellows. There we are. Just a few tweaks with the color. You can also add some magenta. And now it's looking better. So just with a few tweaks with the color and the brightness, we have now color graded our sky. And to show you a before and after, just open up effects. This was the before, and this is the after. So we made it brighter, and we made the blue match up with the landscape that we have. Alright, so we easily replaced the sky of this footage. I'm going to let it render. And this was just a simple way to do it. There are more complicated ways where they track things, use 3D cameras, but for simple footage like this, you don't really need to do that. And if we maybe slow down the cloud, let's go to 50. Or you could just get a cloud footage that isn't moving this fast. Okay, I'm not going to stretch it even more because it's going to get pixelated. Just if you want to do this for your own purposes, get a regular cloud video. You can film it yourself. Just make sure it's not a time lapse like this is. I just brought it in just to show you how you can color grade skies. Alright, now that we're done with the easy example, let's get to the more advanced, and that is a galaxy sky background, or just a galaxy for the sky. So delete everything, or just delete the composition. Go to project, and we're going to make a new composition, comp 2. It's going to come here, and now our base video is this. This person taking a walk, and you can see this footage is a lot more still compared to the first video. It's not moving, and clearly we can see we have a nice sky that we can easily remove. I'm gonna also put this to 5 seconds. Just go with a time indicator. on the layer, Control-Shift-D, delete the other bits, cut the clip, and now we can see it's just a guy walking towards the sky, and it's a perfect opportunity to make him look like he's walking towards space. Okay, so our background videos, we have this guy. And actually, before I forget, I had one more clip for the mountains video. I had a bird clip that I wanted to place on top, so just do that now. And it's pretty large. Let's make it less. You can stretch it out if you want. Try to get the whole situation. I do want the edges to meet, just in case the birds decided to... Hold on, let me... Okay. Just in case the birds decided to fly this way. And now we're going to go to search for key. Go to color key. Apply it onto birds. And I'm also going to cut this. Let me see if they're flying in the beginning. Okay, we got a bunch of birds flying. Click and drag it here. Control-Shift-D. Delete the rest. Color key on this bird video. Just grab the eyedropper tool because we have a flat blue, unlike the first video where we had the clouds, we had a sky, so it was different colors. So here we just get this, and then we're going to remove the color tolerance until we're not seeing the sky. And again, move in, make sure it stays that way throughout the clip. Okay. I'll let this play, and I'm actually realizing that maybe the birds are animated. Are they animated? I want to see if they're real birds. Okay, they're animations. You can just leave it for a fun touch. It's not going to be realistic. But I'm going to let it render. And then we can maybe lower the intensity of their existence. So because the birds are animated, it will create a kind of synthetic look to your work. So if you do want it to look real, just get footage of real birds. And you can see because we set the video for as long as this, when this guy flies away, he does not get cut off halfway. He completely goes out the clip. All right, let's hit T on this and just kind of lower the opacity. Oops, it's a lot. Very tiny bit, like 87. So they're not as visible. You can also make them smaller if you want. Just gonna leave them be. All right. Again, it's kind of synthetic. You can leave it in if you want. I'm gonna leave it, it's fun. All right, let's go back to the other composition. So this is our background. I'm going to turn off the audio. This is the background that we have. You can see it's a really beautiful galaxy video. And we're going to try to put behind the guy. We also had another one, I believe. See the clouds. Okay, now we only had this one video. It's okay. We're going to leave it be. So with this video, we're just going to do the same, cut it short, or as long as your video goes on. And I'm going to turn on the man video again. And here we can also use a color key because it's a rather flat color. We won't use Luma because we have some bright spots. Though we may end up using Luma, but let's try the color key first. Get the eyedropper tool and just click in a place. Oops, remove it until we're not seeing the thing. And again, we have to do the feathering option. Let me try the Luma key, see if this will help us. Key out brighter, threshold, bring this back. All right. So regardless, we do have to create a mask, but this one is less than this. So let's stick with color key. Turn on the FX, the visibility, open this up, and we can feather the edges. And then add to the thin. Oops, maybe 1. Okay. And let's Control D the layer. Oops, the layer. Go on the layer, Control D. On the second one, we're going to delete effects. And on the first one, I'm going to turn the FX back on. So on the second one, we're going to do the same thing. Get your pen tool, again, further away from the composition. Create these points so we can feather out the thing. And if you did see you have some tiny details, you can easily get rid of them. So you don't have to deal with them bringing in some of the whites. And we're just going to hit G, switch between H and G to switch between the pen tool and the hand tool. Just go around like we did. We don't have to use mask path in this example because we just don't have a lot of movement with the main video that we have. So this is a great thing if you want to help yourself out. You should get a footage that does not move as much, because then you would have to spend time trying to figure out the path of your mask, and at times that could get frustrating. We're going to feather this out anyways, so it doesn't have to be perfect. Just get a nice outline of the person. Alright, so we have this. Again, we have to go hit V to get to your selection tool. Let me rename this. Let's name this copy. This one, key. So I know this one was keyed out. This is copied. Right, now I'm going to have a look at this. You can see even the guy is disappearing. We just have to do some feathering with this guy. Hit M twice on the copy layer, and we're going to first reduce the expansion, then add to the feathering. And zoom in on the guy and redo what I tried to do. Just once you feather it out, these parts will not be as visible because they're turning into this faded white color. So don't worry about that. We're going to add an overall color correction, so that will not be that visible. And I'm going to bring this down. Alright, let me bring this back to fit. Click away and make sure my character's visible. He is, but we do have some halo effects in here, so I'll have to just go in here and I left a lot of space. Just simply bring these down so you don't have to deal with the things, the issues. Just bring them here. Let's work with the little curves, the handles, just making sure that we're getting everything with the little things, and just bring them down here. Again, you can also cut parts of the mountains. Since we're going to darken the entire work, it's not going to be that visible. But do be careful about around the person, the human subject. Try to get a nice selection from him. Use the handles to add curves to certain areas, and the smaller you make the handle, the less curve it's going to have. So just keep that in mind when you're adding curves. And if you wanted, you can always add a point like I just did. So you're not limited to the points you made before. It's an odd shape. Bring this here, cut the curves a bit, add a point, and then add a curve here, and another one here. Hit edge. And we're just perfecting our mask. So once we do add the feathering and all that, we don't end up cutting half of the project. All right, I just have to get the last point and just bring it down. All right, it fits. Oops, made a new mask. Hit V, click away. And now we just need to reduce the feathering. Click away. And just remove from the expansion. Click away, and it's a lot better. And if you did see that the mountains and the human are not working well together, you can easily create a third duplicate and kind of dedicate it to the main subject. So don't worry too much if it's kind of making your human subject fade out like that. Okay, I'm gonna go in the key version. I'm going to turn this off for a second. So we're getting these lines, and I want to make sure that that does not happen. Change edge thin to 2. And I'm going to remove the feather. Alright, so now we're not seeing that. Turn this back on. Now we're just dealing with whatever happens in this layer. Reduce the opacity, and now it's a lot better. I'm going to create a third duplicate, Control D. And in here, we're going to just focus on the person. I'm going to first get to the pen tool and just click and then hold to unleash these. And just kind of cut out and delete the points here. Just focus on the human. Alright, I have 2 points. Click and hold again. Get the regular pen tool and just hold on. Because that's our first point. I'll create one here. Then I'll delete this guy and just bring this down. Delete that too and that. So now I should only be getting the guy and some of the rocks. The rocks aren't important. Just get the guy, and we're going to go in the mask option and just reduce the feathering. And again, in the second copy, let me close this, rename this to person. Oops. Person. Turn off the visibility. Go to this copy, and we're going to delete the person from this mask layer. Just get that and just delete the points completely, because the feathered parts that we did for the person here, it's going to show up in the other one, and that's not good. So go in here and we're just going to remove the mask expansion. Let me zoom in. So now we have a sharp outline. So it fits. See how that looks. And that's better. Our subject is sharp. He's looking a bit strange. Let me bring those parts in and just feather things out. Again, being careful with the edges that he has. Okay, so now we're good to go. Remember, the person is blurred, so that's the blurring we're seeing. He's not going to be sharp like the place where the camera is focused on, which is these rocks. So now that we have this, let's close these. And first, play this and see how it goes. So we have a nice sky and this person moving away. And as we can see, we have a problem because he's moving away. And I'm just going to try something first. Let me turn off the visibility for this. Open up my key, reset this, get the darker color around him. Will that work? It works better on the person at least. Add to the tolerance. Alright. Then add this, so that way we won't really need the person. Let me turn off the person layer and play this back, see if he gets... Okay, you can see he doesn't get that extra light, so we just need... we have to just choose the right color. Now in the copy, I am going to see where the problem is first. Okay, we have some empty spots here. Gonna go into copy. Let me bring this below, so just in case we need it, we can bring it back up. Hit M twice on copy. Let's reduce the feathering. Play this back. And there we are. Alright, so now we can easily go ahead and start with the color grading. And just for you to know, the clip gets brighter on its own. Sorry, darker on its own. So that's just the clip and it's not our feathering techniques. Bring these two layers back on and we're going to start color grading. So for color grading, we need to do a lot of things. The first one, let's just open color correction and see what we can do. So first of all, we need to add a bluish hue to the entire thing because the person's going to outer space. So I'm going to create a new adjustment layer. In here, go right click, new adjustment layer. On this, we're going to add hue and saturation. Then we're going to hit the colorize option. And we're going to choose, just work with the slider. We're going to go for like a bluish color. Should I go on this blue? I'm not sure. Just playing around and seeing what works best. I guess a blue like this needs to kind of be purplish too. We can increase the saturation or decrease it. Let's stick with the number it chose for us. We can also add or remove the lightness. Alright, so on this one, on this adjustment layer, let me name this colorize. I'm going to hit T on colorize and just reduce the opacity. Just bring this colorize on top of Galaxy. So it's like a little bit of decolorizing, although let's try that here. Just kind of dim down the whole thing because it is kind of night. I mean, it is night. So let's also darken our clip by, let's create another adjustment layer so I can access these separately if I wanted to do some adjustments. Let's call this light. Brightness and contrast, drag it onto light, and we're going to first reduce the brightness. It is night. And also just add to the contrast. So slowly we're turning this into night. And let's see what else we can do. Let's add a curves as well onto light. Darken the shadows. Want to make sure he's really dark, and the only brightness that's going on the rocks is from the sky and not from the clip, because the clip was shot during daytime. Reduce the highlights too. Let's darken the midtones. So this part needs to be darker than the sky because he's going against that, and our camera will capture something like this. If it were in a situation like this, let's also do more with the shadows. There we are. Because the person is going directly into the light source, it needs to be really dark. And let's have a look. Need to be careful about the part where the sky turns darker. Okay. And also let's go in the, close these two. I'm gonna make another adjustment layer. Again, it helps when you have separate layers. Right click, call this Lumetri. Gonna add a Lumetri color. There it is. Put it on Lumetri. And we're going to just go in the color wheels and add some colors to the different tones. So we have the shadows. I want to set a, let's go for a bluish effect. Bring it in towards the middle so it's not as vibrant. We have the highlights too. Let's kind of add a purplish tone to it. And the midtones, I'm not going to touch them. Instead, I am going to maybe, let's try lightening up the shadows, the colors that we added. So it's a little bit lighter. The highlights, let's do the same. There we are. You can go in here. Actually, there's no need. Go into creative and just reduce the overall saturation of the clip. Not too much. For 63. Because color is not that visible in dark places. We're only seeing the colors when there's light. But because we're trying to create this magical space effect, that is why we added these color tints to the shadows. But again, if you don't want them to have that color effect, you can simply just remove colorize, which actually looks better once I remove it. It's gonna go on colorize, hit T, turn this instead of 55 to maybe 30. Let's try 20. Okay, so I did want it to be a little bit tinted, the entire thing, but I do want to see the nice colors that the sky has. I'm gonna let this render, and I'm gonna see if there's anything else that I need to do to just enhance this whole composition that we created. Alright, so this is what we made so far. We colorized it, we cut out the area completely. I do want to do something. This is completely optional. You don't have to. I'm just going to get all these, Control-Shift-T, delete, and let's go here. Move this. So what I want to do, which is optional, is to create these little balls. I don't know if you guys can see, but there's these little balls going around and they fade out once they go behind this mountain. And I feel like when we add it, as in this will definitely make it look like this is one real composition. So I'm going to just do that. Let me delete this. And let's create shapes. Long click the rectangle tool to get the ellipse tool. And we're just going to delete, we don't need the stroke. Click on stroke, then do that. I'm going to go for a white color because they are kind of white. And I'm just going to create these little balls of light. Where's the one we created? Let me see where it went. Okay. So this is a bit too big. Let's make it smaller. Hit scale on shape 1 and just... Oh wait, that's not the thing. Let me create my shape once I'm zoomed in. So I know exactly how small or how big I need to make it. So we can see it's this little thing. I'm actually moving the lumetri color. I'm gonna lock all of these so I don't move them. I'm trying to move my shape and my shape only. See, I moved this entirely. Bring it back. There we are. And just lock all of these little things. Okay. I'm going to right click, pre-compose my shape 1. Okay. And let me see where it was. So it's this tiny dot here. It's not that visible. Double click on that so you enter this spot, and I'm just going to keep creating these little dust, I guess. Click this. This is our shape 1. Go to contents. And we're just going to copy this. Control D. And then Control T. Oops. Not Control T. That's another program. Hit V and hit P actually. Better yet, we could just create them so they're not identical. I feel like if it's too identical, we'll kind of ruin the fact that this is a regular, real composition. Just create these little dots. Can't really see. Should zoom in. Little dust particles that are going to be flowing towards us in the thing. Okay, and I'm just gonna get the thing tool. Let me see if I move the position. I'm gonna be moving them all. Alright, let me change something real quick. Alright, so to make sure that if you're going to create these separately, I made them in one layer, but if you wanted to make them separately and you want the anchor point to be in the center, remember we could do that easily by going to Edit, Preferences, General, and then we would just have to check a box, which is Center Anchor Point in New Shape Layers. Hit OK. That's if you want to create them separately. Because we created them like this, and before that I'm just going to save my project. I saved my project, Control S. I made them in one layer because I don't want to deal with the whole editing and animating each of these tiny particles. So you could do that if you want to, just make them in one layer. While you're on that layer, just zoom in and so you can see your shape. Get your tool and just make little dusts. So this is going to be adding within the contents of the shape layer 1, which we already pre-composed. And just try to make as much as you want, as much as you feel like is realistic. I did see a lot of those particles in the background video, so I'm trying to match that just to make this play the parts. All right, zoom out. So now I have these particles. Let's change this to fit. I have these particles that I'm going to animate soon. But before that, I'm just going to go in here and have a look at what I can do. Fill 1, ellipse path, position. Alright, so what we can do is to just blur out these guys. Simply search blur for your effects and presets. If you're not seeing this, window, effects and presets. Get to blur. Let's just get the Gaussian blur. It's my go-to blur tool. And add some blurring to these guys. We want quite a lot actually, but to the point where we're seeing the inside. So you can see they're glowing now. And now, speaking of glow, we're going to add a glow effect to this. Add glow. Now they're glowing. And what we're going to do is to just add to the radius. Let's add to that. I'm going to zoom in on one of the particles so I can better customize it. Hit V. You can, not seeing a preview. Low intensity. And you know what? This is fine. You can remove from the threshold. I'm gonna leave it be. And if we just reduce the blur, it will look more realistic. I'm actually going to add to the blur now that I'm looking at it from afar. So now we have these glowing particles that we're going to add to our clip. If you go back to comp 1, we're getting these little dots everywhere. So I'm gonna go back in here and I'm going to just go on this, hit S. Because the anchor point is from the center and the center is from where the guy is showing up, I can make it appear from that position. But if not, I could make it come from another place, but I think that's actually a good place. So we're going to hit S, make it 0. So we're not seeing anything. Turn on the stopwatch and we're going to go all the way to the end. Zoom out and just expand it past the composition. So it's like going out of frame. Let's go to like this much. So we have some in frame by the end. And I'm going to go in the comp and see how it looks. Play it. So now you can see we're getting those little things on our layer 2. So now they're connected. We're getting some outside and we're getting some inside. We do have to work with the transparency. Hit T on shape 1 and remove some of that opacity because it's not that vibrant. And now we have a factor that is connecting these two guys together. Unlike before where it looked kind of fake. As in the particles existed in the back, but as soon as they got to this part, they went behind this, and that is not a good sign. So it's always a good idea to add elements on top of your entire work to make it match the scenario that you've created, which in my case is this magical galaxy moment. We could also, to intensify the feeling, Control D on shape 1, right click, transform, flip horizontal. So we're getting from 2 different directions. Right click again and just do it vertically too. Flip vertical, so we're getting 2 different things. This is just a lazy way to increase the particles. You could also go in and create another shape layer, make it a pre-compose the layer, and then just add different circles, work with the glow and all that. But this is just a lazy way to do it. And now you can see we have a nice galaxy video. It's only 5 seconds, but you can make it as long as you want. And using these simple techniques, you can create this. And I'm not liking how they're traveling together. So what I am going to do is to just cut this around half of the previous one. Control D, duplicate it, and then bring this here. We're going to go in the end of this, hit T, and create a stopwatch so it fades there, 0. And we're going to do the same thing in the back, although we don't need to because the whole thing does not fade at all. So now we have this, and then halfway disappears, and it disappears, and then another one starts from the center. So that creates a more random appearance for those little particles. And yeah, so that was how we can replace the skies of footage using the mask layers and some key effects that we have in our effects and preset panel. We started with an easy example, and then we proceeded to go with a rather, I wouldn't say hard, it was more of a advanced editing, which, as you saw, it was doable, and we created this. So as long as you follow the steps and use the footage that I have kept in the resource pack, you too can create this. You can also take it to the next level, maybe add like a green colorized effect on top, so it's kind of with aliens. You can add like a snow overlay. Basically combine things that you have learned so far to make the best out of your clip. So I hope you guys enjoyed this rather long lesson, and I hope to see you guys in the next lessons. So you came back from your recent trip, and then you look back at your footage only to find unnecessary objects or people in your videos, and you just wish that you didn't capture them, and now you're trying to get rid of them. So in this lesson, we're going to see how we can fix videos, and by fix I mean removing unwanted objects and also adding to the camera blur if needed. And then finally, after doing that, we're going to export our footage and see just how we can export things in After Effects. So let's go ahead and import our footage. We have 5 videos. Just drag them all in. Now let's start with the removing unwanted objects. I have 2 videos for that. Start with this one. Just drag it into your composition. Change this to fit. So I have this video of this person with their dogs, but there's this one dog in the back, which may be his dog, but we're just going to assume that it's some random dog, and it may be ruining the footage for the person with his dogs. So I'm going to let it run for a few seconds, maybe 4 seconds. Cut the rest, just because I want everything to render quickly for this lesson. Hit N to bring in your workspace. So this is what we have. This random dog in the back is just jumping around, and we're going to get rid of him. And to do that, we're going to need something that is relatively new to After Effects, which is the Content Aware fill. If you've worked with Photoshop, that should be pretty familiar to you. Essentially, what it does is that you select an area, and then the program, which was originally Photoshop, is going to figure out the content around that area that you selected, and it's going to use those elements to fill up your area. For example, if I selected this dog and I ask After Effects to perform the Content Aware fill, it's going to look around the selection, which was here, and it's going to replace this dog with these little waves. So that's how it works, and it's a really cool feature when it comes to videos, because we all have that random object in our footage that we wish we didn't capture. But as of 2019, there was a new tool introduced to After Effects, and that tool allows us to fix the issue and for us to not deal with those unnecessary subjects in our footage. but I would highly recommend that you are on the latest version of After Effects, which is the 2021 version currently, and that way when we talk about a certain panel, certain effect, you're getting the exact same options and the exact same effect, so that if you have an older version, you're going to get a completely different outcome compared to what I show in this course. So make sure you have an updated version. All right, let's go ahead and get our Content Aware tab. Go to Window, come down to Content Aware Fill. It's going to show up here. Let me just drag it here. And so this is what we have. Essentially, it's just a black screen and some alpha stuff, and we're going to get into them soon. So what we want to do first is to mask out the person, the object that we want. So I'm just zooming in, getting my hand tool to just get real close to the object. Hit G on your keyboard to get the pen tool. You can see the mask icon. Make sure you're selecting it or else you'll get the star icon. Select the layer, get the mask icon. Just create a big box that surrounds that object. So this is what we have. And what we want to do is to create the alpha channel. So open this up or just hit M twice to get the mask properties. Instead of add, go for subtract. So you can see the video is like that, but we have a black box here. All right, so the problem is that this is a video and the dog is moving around. Let me hit this to none so we can first determine the mask path and then we can change that. So when I play this video, you can see this dog is just going everywhere and that little box will not be sufficient for him because as we go in, you can see he comes out of that box. So what we need to do is to just activate the mask path, turn it on, move into the time where he's getting out of frame, which is here. Hit V on your keyboard and just Control T, move the mask here. Move in more. And then we're going to, again, Control T, move it to the right. And we just have to do this and make sure the subject is within our mask layer, no matter what, until the end of our footage. It's going to come here, Control T, move the box here. You could also make the box bigger with the pen tool. Edge. I don't need to because the dog does not like stand up or jump really high. But I do need to do it right now. So all you need to do is just get the pen tool, hit G on your keyboard, click away, go on the mask again. And we're just going to, you can also just double click and expand it actually. Expand the mask. Now let's make sure, I'm gonna go from the beginning, I'm gonna hit Etch and go in with my time indicator and make sure that the dog stays within frame. And around here, I do want to make the, let me delete this because we're going to be feathering the edge. I don't want his tail to be feathered out. Do that. Go with the pen tool and just double click to expand the mask and just put it here. Then let's play it back. You can see it gets bigger. Just making sure that, okay, we get the same problem with the tail. So around here, I want to see, where was it? It was here. Double click, make it bigger. Delete this one. The less points you have, the better. So if you saw that maybe you need to delete some points and then replace them with new ones, feel free to do that. And I'm just going to make my mask bigger for this entire footage. Should have done that from the beginning. Not too big, but enough so the tail doesn't like move out of the mask. Double click, move it here, make it bigger if needed. Alright, and I'm going to play this back slowly and make sure that the dog is within my box at all times. Playing this back. And I guess in the beginning I'll also delete this and just make the mask bigger. Oops, I went in the layer. Click one of the corners and then do that. Let's play this back and see if it's all good. We do have an issue here, which I'm going to fix by just deleting this, opening this up, making it bigger. Let's see. Alright, so we should be good for this. We have our dog just completely within the box. And now we can go ahead and just change this from none to subtract. So now it's black instead of the opposite, which by default it would be add. So everything would be removed except for the area that you selected, but subtract is the exact opposite. So everything is there except for the selection. So now that we have this, we're going to go in the Content Aware Fill tool, and we're going to add some alpha expansion because we do want the edges of our new fill layer to be feathered out and for it to blend in with the existing footage. And to do that, we need to expand the alpha a bit. Let's go for like 14, just a good number. And then below that, we have some fill methods. I'm just going to quickly explain what these are. So the one you would use most would be the object, because when you film things, the subject is going to be moving around. And a lot of times the camera itself is going to be moving around too, like our example here. So if you are dealing with an object or a person that is moving, and so is the camera, just a lot of movements, you want to go for the object fill method. And this is going to be the most helpful. But there are times where your video is still and the person or object is placed on top of a solid background. Let's say it's like a painting, something like that, and you want to get maybe some small detail out, you would go for surface. So when you choose surface, you have less movements. And edge blend would just be the edges of whatever you have. Could be a picture or something. But you wouldn't be using this that often, but it's still good to know what each of them do. The most helpful one will be object. So I'm just going to choose that. We don't need lightning correction. And then down here you can choose the range. You can either choose work area, which this is our work area that we brought down to 4 seconds, or you could choose entire duration. I'm just going to leave it on work area. The entire duration would be your full video, which we trimmed down to 4 seconds, but if it was full, it would do the entire 7 seconds, even if our workspace was down to 4 seconds. And then below that, we have the create reference frame. Basically, what this is going to do, it's going to open this into Photoshop. And in Photoshop, you would do the content aware fill yourself. And then After Effects, it's going to use what you did in Photoshop and apply that to its own process. So if you do know Photoshop and you saw that the fill layer wasn't generating properly and there was some issues, you can always just create a reference frame and kind of help After Effects with the task. So we have generate fill layer. Before that, it's going to ask you to save your project. So just go ahead and save your project. All right, I saved my project and then it's going to start analyzing everything. You can see we now have a fill layer. I'm going to let it do its thing. If I bring this down, my timeline, you can see it's analyzing. Down here, it's going to take a while. Depends on how complicated your object is and how long your video is. So it's going to first analyze it, and then it's going to fill it in, and then it's going to render. Simple process. So I'm going to let this do its thing, and I'll be back so we can see how well it did. Alright, it finished analyzing and rendering and all of that. And you can see the dog is gone, but it's a bit sharp. We need to fix that. And by fix, all we can do is to just feather out the edges. So let's bring back our timeline. Alright, I'm going to close this info panel. We don't need it. So as you can see, we have a fill layer. And if we solo this layer, you can see we have this little box. If I get rid of this fill layer, we have the original black box that we saw before we use the content aware fill tab. So what we can do is to just bring this below. As you can see, we're just getting the mask thing. So like we would with any other mask layers, we could just feather out the edges, maybe work with the opacity, and just do things that will allow for a nice little blending. Okay, I'm going to play this back and see exactly what's going on. So you can see at some points it's nicely blended in, but in other times it's a bit sharp. As you can see, it's kind of weird, but that's just how the blending works in this place. Once you look at it from the back, we are like everything is smooth until like things start to get smooth from this point on, around 2 seconds. And in here, it's nicely blended in, but in the beginning, it's a bit, I guess, sharp, you could say. So you could do this multiple times if you need to get the perfect thing. See here, it goes down like this. So this is what we have. We could do this again to make sure it's better. And let's actually try that. Or better yet, we'll try it with another video, so we won't make this lesson too long. So, if this was your problem, you could just easily add to the alpha expansion. Clearly 14 wasn't enough, so in the next video we'll add more, and hopefully we won't get these sharp bits, which like we said, it's only visible like in the beginning. Here on, you can see it fades out, and we're not really seeing the dog as much. Alright, so this was the first video. Now we got an idea of how this thing works. We can now move on with the second example and use what we've learned with the first one, which is related to the alpha expansion, and apply it to the second video. So the second video was, I believe, this guy. Click and drag it onto this box to make a new composition. You can close this if you need to, but you can leave it on for reference, just in case you forgot what the next steps were. You can come in here and notice that it's subtract, and then you can open this. It may help you, so you can leave this on. I'm going to come here, and now we have another footage, and what I'm trying to get rid of in this one is this little rock and this little thing in the back. Not sure what that is. So we do have a rather long video. It's 40 seconds. So I'm just going to crop this to 5 and then expand the workspace. I'm gonna let it render so we can see what we're working with. So compared to the first video, we have a still object, which, by the way, you could easily use the clone stamp tool to get rid of it because it's not moving. but we're going to focus on the content aware fill, and this will be relatively easier because we have a rather stable area all around this object. So by default, content aware fill needs to look at the areas around, and it should be able to do a decent job compared to the first video where it was on the wave line, which could be different with each frame. But here we have a rather still and stable object. All right, so you can see the camera is moving, but it's not shaking. It's simply just zooming in onto the 3 subjects that we have. Let's go ahead and just do what we did before. Get the pen tool while selecting your mask, your layer, and then just go around and zoom in if you need to. Just go around and create like a rather large thing. Hit M twice to open the mask properties. Set this to none so you can determine the mask path. I'm going to move in a few frames and see if I even need to. Okay, I do need to because it goes to the corner. Simply turn on your mask path. Go into the part where it starts to go to the right. Hit V and just hit Ctrl T to move the mask a bit to the right. Move in a few frames. And I'm still going to just bring it a little bit here. I do want to make sure it's in the center and not in the corner. The last part, using the anchor point to place the subject in the center. So once I play this back, or just comb through it with the time indicator, I'm gonna go here actually and Control T, just bring this a bit to the right, the left, sorry. All right, so now I'm looking at my clip and it's completely within the box. Now we can go ahead and set this from none to subtract. We have this black box now. And again, just we're gonna add to this alpha expansion. Let's go with 25. You can see it expands it. But again, because we don't have much going on around the subject, the object that we're trying to get rid of, this will be a piece of cake. Now, the thing is, we have 2 different objects that we're trying to get rid of. And the thing with the control aware fill is that you cannot, the content aware fill, is that you cannot do multiple things at once. So I need to create one fill layer for this, another one for this, and another one for this. So it's not like it's not something that you can maybe hold down Shift to add to that selection. You would have to do it separately. All right, fill methods is still object, and we're just gonna hit and ranges work area, generate fill layer. It's going to do its thing. We already have the layer, and again, we have to wait until this finishes. I'm gonna close this and just open this up a bit so I can see the analyze bar as it's progressing. So again, I'm gonna wait for this, let it do its thing, and then I'll be back so we can, so once this is done, we're going to make, I think we can go with a long mask. Let's see if we can, we'll see if we can fit these 2 into one long mask layer, and then we'll do this again with the same process. I'm gonna do both and then I'll be back so we can continue. All right, so I did the mask thing for both of these areas. As you can see, we have 2 fill layers and we have 2 mask layers down here. So because we had the horizon here, we do have the same issue as we did in the first video. And for moments like this, it's a lot better if you could create a reference frame in Photoshop, but I won't be getting into that because that would be a Photoshop tutorial. But if you do know how to use Photoshop, all you have to do is to just click this and you're going to get a PNG sequence where you could remove that object yourself using either the clone tool or the heal tool, anything that you want. And then you're going to just bring it back here to help After Effects better analyze and remove the objects. All right, I'm going to close this and we're just going to bring both of these fill layers below the video layer. like that. And then in the video layer, I'm going to open this up, go to mask 1, hit M twice, and we're just going to feather out the first mask feathering. You can see if I go past 26, we start to get these black lines. So try to do it just before you start to see them. And like we said, because this area there isn't much going on, this had a lot better result compared to the one on top. But we're still going to try to fix the second one. So go in mask 2. And we're also going to feather it out just before we start to see the thing. So when I go past this, you can see after our mask, we have this area, and that's where the alpha expansion comes in. So the 25 that we added is the area between the mask that we created and the outline here. So I can just do it like so. And I'm going to close this off, play it back to let it render first. Now for this example, because we have our main subjects in the front and the objects that we didn't want in the back, we could actually fix this further by adding a camera blur effect. So we're going to make it look like whoever took this video had created a depth of field, and therefore the stuff in the front is sharp and the background is blurred out like a real camera would give a result. So I'm going to let this render, but you can see we don't really need to do it here. We're mostly going to focus on this area where you can see there's like a patch of the sky, and that's not looking very natural. I'm going to zoom out of this. Also click fit. Like it's really in the back, but it's still kind of noticeable. But once we add a nice little blurring effect to the back past this third subject, like from here, we could make things look better. Just a little bit more. And I'm going to explain in a second why we are not using Gaussian blur and we're using camera lens blur instead. When you search blur, you have a lot of options, so it's important to know which one to use and which one is going to be best for the result that you're looking for. You can see it's in the back, not looking so good. Pause this, go to the effects and presets and search for blur. And come down to blur and sharpen. You can see we have a lot of options. So we're going to go to camera lens blur. So the camera lens blur, as the name says, it's going to imitate the blur that you would get from a real camera lens, which lets you have a more realistic look as if the video was already blurred like this. But when you use Gaussian blur, you're using a really clone-like blurring effect, and that's not something you would get with the camera lens, because the camera lens, it's going to blur based on the focal length, but the Gaussian blur is just going to blur everything at once. So you're going to have kind of repetitive blurring pixels all around, but that's not the case with the camera lens. Just click and drag it on top of your video. And here we have a lot of options. So I'm going to set this to 0. And the iris properties is basically the eye of the lens. And this is more visible with like when you have lights in the background. For example, it's nighttime and there's like street lights. You would be able to see this property a lot more better because you're going to be creating bokehs. And basically, they're like these little circular light things. And when you change this, you're changing the amount of blades that the camera would have. So if you've seen maybe movies of, or just any image, let me actually get one so it's easier to explain. So I just came to Google just to show you what I mean. When we add more to the sides of our pentagon, we're going to get a round bokeh effect. Like here, you can see it's circles, or even down here. So if you go all the way down to the largest sides of our pentagon, we will get a circular thing. But if we choose a go at the top of our drop down. Let me just come back here. So the first option is triangle. So this is 3 blades for our camera lens. So this will give us a bokeh effect with sharper edges. But if we go to the one in the back with the highest number of sides, we're going to get circular bokehs. So that's basically what it means. But in our examples, the ones that we have, we don't really have night lights to see this effect clearly. So I'm just going to quickly bring in an example so we can see how exactly this works. Gonna drag this into this guy to make a composition. You can see here we have some street lights. And we're going to apply this on top. And we get to choose the thing. Let's go for a pentagon. Add to the blur. Oops, let's go for like 15. It's too much, 30. But you can see we're getting these sharp edges. Let's try 20. There we are. You can see we're getting these sharp edges. But if I go all the way down to decagon, we're going to get a circle. So this is this guy. This is the one we had before. So it's sharper when it's closer to the top. So if you go on triangle, it's literally triangles. So this is how it works. If you want a circle, just go here. You can add to the roundness if you want. Make it circle. Add rotation and just anything else that you want. But this is basically how it works. And if you play this, it's going to be here for the entire clip. I'm just going to comb through to show it to you. You can see it's there, no matter what light it is. So that's how this works, but we're not going to be getting to the iris properties for this video because we don't have a problem with the iris. Turn this to fit, and we're going to just add to this thing. Let's try 10. See how it works. You can see we blurred out everything. We are on hexagon. Now you could add a blur map. I'm not going to. And instead of adding this camera blur to the entire clip, I'm just going to delete that and just add a blurring effect directly on the content aware layers. That way I can keep the sharpness of my subjects. So I'm just going to get Gaussian blur on top of the content aware sequence. Yeah, that was it. Just drag that on top. And I'm just going to blur this out. And we're just blurring it out. Just go to the point where you're not seeing the black bits. You can see now it's a lot better. So this is the before, this is the after. Zoom in. Before, after. So you can see it's a lot better than it was. And we just used Gaussian blur. Alright, so it's a lot better now that we have blurred it, and it's going to look like this. We're going to try the camera lens blur on another video. So this was how the content aware fill works. Let's go to another video. Let me just delete that composition. Let's get another footage like this. Drag it onto this guy to make a new composition. And this is an instant where the camera lens blur will look cool. We have these two subjects that will look nice with this effect. So Control D on your main layer, and in the one on top, we're going to get the pen tool and just roughly go around, or better yet, we could just roto brush this dude. Cut this to a really short amount. I don't want this to take too long. Just cut this here. Get the roto brush, this guy. And this is the top layer, by the way. Click twice to enter here and then get the rotor brush. And just select both of the subjects. Make sure that all the parts are in. Get the little belt here. And a bit of her hair. And hold down Alt to remove. So I'm going to remove this little area. There we are. And I'm just going to close this guy for a second. And then we're going to freeze this. Hit play, let it freeze this. So what we're going to do is to apply the camera lens blur in the back because we want our main subjects, which are these two people, to stay focused while the background is blurred. Alright, so now we have the video. I'm going to come back in here. If I turn off the first video, you can see we have our subject like this. And the first video, the video that we just roto brushed, I'm going to add some feathering. Let me turn the layer below it off. Just add a few feathering options. Did realize half her face is gone. We can add to the edge. And I'm going to leave this be because it's placed on top of the video. It's not going to be that big of a deal. So now that we have this, we can go ahead and get our effects and preset window that we just closed. Get the camera lens blur on the layer below, not the one on top. And I'm just going to turn off, let me first name it. Name this to subject. And then down here, let's call this blur. So turn off the subject layer for a second. We're going to go on the blur layer and we're going to just get our pen tool. And we'll roughly zoom out so you can get a big selection. We don't want our mask to be moving around. We're roughly going to select the area that we want blurred. So you got to think of this as a real camera would do. So it wouldn't make sense if everywhere except for these guys are blurred out because that's just not how cameras work. Cameras have the focal lengths, so that means that the things that will be blurred will be in the back, which you could see it's already a little blurred, and I'm simply going to just add to that. Alright, so what we're going to do is that now that we have our subject pulled out, we're going to just get camera lens blur, put it on our blur layer, and we're just going to add until the area is good. Now we have to mask this blur layer and just remove this area. So just grab the pen tool and we're going to just select from the area where the blur would start, which would be around here. And just roughly go around your subject. We could always come back and just make it perfect with some feathering and all that. So don't worry if it's too much. And the sky isn't that important because the sky doesn't really get blurred out. It's just a flat color. But what is important is that you select around your subject. Zoom in for a better look. That way we get a more precise selection. Bring this in closer. You can work with the handles if it's maybe too tall or too short. Select on your last point to continue the mask. Switch between H and G to just make things faster. Cut the handle, get the hair, and just go around. Bring this a bit higher and just go around the edge, which we went a little too high. I'm going to delete the last point and then select out and try to expand the mask a bit larger than you usually would. So now we have this blur effect like this, and I'm going to duplicate this. Delete the effects and the mask from this layer. So I'm going to rename this to BG for background. So now we have the blur. We just need to feather it out so it looks more natural. Go to the mask one, just feather the mask completely. Like so, you can see it's feathered out. And I'm going to close this off. Fit. Click away. Now we have a nice little blur effect, but 27 is too high. Gotta always go for a low number. Let's try 10. Maybe 15, 14. Just to get a more realistic look, hit M to close everything. And now we have a realistic blur effect. I'm gonna let this render. It's only 5 seconds. Actually, it's only 1 second. And we now have a nice blurring effect in the background. You can see it stays still, and our subjects are sharp. This is what it would look like without our roto brush layer. You can see it's kind of rough, but once you add this, they're sharp. Let me zoom in to show you guys what I mean. This is without it. You can see the edges are blurred out because we feathered the mask, but if you turn this back on, it's sharp again. So that's why we have a roto brush layer. And yeah, so that's how you use the lens blur effect. It's a lot more realistic than Gaussian blur, like we explained. And now we had like one more video. You could use this video to practice your blur, but since the lesson is really long, I'm just gonna end it here. And now let's say this is your video and you want to export it. So exporting in After Effects is actually pretty simple. I'm gonna Control-Shift-T to just get rid of the rest. I'm going to delete this one. You have a 1 second clip. Go to Composition, Add to Render Queue. You're going to get this. Render Settings. You can click on it. You usually want the best. Make sure resolution is full. Because we set it to third here. Make sure it's not third. And usually we'll just leave everything as it is because it's the original video's thing. So like the frame rate, the size, just let it be, hit OK. And then we have output module. Make sure it's lossless. And also here's where you get to choose the format. So if you want an MP4, just go to QuickTime. This is MP4. But you can choose AVI, MP3 if it's just sound, W8V if you want, just anything that works for you. But the default or MP4, where it's the formats that is acceptable everywhere. Just get QuickTime to get that MP4. Post-render action, like you're telling After Effects what to do after you have exported this video. Usually I would just go with none, but if you wanted to import something, you would do this. And channels, we'll just leave it be. The original footage settings will be here. Hit OK. Log errors only, let that be. Output 2, this is where you choose the location, and until you don't choose a location you cannot export it. So just click here. And I did forget to mention something. QuickTime is actually MOV, not MP4, but MOV is still acceptable. Just choose that. Hit OK. And now we have the render button. We also have the Q in AME option, which is Adobe Media Encoder. That is a separate program. But I'm just going to hit render. And it shouldn't take that long. It's just a 1 second clip. You can stop or pause. And we're just going to wait for this to export. And then you will have your very own clip. So if you do want MP4, you will have to export it to Media Encoder. And the whole purpose of that program, there isn't much to learn about it, is to export things to different formats. And that program is actually really helpful, especially if you want to continue your work in After Effects, but you want to export things at the same time. Just make sure that your computer can process all of that activity. So that's how you export videos in After Effects. It was really simple. And again, if you want to export into different formats, you can just download Adobe Media Encoder and just export multiple videos at once. If you are planning to get more advanced with video editing, animations, or just any sort of editing that requires motion, I would highly recommend that you get Adobe Media Encoder. It's going to help you out a lot. So I hope you guys enjoyed this lesson, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Alright, in this video, we're going to look at how we can use text in videos and kind of create a commercial look to it. So we're not just putting regular text, we're going to animate those text and also add some elements on top of our videos to kind of recreate that commercial look that we see on TV. In your resource pack, you have 5 videos and you have 1 sound effect. I'm not going to use this, but this is basically a swoosh sound effect if you wanted to use. But we won't be using it here because I'm doing a voiceover. But adding sound effects and sound designing in general can really elevate your video. So let me explain that quickly. I'm going to import the videos for now. And I'm going to go on one of the videos, for example, this guy. You can see that this person is typing, right? So if I add a typing sound effect with the video in the background, I'm kind of enhancing my video and I'm allowing and kind of attracting the person who sees this. Their attention is going to be immediately caught because first they hear the clicking sounds of the keyboard and then they see that this person is typing. Another example, we have this video. I'm going to put it on top. This person is typing on their phone. So again, we can get a sound effect for phone taps. And that's going to enhance our video. Audio design also applies to the transitions you use. For example, the swoosh sound effect that we said. I'm just going to play it real quick. I'm going to bring it in. Bring it up here. Just listen to what this is. Oops, the video has audio. Just remove it by turning those 2 off. Again. Here it's like a whip sound, but for example, if you're doing a transition of this video, quickly moving out of frame, you can add this effect to add to that professional look that a lot of video editors add. So it's not just about placing your clips together, color grading. Audio design is really important. And you want to make sure that by using the correct audios, you are attracting people's attention and you're enhancing the feeling that is in your video. So if you have a beach video, you want to add some wave sounds, maybe some seagulls, and yeah, anything to just elevate your video. I'm going to delete this. And if you wanted to get sound effects, there are plenty of free ones on YouTube. And on other places, you can either pay for them or get them for free, as long as you give credit to the person who recorded that. So we have 2 videos right now. We have this person typing, and below it we had this person also typing, but on the keyboard. So what we're going to do is add text and kind of create a commercial. And it's not a full commercial, we're just quickly getting over the basics. So I'm going to think what my so-called commercial is going to be about. And I came up with like a Wi-Fi commercial. Like there's this app that just makes Wi-Fi faster. So we have this person who's frustrated, he's typing, he can't get his work done. And then we have a clip of, oops, I turned off the visibility. We have a clip of someone typing on their phone, so that's our app, the app that we're creating this commercial for. And then we have 2 other elements. We have this bar, turn the visibility off, bring that in just to quickly show you guys. Scale it. So you can see we have this bar and it's on a green screen, so we can easily key it out and place that on top of our videos. And finally, we have another thing. We have this video. Gonna load, turn off the sound. We have this video of a hand just turning the clock hands, I guess. We have this. I believe we had one more thing. Yes, there it is. And this is our final video. It's just an animation of yes and no. And the yes and the no is being checked. Alright, so I'm going to combine all of these together and make a simple commercial. So my opening shot is going to be the guy who is typing. Drag that in, remove the audio. I'm going to go from the beginning. You can see he's frustrated. And I'm going to come to the point where I'm happy with where it starts. Right before he starts getting frustrated. So you can see here he's frowning. I'm going to cut the beginning. Come back here. Then I'm going to add a text that says, "Are you tired of slow Wi-Fi or bad Wi-Fi?" So I'm going to just cut this for about 6 seconds. And there's our clip. Let's go ahead and create a text layer, which is where we're going to write what we just said. I'm going to get these panels automatically. I'm not going to need I might need it actually. I'm going to just click anywhere and start typing. 36 pixels is too little. Let's make it bigger. In all caps, "Are you tired of bad Wi-Fi?" Now you gotta look at your font as well. Usually in commercials, they don't use such a sophisticated font. And usually they use really bulky and chubby fonts, which is what we need to use. Let me see how this is. Control A to select all of your text. And just go over, like this is a good font. You can see it's bold and it's pretty big. This is what we want because we're creating excitement with commercials. We want people to be pumped about the thing that we're creating this commercial for. All right, and I'm going to add a question mark because it's a question. Bring this down here, and then I'm going to look for a place. See if this is the right place. Okay, cut the rest of my text layer, Control-Shift-D or Command-Shift-D. Alright, so the first thing I want my text to do is to kind of come in the frame. Just suddenly appear in the frame. There it is. I'm gonna go from the beginning, hit P, go on the X, which is the first one, and move it to the left until it's completely out of my frame. Right, now I'm going to turn on the stopwatch. Come in a few frames maybe. I want it to come in really fast, so I'm going to go only a few frames and then bring it back to where it was, which I believe was somewhere around here. Get both keyframes, F9. I'm going to have a look to see if the speed is okay for me. Let it render. And because we're having a motion, you can also add motion blur, which is going to help with this quick transition of text. And this is an example as to where you can add that sound effect, because we have this swish motion that we can use a sound effect for. So you can go ahead and just add this guy below. Let's see the real-time speed. It's still rendering. I'm going to cut it just so I can see the speed. Alright, so this is too slow for me. I'm going to bring in the second keyframe closer to the first. Then I'm going to turn on these little three circles. Turn it on for the text layer. So now it's going to blur when it's in motion. You can see it blurs and then it comes back. Without this motion blur, it's going to look something like this. So it's going to hold its sharpness as it's coming in really quickly, which is not looking so well. So we want to make sure that we add this motion blur. Go back. It's looking good. All right, so we asked a question. This is where the green screen yes or no would come in handy. So I'm going to wait for the point where he gets angry. That's where I can add the yes. I'm going to go around here. This is where I'm going to bring in the yes and no. Then I'm going to wait until he gets angry, and then I'm going to add the check mark. So let's find the checkbox. Bring that on top. Alright, so we have a green screen issue. It's not an issue, a situation. I'm going to make it rather small. Bring it here. Now let's, on that layer, let me just quickly name this. Call this checkbox. Call this laptop, I guess. Now on the checkbox layer, go to Effect, come down to Keying, and then Key Light 1.2. Make sure you're still on there. Get the eyedropper tool and just click that green. It's gone. You can also go ahead and create your own if you know how. We'll get into those in further lessons, but basically what we have here is a text coming in, and then we're going to have this animation, which is still rendering. I'm going to wait for the point where he gets frustrated. Still waiting. I think it's a bit too far. May have to trim my, okay, there it is. It's a perfect snapshot. So I'm going to trim my video. That way I don't have just some extra space where he's just typing. Okay, so this is exactly where he gets really angry because he's tired of his bad Wi-Fi. Go back to where he is still normal. And again, your After Effects will lag because you have a lot going on. It's normal, just gotta be patient. But again, it helps to close all of your other tabs, other programs, and also bring down the resolution. So I'm gonna bring this guy somewhere, both of these guys actually, the text and the checkbox, exactly here, or where the thing starts to appear, the checkbox. Because in the animation you can see it immediately goes to check the yes box. And hit play. So he gets angry and the checkbox is going to exactly go on the yes when he's like really freaking out. And I wanted to stay in this position because we saw the animation after it checks the yes box, it's going to go to the no, but we just wanted to stay on the yes. So we're going to go on the checkbox layer, Control D, or actually Control Shift D, we should just trim it. On this layer, we're going to right click, time the second checkbox, time, and then freeze frame so it stays this way. Just going to remove the rest of the clip. So you can see when we go in through, it's still yes, and we've frozen the animation. I'm going to stretch this back to 6 seconds. He's still angry. Right, now the problem is that our checkbox is just suddenly appearing, and we need to add a cool animation so it's fun. Let's lay this back. Thinking we could make it a little bigger. It's a little too small. Select both layers and just make it big. You can even bring it to the right. See where the box appears. Go in. And okay, so it looks like a regular questionnaire. And I'm also going to animate the beginning of checkbox, not checkbox 2. I'm going to close checkbox 2. On the first box, we're going to go exactly where it appears. Hit S. I'm going to make it like pop in. So we're going to go to, just remember the number, it's 75.2. Go in, hit 0. Turn on the stopwatch, come in a few frames, exactly where he's about to be angry, and just type in 75. Right. And let me actually make it like a bouncing effect. So instead of 75, let's go for 65. Then a few frames in, we're going to make it 75. Let's see how that looks. Hit the space bar. So you can see it comes in and the thing is there. Also going to turn on motion blur on checkbox, the layer that we added the animation. Play that back. Let me just select this part so it quickly renders. Comes in and he's angry. Alright, I don't like the second keyframe. I'm going to remove the 65 one. And instead, in between the two, I'm going to add a number greater than the final number. So greater than 75. Let's go for 90. So essentially it's just going to appear, grow, and then shrink. So yeah, that's what we did. Gonna make this bigger. And we could also add a position keyframe for our video. So maybe it fades in, which is what I'm going to do because it just suddenly starts and it's not looking so good. Hit T on the laptop layer. Put 0 for opacity. Turn on the stopwatch. Come in few frames and then 100%. Then we're going to get both of these guys, F9. But we're not going to add motion blur to this because there's no motion. It's just fading in. If you want it to fade in slowly, I'm going to cut this so it renders. If you want it to fade slowly, add more space between the two keyframes. But if you're happy with the way it starts, which I am, you can leave it be. You want it to be faster, move them in closer. Let's come to where it ends and see what we made. I'm going to let it render just in case it may lag for you guys. So we did our first scene. We need to do 3 more scenes, and if you have maybe a fun music, it would really help with the mood of a commercial like this. So, you know, it will look the part. So there is the thing. We're going to add a animation to move to the next screen. So the next screen I would say would be the clock thing. So like you don't have time. And yeah, just a little bit more and then we can get started on our next scene. Alright, so this is the video we had. It fades, comes in, person is typing, and then here is where the text comes in. And then is the questionnaire. He gets angry. And we also need to reposition the second checkbox. Forgot to do that. So this guy is, let me do that again. Just delete checkbox 2. Increase the first checkbox, or the only one now. Control Shift D or Command Shift D if you're on Mac, then right click on checkbox 2, time, freeze frame. Now it's going to be the same size. Let it render and you can see it does not change the size throughout the effect. There it is again. Look at our final product. Again, a fun music would really help with situations like this. Alright, now let's move on to our next video. Gotta select all of these guys, hold down Shift, select them, hit M to close the properties. Go on checkbox 2. Gonna look for the second video, which is this clock. Bring it on top of checkbox 2. It's going to cover the entire thing. But we're gonna hit P. Let me actually name this clock. On the clock layer, hit P. And again, on the first number, which is the X, we're going to go to the right. I want to kind of swish inwards from the opposite side because the text came in from the left. We're going to use this scene to come from the right. You can also make it come down from up or down. Turn on the stopwatch, and we're going to have to move it around. Let's open this up. You want to leave some space where it's still on top. So move this guy here. We want it to be there from the beginning. And then here, we want it to move in really quickly. So close here, we're going to just drag it back to so it covers the screen. Just click and drag to the left. And you can see it's blue because my stopwatch is turned on. We can also add motion blur to this because there is motion. I want to make sure everything is done smoothly. Again, grab both keyframes, F9, and we're going to turn on the motion blur icon on the clock layer. Going to cut the workspace so it can quickly render, so we can see a preview. It's going to render, and then we may have to move the clock layer a bit more forward. Or actually, it looks cool. Alright, so this is what we did. After he's angry. It's rendering again. Let me come back here. After he's angry and did all of his shouting, the second screen is going to come in, and you saw that the edge of it was blurred. That's because of the motion blur effect. Let's look at it. You see it's blurred, and now we have our second clip. Let's open this up again. Now we're moving to the right. So now this guy comes, and we can see he's kind of moving the clock handles. Alright, I just realized that I made my composition to be 14 seconds. That is because I made one out of the video. Let's make a new composition. Right click, new composition. Let's go, I guess 30 seconds will do. Hit OK. And I'm just gonna shift all of these. Control C, Control V. Just bring them in here. It's loading. Alright. Now we have some scaling issues. Let's zoom out. First video is scaled out. Bring it in the center. You should always do this from the start. If you're planning on doing a sequence, you need to make a separate composition so it looks the part. Let me hit Control Z. Let's do it all together. Grab everything and just move them to fit the screen. see where the text comes in, and I would just have some repositioning to do. You delete production ID. Delete that. Now we only have composition 1. Alright, turn this to fit. Just gotta move things around a bit. Go on this guy. And I'm just going to reset the position. Actually, we could just change the Y thing. Actually, let's just do it again. So this can happen if you do not create a customized composition for your sequence. You will have to deal with some positioning and scaling like we are right now. I'm just gonna hit V on my keyboard to move things around. Turn it off, and I'm just gonna do that again. Then I'll be right back. I'm just gonna do what we did in the first composition and just kind of reposition it here so it runs smoothly. Alright, so I cleaned it up a bit, and this is the product that we had. So always make sure you make a separate composition and then bring in your clips, because the composition you make based off a clip is only going to be as long as a clip. So we made ours based off this clip and it was around 14 seconds. But because we made our own composition, we now have 30 seconds to work with. Alright, so this is where we stopped. And let's start putting the text here. Just gonna grab everything else. Shift on the other ones, hit M. Just keep this guy on. Let's call this clock. Alright, so on clock, we're going to get a horizontal type tool. Select, bring it in as to the time where we determined. There we're going to, I forgot to type. Let's do that again. Do this, and then we're going to write maybe stop wasting. The wasting is too long. Let's think of something else. It's called like start now. I'm gonna make a start here. The color is not right, so let's choose black maybe. Hit Control A and then hit black. So we can see the text. Start, bring it down. I'm gonna write maybe start now. Start using our app now. Drag it to where we chose. So it's just going to be like start, and then here, I'm going to make another text right now. Alright, there's a now. It has the settings we determined. Now I want to get a ruler to make sure that these guys are placed evenly, or I could just go to Window, go to Align. On the Now layer, we're going to go on the horizontal guy, this guy. This guy will bring it in the center. So we're going to go on the other layer and hit that. That way the position is balanced. Right, go back to the selection tool and bring this guy here. So now it's just going to be this guy moving the clock. Then it's going to say start and then now. We can add an animation later. But I'm going to choose another color. I'm not too happy with the black. Let's go for gray. Copy the code. That's better. Go on this guy, select the text, Control A, go on the color box in the code place, Control V, and now we have identical colors. Right, then I'm going to see how long I want my clip to go for. Let's go for like here. Select all three, Control Shift D, delete the second parts. So start. I'm going to bring this guy a little closer. Right. Now I'm going to think of an animation for this guy. Since I want to keep it exciting, I think maybe we make the start come from below and this guy come from above. Just so we can keep the excitement. Hit P on your keyboard on the start text. First bring it down. I'm gonna hold down Shift and then bring it down. Control, sorry, not Shift. Just make sure that I stay within one line. Turn on the stopwatch, move in a few frames, and then go on to Y. And just go to the left to come up. And this is where the ruler will come in handy. Hold down Control, press R, Command R. Just drag a horizontal ruler to choose where both of the text will align finally. Alright, grab both keyframes, F9. There we are, and then add the motion blur as well. Let's do the same thing for the other text. For the now text, first we're going to just bring it above. Hold down Control so you go within one line. Go from the start of the clip, hit P, turn on the stopwatch, again a few frames. Then we're gonna come to the right to bring it down, and because we have a ruler there, we know where to stop. Right. So going to see the space. Space is fine. Grab both keyframes, F9. You can also make them start at the same time. I think that will look cool because they're coming from opposite directions. I'm gonna cut the composition and see how the text effect is. Bring this back to fit. Let this render. And also turn on the motion blur for the now layer. Time indicator. Alright, so after this guy comes in. Start now. But we can see that the now comes first. So I'm going to zoom in by moving this guy. Just moving a bit to the right and see. You can see that this guy starts first because it's placed first. Has to be the opposite. So I'm going to come in around here and then move now here. Also move the keyframe in the beginning of the clip. So now it should be like this. Because it needs to be start now, not now start. Look at it again. Start now. They come around at the same time, but start is a few seconds ahead, and I can see that my now is not placed on the line. Just gonna go here, delete, and then just bring it down again, making sure that it's on the line. I think that happened because we were zoomed out. And again, I'm going to zoom in to make sure they end around the same parts. So that means now needs to be a little bit further. Yeah, there we are. Alright, zoom out. That was the second part of our composition or commercial. I'm going to see how long I want this to go. Let's go for 10 seconds. Not too long. Grab all parts, Control-Shift-D, delete the copies. Right, and then here I'm going to bring in my third video, which is this. Drag it on top. Around here. And I'm going to think of another transition that we can do. I'm going to keep it simple with the position ones. We'll learn more about transitions in further lessons. By now you should know how to do the basics like we are now. But there are a lot more advanced stuff which we could learn later. Alright, hit P. we're going to drag this guy down. So all this time we were doing left and right. Let's finish it off with something different. Turn on the position keyframe. Come in before the video ends and then just bring this guy back up. So it's a lot of motion, and that keeps the attention of people who see it. And like we said, if we mix this with a fun and maybe uplifting music that you can easily find for free or for paid, you can look for them on YouTube or other platforms, then you can make this a lot better. I'm just gonna play this back to see if I'm happy with the speed or if we need to work with the speed again. So I'm gonna go back and let it render, cut the composition short, let it render so I can see how it looks. And it looks good. Let's play that again. Start now. There's our text. And I'm going to close the other layers. There are properties, Shift M. See, we have a lot going on. And I'm going to add our final element, which is this loading bar, to show that it's loading really fast because now they have our application. It's a green screen. I'm going to make it small. Choose a spot where it should be. Guess we should stick with here. Right, and then on that, forgot to name these. Let's call this phone. Call the green screen load. So on the load layer, go to Effect, come down to Keying, Key Light 1.2, grab the eyedropper tool, just remove the green from that layer. And you can see this element's just a loading bar, but it's a bit too slow because we're trying to show our fast internet. We should speed it up a bit. Right click on the load layer, go to time, and we're going to go to time stretch. And we're going to remove it because we don't want it to stretch. We're going to go for like 60. You can see instead of 15 seconds, it's 9. Let's go by half. 7. See if that is enough. I think it's still too slow. Let's go again, time stretch. Instead of 50, let's do 30. Let it load. See if the speed is good. Then we're going to add a text on top, something that says, like, look at that speed, for example. Alright, there it is. The bar, you can see it's moving really fast, so it shows the download speed. So we're going to make it a bit bigger. Alright, the speed is okay. I'm just going to add a text to finish this off. Let's write look, actually in all caps, look at the speed. Let's bring them in closer. Align them, Control A. Make it a little bit bigger. Or we could actually do this one by one, so it looks better. So I'd look for this. Make another text layer. Click away, third one. Speed. By putting them in separate layers, I can now use them to animate each one individually and create a nice order between each of the text, which will give me a nice look. Bring it here. Get rid of the rest. Control-Shift-D or Control-Command-D. Sorry, Command-Shift-D. Bring this guy further. Then I'm just gonna kind of align these. Speed goes there, look comes above. So look will come first, then add the, then finally speed. Then this little bar. Then I'll just drag all three, then bring them below. Also create a space between each of the layers. Just move them up one by one. Get a ruler, it helps. Now we get to animate these. Again, position, move it out of frame. Turn on the stopwatch and just move it in the beginning. Align it with the ruler. Then we're going to do the same thing for all of the other text layers. Just move it out of frame. I can't really see. Bring it here. Then finally P. Bring it out of frame. The beginning, stopwatch, and then just bring it back. Alright, grab all keyframes. F9. Also motion blur for all three. Let this do its thing and also add a animation for the loading bar. P, I'm going to make it come from below. Let it render and then see how it looks. I need to work with the speed of the keyframes. I'm going to zoom in on the keyframes. See, it's a lot of space. Minimize the space. Alright, we can also drag the entire clip. We align it with the second keyframe of the previous one. Let's look at it. Here we can scale this in or out to shift the attention to the bar. Hit S, turn on the stopwatch, come in here, make it slightly bigger, And then back to the original size. Let me go back and see what it was. F9, and just change the position of the keyframes. You can see it like bounces and grows. And I think it's okay, it does not go out of frame. We're all good. Alright, so that was the video. Let's zoom out. Close these guys off, and I'll add a black screen so it goes away. Layer new, solid, make it black. Move it where you want it to fade in. T 0%, just made it fade in like we did with the first video. There we are. And that is our video. We're going to look at it from the beginning. Just remove the extra bits. And let's see. I'm going to let it render and we're going to see how it looks. We hit fit and just Control R to remove the ruler. Let's start again. And turn this to look at that speed, not the speed. Hit the text tool and just, oops, that speed. Alright, and that is how you create a commercial-like video using text, some suitable videos and animations. You saw that with just a few clicks here and there, we were able to make something that is similar to the commercials that we see on television. So I hope you guys enjoyed this lesson, and I will see you guys in the next one. In this lesson, we're going to see how we can apply text, but pin it to the ground as the video moves forward. So basically, we have a video, and there's like motion, and we just want the text to be in one spot without moving around or just being kind of unrelated to the video. So I'm going to import my footage. We have two videos. Just bring them in. And also, I did want to mention something. If you plan on doing this with your own footage, make sure that there is as less shake as possible. So either shoot this on a tripod, a drone, a gimbal, or if you are doing it handheld, make sure you're really careful about the movements, because if there's a lot of shaking, then it will not turn out so good. So I'm going to start with this car video that I have, and I'm going to make a composition out of the videos themselves, because the camera tracking will not work if it's not directly directly from the video. So instead of creating a new composition, just drag your video in the timeline, and now that is a composition on its own. I'm going to rename this to car. So basically what we have here is just a drone shot of this car. It goes past the car, and then it's just going towards the end of the road. I'm going to come back. So what we need for this lesson is the tracker panel. If you're not seeing this, go to Window, Tracker. Just click that. I already have it here. Then select your car video and just hit track camera. Now this is going to track every single movement that the video has. And that's going to help us to add a text to one of those points that After Effects is going to find for us. And then we'll be able to add a text, maybe change the font and all that. But the cool thing about this is that the text is going to be 3D. So maybe we could add a drop shadow. And it's just a fun thing to do. You've probably seen it in movies as well. So this is our first example. It's the car. I'm going to put the text around here, somewhere on the road. And in another example, it's going to be flat. So here we're going to do a 3D version. The other example, we'll do a flat version. So you can choose whichever you prefer. And here you can see it says how far it came along. Right now it's on 84%. My video isn't that long, so it's not going to take forever. But if you do have a long video, it will obviously have more frames and it will take After Effects more time to analyze it. Alright, so we've seen, you can see all these tiny dots everywhere and this giant disc that we see. So these are all the movements of the video. And you can see After Effects tracked each and every single one. The thing that moves the most has a lot of points, which is this car. And the things that don't move that much are just here. So what we want to do is to just go over and find a flat area to put our text. Because we don't want it to be tilted or else it's going to look weird. So I'm going to grab this guy and I'll right click. And then text and camera. So you can see the text there. It's kind of flat. I'm going to get the text tool and click on that guy. First, I'm going to hit Control A and just make it white so we can see it. And then we need to change the rotation and all that because we can't really see. Open the text layer, open transform. And I'm going to go to the X rotation. It's like it's kind of coming alive. And there's our text. I'm going to change the orientation as well if it's not in the place that you want it. I'm going to make it a little straight. You can maybe rotate it around here. You can maybe follow the car. Just there's a lot to do with these transform tab. Just gonna let it be. I did want to bring it down a little like so. You can also reduce the size if it's a bit too much for it's a bit too big for you. Just go down to scale and just make it small. Right, now if I go forward in time, you can see the text is standing still and it's not moving its position. That's because we have a 3D camera. I'm gonna go back to this thing and I just want to reposition my text. I'm not happy with where it is. I'm gonna get the selection tool and just kind of move it in the center. There are no stopwatches, so it's not animated. And all I could do is just kind of change the orientation. I want it to kind of be lifted upwards. So I guess I'll change this. I'm on the orientation tab. And also move this guy a bit here. Won't be perfectly straight, but we can see that it looks pretty cool. Right, so now we have our text. We changed the transform and all that. We made it just the way we want it. Now we need to type in the thing that we want. So go on the text layer, get the text tool and just click, double click to get the whole thing and type in whatever you want. Let's write drive. And you can also change the color just like you would with any layer. I'm going to make it a really vibrant color so we can see it. And the rest is good for me. You can change the font if you want. It's a bit too big. Let's go with a simple font, a little bulky. And just, you can make it small if you want. I'm going to keep it around here. Moving forward, check to see if it looks good even when it's a bit further, and it looks cool to me, so I'm going to leave it be. Alright, we have our text, and you can see right now it's a 3D layer on its own, so don't touch this. I'm going to close my drive layer. And now you can leave it be like this. It's just a text. I'm going to zoom out. Let me let this render, and then we could see what exactly we did by using a 3D camera. So this is it. We got the text. Just moving forward. And it looks cool. I'm going to try something and kind of rotate the video. Maybe scale it in. Because the slanted line was kind of bothering me. So you could transform your video. There's no problem with that. Just make sure you don't touch the FX and the 3D camera. And of course the 3D text layer. Alright, so now we have this. We can also lie the text flat on the floor. Let's try that. I think that will look cool. Come down to transform and go to X rotation and just kind of make it flat. And I did wish that before I made the transform adjustments, I would have changed the position of my anchor point. As you can see, you can't do it right now after you've done all of that, because you'll disturb the transforming that we did so far. So it's not exactly right, but we're just going to work with what we have and then continue. But you could do this before all of the transform options. Kind of go for something like this. Kind of light on the floor. And then we can always just change the orientation. Got to go a little bit to the right. And then we can work with the Y rotation. I think the position was fine actually. Let's try the X rotation. Go on the opposite side. Maybe we can scale it so it's smaller. I want it to fit inside the road and kind of be in the center. Alright. I accidentally made it bigger. Just go back and just let go before, as in let go after you've adjusted the size. Let's go on the X rotation. It is to come down a little bit. Let go. Let's have a look and see how it looks. And if we are able to read it. And we are. Okay. So we were able to put our text like this. You can either leave it up or leave it flat. You saw we were able to do both. And now for an additional thing, though we could actually leave it up so we can add a drop shadow. I'm just going to hit Control Z or Command Z until I have my original text. Because adding a shadow to a text like this would make more sense. So now that I have my text, I'm going to close all of these. Open up Effects and Presets. Just go to Window, Effects and Presets, and search for Drop. And then come down here, Drop Shadow. Click and drag to put it on this. And we have some options here. Opacity set to 50. Bring it all the way up. The distance is There it is. Just gotta align it with the text. And also we can change the direction. I'm gonna try going up a bit, then a little down. Then I'm gonna add to the softness. Unless you want a sharp shadow, you can leave that at 0. Change the shadow color if you want. I'm going to leave it be like this and just reduce the opacity so it looks realistic. Come in a few frames and see if it looks good. I'm going to add more to the opacity. Then change the direction. Alright, so you can see we have this soft shadow effect behind our text. Let's close that down. But if you want the shadow to kind of drop down on the floor, then this will not work out. Let me show you how you could do a 3D shadow effect. So just go to drop shadow, hit backspace to delete it. Duplicate your drive layer, Control D or Command D, bring drive 2 below this. I'm going to name this text shadow. On the text shadow layer, I'm just going to open up the properties. Before I do that, I'm just going to turn it to a darker color because it is a shadow. Let's go for the color black. We can work with the opacity later. If I turn off the first drive text, we have this black one underneath. Leave that be, and then we're going to go in the transform tab like we were. Just going to turn the first one off for a second. And without moving anything else, we're just going to move the X drive, X rotation, and just kind of make it flat on the floor. I'm going to bring back my layer and see if this is what I want. So this would show that the sun or light source is coming from here. You can always change the rotation. Just go on either Y or Z if you wanted to move up and down, or the other side. This is where you would do it. I'm just going to leave mine be. I'm going to pretend that the light source is coming from here. And now we also want to just lower the opacity. Like how it is with real shadow, it's not all black. I'll leave it be. Now once we move in a few frames, you can see that we have this really nice shadow effect. And we could always just change the direction or just not put a shadow at all. So I'm just going to close this guy. You could also add a blur effect. If you don't want it to be sharp, go to Effects and Presets and look for blur. And just get a Gaussian blur. Place it on top of text shadow. Now in the properties, just add some blur. You can add quite a lot if you want it to be soft. You can see that it softens it out because it's being blurred out. I'm going to leave it at around 34. Hit M on the car and let it render so we can see what we did. So basically we just placed a random text with shadows and we asked After Effects to track the motion and allow for this 3D effect with our text layer. And you've probably seen these used a lot in movies when they're either the beginning of the movie or it's the credits. So it's a fun thing to do with your clips and your videos. Alright, so this was the first example. You can obviously keep working with it until you're happy. I'm going to leave this one be here, and now we're going to look at another example where we can add a flat text. So I'm going to stop this, delete all of this, or just go in the project panel and delete this composition. Before that, I'm just going to right click on my second video, make new comp from selection. Now we have like 2 folders. I'll just delete the first folder. So this is the other video we have. It's going to render. But basically, you just want to make sure that you make the composition from the video, because the track motion, the track camera effect only works on the video's original size, original dimensions, and therefore you just want to create a composition from that video itself and not create a separate one in After Effects. So I'm just going to let this load so we can think about what we want to do, and then I'll be back to see what we can do. Alright, so this is the clip we have. It's just a little wall, and the problem with this video is that it's a flat wall, a flat color, and it's going to be really hard for After Effects to track, but I'm still going to show you guys how it would work with these 2 options that we went over, and we'll see what solution we can find for a video like this. And for this video, we have around 15 seconds, which is a bit longer than the other video. So I'm just going to let this find the points, and then we're going to add that tiny text. But unlike the first video, we have a rather flat thing. So depending on what you have, you would either choose a 3D effect where it's like standing on the road. The road was our example. Or you could have it just be on a wall like this, and then we're still doing the track camera and not a regular text layer, which may end up being our solution because, like I said, it's a flat wall and it's going to be hard for After Effects to track. But the thing with regular text layers is that you have to do all the positioning yourself. So if you're planning to use a wall like this, it would be helpful if it had like maybe a dot on it or something for After Effects to track. And we're still going to test these out so I can show you the result. That way you would know which method to choose with your own videos. So this has a long way to go. We have 392 frames, 14 minutes. I'm going to let this do its thing, and then we'll be back to see how we can add our text. Alright, so after this happened, we can see that we're not really getting these points on the place where we want to put our text. That is because this is a flat white surface, and there isn't much motion going on. And we only have some options in the background, but that's not where we want to put our text. So in times like these, we have to revert to something else. We're still using the tracker, but instead of the tracker, we're going to use track motion. So let's just delete this. So this does not work in this scenario, but it did perfectly well with the first example. All right, so I'm going to go in my clip, and I also trimmed my video to 4 seconds, so things would just be faster. Just right click here, new, null object, leave that be, and then go back on the, let me name this, let's name this wall. Go back on the wall layer and hit track motion. Once you hit this, you just want to make sure that the motion target is set to your null object. You can edit it to make sure, but we don't have much going on, so that would be easy. And now we have this box. What we want to do with this box is to just make it large enough for our wall that we have. You can also move it up and down. Now it would really help if you had, I don't know, a dot on the wall or just something for After Effects to track so that you don't have this flat white thing. So because we have a flat wall, we're going to get some weird motions. So if you are filming this yourself, just like put a marker here, or maybe add a clock or something, just anything that will help After Effects track the motion. So I'm just going to set the target in the center, make the box somewhat bigger than usual, and make the big box within the bright area, so not these guys. Go in the beginning of your clip and hit this play button. So this is going to analyze each of the steps and it's going to give you the final product. It may take a while, so again I'm going to wait, let this do its tracking, and then we'll be back to apply our text. Alright, so like we said, because there's nothing for After Effects to track and there's just this white wall, you can see it's not moving because After Effects is confused. So when you want to track a point, you want to make sure there is a point on your video. So on this wall right now, we just have this flat white color and After Effects cannot really track a point for us to attach a text. So for places like this, all you can do is just write your text and use the position to just keep it within frame. But I am going to show you how the track point works with another video that has a point for me to track. So just double click there and bring the third video in. And I'm just gonna make this new comp from selection. Now we have this composition. I'm going to close this. Close that too. So in this video, we have multiple points that we can track. Let me turn this to third. So we have like a part of her face, but mostly I'm going to focus on the earring that she has. At first, I'm just going to make sure that the earring is visible throughout the entire project. I'm also going to cut this short to 5 seconds. 40 is too long. Alright, let me play this. So when you have a tiny point that you can track, it will be a lot easier for After Effects. And you won't have to deal with some glitches like we did with the flat white wall. So you can see the earring is perfectly in place. Now you could go for a bigger shape, maybe like that lamp in the background. But notice how the lamp is starting to get covered as we progress with the video. So throughout your video, you want to make sure that the object that you choose is in frame. So you saw that the earring is still there and it's simply just moving up and down. So you can see the earring is there. It's not being covered and therefore it's a perfect target for me to track the motion and add a text on that. Alright, so again, we're going to make a new null object. Right click here, null object. We're going to go on the video, go to track motion. It's going to open the layer like this, and then we're going to get this tracker points like we did before. I'm going to grab all of them and just zoom in so I can get the part. And then I'm going to move this on the earring. So there's two earrings. I could either go for the white one or the bronze one in the back, but the bronze is kind of similar in color with her hair. So I'm just going to keep the earring, the pearl earring. Move this around. Make sure that you're getting most of the earring so it won't be that difficult for After Effects. And again, the main point, the cross needs to be in the center of that shape. The small box needs to surround your object. You can't cover it completely, but at least try to get most of the pearl or any object that you have. And then the big box will tell After Effects to where to look for that object. So that means we're going around the little box. Once we have this, go to the right, make sure target is your null object. Oftentimes when you have other layers in here, it might choose one of those, but because we have only one, so it's going to automatically choose null too. Once you have that, just hit this, analyze forward, and it's going to analyze the clips really slowly. You can see it slowly turns green. And once it's done, we get to apply the motion onto the null object, and then we can link our text to that null object. So I'm just going to let this do its thing and then we'll be back. All right, so it did the analyzing. And if at any point you saw that, let me come up here. At any point you saw that while it's still doing the analyzing and the box kind of jumps out of your target, just hit space to pause the analyzing process. Then just reposition the tracker box onto your object again. But for me, it perfectly tracked my object. I'm going to zoom out, play that back, and you can see it stays on that earring. Go back from the start, and then we're going to hit apply. So it's going to get all of these movements and place it on top or within our null object layer. Hit apply, X and Y, okay. So now we have this tiny red box, and look at all those keyframes. You can see the red box is just moving around. And now we get to, I'm going to close this. On top of null 1, you can see the motions. Right click or just get the text tool. It's going to get these panels. I'm going to close tracker. Let's write something random like smile. Control A, you can adjust the size, the font, or anything else. I'm going to make it white so we can see it better. Make it smaller and just put it anywhere that you want. I'm going to put like the S here. Is somewhere around here. And then what we're going to do to link the text with the movement, because right now if I play it back, the text is just standing there. Let me bring down the resolution. You can see the text is just standing there and it's not moving with the pearl earring. So we want to make sure that this is linked to all the keyframes that we made. Just get the pick whip, the spiral thing, and grab it on top of, just link it to the null 2. And now you can see that it's stuck to that earring, and as the frame moves outwards, so does the text. And this is just a great way to link text in your videos. For example, if you're teaching something in your video, it's a fun way to track whatever text you want to your hand as you're explaining that topic. It makes things more natural, but in this case, we just linked something random to someone's earring. So just know as long as you have a target that is easily visible throughout your video, you can easily track things onto that. This also applies to shapes. Let me pause this and then turn off the text video. Instead, I'm going to make a rectangle like so. Then I'll move my shape, let's say, on her earring. Then again with the pick whip, we're going to grab it and connect it to null 2. Once we play it back, you can see that the rectangle is stuck to her earring. So this applies to text or shapes, whether you make the shape with the shape tool or the pen tool. Doesn't matter. You can also attach images to that as well. Let me get an image. So I have this random image. I just imported that, and then I'm going to bring it on top, rescale it if needed. Just bring it, let's say, here. Again, pick whip, connect to null 2. And now this image is also going to move with that target that we chose. And this is how it would look without it, just so you can tell the difference. Change this to none instead of null 2. You can see that even though she's moving, the text is just still. And even goes on her face at times. But if we have the pick whip, you can see that it just moves with the area, which was the earring. So that was how you can track footage and then put text on it. We saw that we can make it in a 3D manner or in a 2D manner like this one. We also learned how important it is when we're using track motion, the option for it. Let me bring that tracker close this. Let me go on one of these guys. All right. So when we go in camera, we're basically creating a camera out of all the movements, which was the first example with the road. And when we're tracking the motion, we are going to be tracking a singular point, like we saw. So we need to make sure we have a point or a clear target for After Effects to copy. And these two are just to stabilize the footage, which is not really related to attaching text. So I hope you guys enjoyed this lesson. I will see you guys in the next one. In this lesson, we're going to see how we can do the clone effect, meaning that there are a bunch of videos of yourself or of somebody else in front of a green screen, and we're going to gather all of those videos and put them into one, maybe overlapping one another, and just create a clone effect with that one person. So I'm going to create a new composition because we're going to be creating a sequence. So just write whatever, clone, double click. And in the resource pack, you have 4 videos, as you can see. This is one person in 3 different videos, but they're all in a green screen. The other one is just a background, so just import all of them. And I'm first going to get the background. You can see we have like a kind of a party thing. So I'm going to use the clone videos and the background to show, for example, this person wants to announce that it's their birthday. So we're going to create a short clip of them dancing in front of this background. Again, I'm going to cut this down to 5 seconds because I want things to load fast for this lesson. So now that I have this background, I'm going to bring in the 3 green screen videos on top. And I'm going to right click on them, transform, fit to comp, all 3. So we have this first clip, and then we have the second clip, and then the third clip. We're going to put them all together in front of that background. Turn this on, and first I'm going to have to make all of them smaller. So click, then shift, and then the other one. Just scale it down because we want some space for the text. Hold down shift, control, sorry, not shift. And just make them. Hold on, I let go of. Let's see if they're all the same. Okay. Just grab all 3 again and just make them smaller. Because we want to put a text here, so we want to make sure there's space. And just drag them down. Because the body is cut off like this, we want to make sure that it matches with the bottom of our background. Also going to get the Align tab and center it in the middle, like it is. But we don't want to do it this way, because then it's going to, I guess we have to do it one by one. Yeah, so it's going to come up here. That's not what we want. We'll make sure it's at the bottom. And just do this with all of them. It was already in the center, but you can see it did a little bit of movement. Close this panel. We don't need it anymore. Again, I'm going to go at the end of my 5 seconds, grab all 3, Control-Shift-D or Command-Shift-D, and delete the duplicates. Now all videos end at 5 seconds. Now I'm going to name these layers because they all look the same. I'm going to name this background. The first video, let's call it dancing. Second one, I'm going to name it headphones. Third video, I'm going to name it happy. Right. Now we're going to just remove the green from each of them. So go to Effect, or you can just go here, Effects and Presets. Search for Key Light. Then you're going to get Key Light 1.2. Click and drag on all 3. Not the background, just the 3 dancing videos. Go on each one by one, get the eyedropper tool, and again select an area close to the subject. So you are making sure that you're getting these sharp edges. So I'm going to choose this area. First one is gone. Second one, you can see it's behind her. Choose the second one. And then the third video, eyedropper tool, the third one. So now we have removed the green screen and we're left with the person just going around. Now you do notice that we do have these harsh edges. So what we need to do is just mask out the person only, so then we can later feather the edges. I'm going to start with the happy layer. I don't know if you guys can notice, but there is, just so you know what we're trying to get rid of. You see this line? We need to get rid of that. Turn this to fit. On the first layer, hit G on your keyboard to get the pen tool, and just create a mask. Give it space when it comes to the character, because we're going to feather it out. We don't want to get rid of the parts. Gotta curve it when it's near the head. Close this handle and just keep doing that until you have selected the person. I'm gonna go in a few frames and make sure that, okay, she does move out like that. Right, so we cannot really do this. We have to look for another mask method. I'm gonna get the shape tool. Let me delete this. Get the rectangle tool instead, and then just go around the original video. And then we're just going to open mask 1 and feather the edges. Just make sure it doesn't touch the tip of her head. So now we shouldn't have that problem anymore. And look at the mask. I'm going to make it bigger than the, let me delete that again. Make it bigger than the original video. And then we're going to add quite a lot of feathering. And now we're not seeing that line. Just like that. Let me go in again, Control T. Let's see. Don't know if that's from the background or the... Okay, we still have a little bit of green here. Let's bring it in closer, and now it's gone. All right. Turn this to fit. We don't have much of an issue here because it's dark, but here we need to be careful. All right, so we have to do that with all the other 3 layers. So turn this off, get the second video, and we're just gonna copy the mask because it's the same size. You can see with this video we do have a problem. So go on the happy video, Control C on mask 1, come to the second video, Control V. So now we have the same mask. Undo this, you can reposition it if you want. Then again on the third video, we're going to add the same mask. But now we have a problem, so we need to move the mask for the dancing video to the right. So Control T, just go in the mask first, select it, Control T. I'm going to move the mask here because she's opening up her hands. So we want to make sure it's visible throughout. Open the other 3. And I'm going to let this play. Close the layers, maybe a little laggy because we have a lot to deal with. And here we can see her hand actually moves out of the original video. And that's just not going to work out for us. So we need to kind of cut the composition short because the video, she kind of moves her hand out of frame. And also we have some fading effect that we need to fix. All right, I'm going to pause it here now that I know where the problem is. Go to mask 1 and just reduce the feathering because we are getting the thing from the feathering. We overdid it. This is the dancing video. Let me turn off the other 2. All right, so the problem is gone. I'm going to bring back some of the feathering. That way I can know if I'm overdoing it. Alright, let me zoom in on the head. You can see it's kind of fading out, so adjust the feathering according to that. Let's close that and get the headphones video. Close this, as in the visibility. Open headphones and the mask. Just simply reduce the feathering until you can see the edges of her head. There we are. Close that, get the third video. You can see it's faded. So we need to lower the masking. Make sure you always zoom in and examine your videos so that there won't be a problem with the head like it was for us. Alright, I'm going to see if that thing still has a problem. Click away. And I'm going to play this. We're getting some noise, but it's not that visible. If you'd like, you could always just work with the screen mat. If you could change it and like work with the screen mat, you can kind of work it out and fix the thing. But for me, it's not that big of a deal. Like I said, it's a little bit of noise in the green light, which I don't mind because it's not that visible. But if it was in your case, you can just, let's go to clip white and just kind of lower it at a small amount. I'm going to play this, see if it runs okay. Alright, so now it's better. And remember, the white is the things that are visible, the black is, it's the opposite. If you're adding to the black, you're bringing the background. If you're removing from the white, you're removing the things that are visible, and usually that starts with the tiny dust and particles of the clip and not the main thing, unless you go like all the way down, then she fades away. Let's go back to 60, which is what we had. And I'm going to just apply that to all three because they were taken in the same area. I want to make sure that it's perfect. Clip white 60. Alright, so we have 3 people of the same person. And I'm just going to adjust the videos. You can see that the one in the back is kind of larger than the rest. So I'm just going to I'm just going to scale it down so they're the same size. There we are. And now it's time to move them around so it looks like they are in one video. We're going to choose which one is the main star. I'm going to leave the dancing first. I'm going to grab the headphone and just bring it to the right. Or better yet, because the dancing clip, which is the one in the center, her hands do disappear in the middle. I'm going to just move this below and cover her hands with these 2 other clips. Okay, we do have a problem here. Let's bring headphones below. Alright, so now it's looking better. The hands are looking alright. You can always move them around. Let me play this and see how this looks. So it's like she's in a party with herself and she's just really happy. We obviously have some things to do over here. It's alright, we'll get into that soon. I'm just making sure that there isn't an instant where one of the parts disappears. So I'm just making sure that everything is visible throughout the video, the sequence. And I'm not getting some awkward cutouts of my clip. I can see that the headphone video, it's a little bit larger than the rest, which wouldn't make sense if they were each other's clones. It would have to be identical. So just go to headphones. Let me pause this. The headphones and just bring this guy down. Try to scale her down, maybe like this much. because now they have the same face size. Go from the beginning, because she's a little too small. Let's enlarge that. Here, bring her up a bit. All right. So she is shorter in the beginning because she's kind of leaning back. That's just the way the video is shot. And now we just gotta fix up the little green screen issue that we had by going through the clips one by one. And we're going to try another method. Alright, so what we're going to do is to just re-key our video. So go on the headphone layer, and in the screen color, turn it to black again. And instead, we're going to get the eyedropper tool and just get the edge of the video. Now we do not have that option. And for us, it did work out. We do have a nice outline of our subject. So if this happened with your videos, you can simply just re-key the clip, turn it to black so you can see, and then just get the edge. Focus on the lighter part, so we don't really need to care about here, but get the lighter area. Do it for this one. Again, the lighter area. Do that again. There we are. So now it should work better. I'm going to bring them back. And there we are. We don't have that problem with the line. I'm going to play it through. First, we need to let it render. And that's how we key things out. This may not happen with your own clips. It all depends on the background that you have. If you have a solid background or a light background, you wouldn't be dealing with this. But because we have a dark multicolor background, we did end up with this issue. But as you saw, it was pretty easy to fix. And we're now able to continue with the rest of our video creation, which was to just leave a "It's my birthday" text. Then we can maybe animate each of these clones so that they appear in a fun way. And then we can make this like a fun birthday announcement. Alright, so let's write our text. Go on the text tool. On the text tool, just click anywhere. You're going to make a new layer and write what you want. It's my birthday. Control A, select it all. Adjust the size with the character panel. And I'm going to just put it here. I'm going to make everything capital. Or actually this one. That was the wrong one. Make it all in capital. And if you want, you can change the font. Because I'm happy with the font. It's a cool font. I am going to kind of shrink the text and make it a little bold. Take the size down. I'm going to get the align panel and just center it in the middle. Also change the anchor point. Go on this guy and just click and drag this to any point that you want. I'm going to put it in the center. There we are. Let go once you're finished. Because I want it to scale in, so the center is the best place for it. Go back to the selection tool. I'm just going to close these. Don't need them. And I'm going to just start animating each of these clips. But before that, I do want to give a effect to this. Close this and see if we have anything for text. Go into text category. And well, we could just go in the character panel. Maybe we could give it a stroke. A small amount. Like this. 6 pixels. You can change the color, I guess. We can choose. Let's get the eyedropper tool and get something fun. Turn it the opposite. And make the main text white. So it's just a silly old-fashioned post with the text. Actually don't like that. I'm going to keep it without stroke. There we are. So now I'm just going to hit S on the text layer, type 0. So it's going to pop out from here. Turn on the stopwatch, move in a few frames, say 1 frame, 1 second I mean, and then we're going to bring it more than it was. So let's go for like 110. Then move in a few frames and then go back to 100. Play this back. Okay, it's way too slow. Drag them and bring them here. And hit F9. And all 3, I have to adjust the speed. Let's go back. All right. So we have this. We can also go in the graph editor. Just kind of make it come out in a better fashion. The speed, I mean. So it suddenly comes out. Have a look at that again. It's like it pauses and then it suddenly comes out. But the first keyframe, I'm going to make it less than 0. So let's go for like negative 30. Hold on, that's delete that. Actually, I think it's fine. No need to make it because it's not visible in the first area. I'm going to click away. We're not really seeing anything. All right, so I animated my text. Now I'm going to decide when I want the clones to come in. Let's start with the one at the back. So that's headphone. We're going to make that person appear from the right because she is in the right. So I'm going to just move her out of frame. Just make sure that the bottom is aligned with the bottom of the composition. Move her completely out. Hit P. Turn on the stopwatch. Come in a few frames and just go to the X position and just drag her back to her position, which I believe was around here. F9. We're also going to do that with the other ones. So after headphones is, let's actually bring this above. So then happy, which is the one on the left, we're going to also do the same thing, but with the opposite side. I also want her to appear around the same time, so maybe like a little bit forward. We're going to hit P, turn on the stopwatch, move in at around part where a little bit after headphones comes in, here. Then bring her back to where she was. Like so. You can always come back and work with the keyframes. Then finally we have dancing. I want to make her come from below. So I'm going to drag that completely down. And around here where this guy is almost coming in, we're going to go to position and make the third clone appear. This time we're going on the Y position. Just go left to bring her up. And again, make sure the bottom aligns with the bottom of the composition. That would be here. Hit F9. And I'm just going to select all 3. Hit M to close their properties. Go back. Let's see how it is. Gonna do that again now that it rendered. Okay, it's pretty good. We're just gonna add some motion blur. So I'm gonna click this to get this. This was before, after. And turn on motion blur for all three of the people, the clones. Alright, so I can see I need to move her a bit further because her hand is showing up. Go here and open the transform, delete this, and then make sure she goes completely out so we don't see one hand just moving around. That does not look good. Click away. Now we have this motion blur effect, which makes things more smooth for us. Alright, it rendered. Let's see. Coming in. Again, you can work with the speed. You can close them in so they appear faster. That is what I'm going to do. This is the dancing video. Just bring them in closer. And hit P to quickly access the box. Just adjust each one until they have a similar position. You can see this guy is really long. So like when this finishes, this guy appears. And when this finishes, this guy appears. So it's like one by one. I'm gonna hit P on that, so I'm only seeing that. And I'm just going to get my time indicator to make sure that they appear around a more organized time. So I'm going to go in the end keyframe, just make sure that we have this step motion with the keyframes. So they appear like that. Play that again. They blur out and they quickly jump in. But if you want them to appear while the other one is coming in, you can just go into center and make the next keyframe come in the center of the center space of the previous two keyframes. So we have this. So we still have that staircase effect, but it's a bit more closer. And the clones are going to appear together. All right. Also going to make this text maybe kind of pump in as all of them appear. I'm going to hit S again. And I'm going to make a keyframe. Just click on this diamond thing. Come in a few frames and then just go for 110. Move in another frame, control right arrow key, go back to 100. So it's going to appear. I'm just going to close this real quick. It's going to appear. These guys are coming in, and that's going to like pump one last time. Make this bigger. So it's like a reminder. And we have this cool post green screen effect, where we created this clone effect with the same person using the key light effect that we added. And this was just one example. If you have maybe a more creative background, for example, it's a stage. You can green screen yourself, as in take a video of yourself in front of a green screen. Just make sure that the lighting and the color of that green screen is similar. Then maybe you can put yourself singing, yourself playing the guitar, yourself playing the drums. The possibilities are endless. And about the green screen, you don't really need to get those expensive kind of covers. You can always just get a green cardboard. Just anything green will do. Just try to avoid wrinkles or uneven lighting. So if you're green screen, like we saw here, the green screen was all the same shade throughout, and like half of it was in a darker green because the light exposure wasn't equal. Because if you do that, the key light is going to be more complicated because you will end up removing the lighter green, and then the darker green is going to just be there. For beginners, try to avoid that. Just try to get an even lighting when you're shooting your own green screen footage. You can always just download some from the internet so you can practice before you move on to your own green screen creations. So that was how you can do this. It was really simple, a really fun and silly thing to do with your green screens. Hope you guys enjoyed this, and I'll see you guys in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to see how we can add neon lights to a dance video. You could add it to any other video, but I'm just going to focus on the dance videos because for a while it was a trend to edit dance videos like that, and maybe you've wondered how they do it. So in this lesson, we're going to see how they do it. So I'm going to create a new composition. Name it dance. And I'm going to go into resource pack. In the resource pack, you have one dance video, which is from Pixels. Just import that as a footage. Import. And we're basically going to be using the brush tool that we already learned how we can use to draw neon glowing lines onto this lady. I'm going to drag this on our composition. I'm just going to zoom out and you can see it's scaled in. So I'm just going to drag the corners and bring this guy in. Or you could leave it as it was. And I'm going to set the resolution to 3rd, just so everything runs smoothly. So it's going to render the video, and basically it's just a dance video. Usually you would do these with hip-hop dances. But depending on your design and the lines that you draw, you could use it for maybe ballet dancing, maybe some traditional dance, anything that you want. So I'm just going to keep about, 5 seconds of this dance video because we will be using it frame by frame and therefore it will be a little long. So if you see these full videos that are like 5 minutes and they all have these neon lights, just know that they spent a lot of time to make them. I'm going to cut the workplace short. And let me go back from the beginning. This is what we're working with. She's just dancing. The original video is a bit slow mode, which is fine. We'll work with that. So what I'm going to do is to get my brush tool and draw strokes for each frame of motion. Let me hit pause and we're going to get the brush tool. But before that, we need to think about the fact that we're going to add a glow effect to these lines and we're not just drawing regular lines. So that means you would have to work with those lines later. So instead of drawing directly onto this footage, we will be doing it on another layer. That way we can add some extra effects without affecting the original video. So hold down Control or Command on Mac and press Y to make a solid. Let's go for the color black and then hit OK. And this will go on top of the video. But the thing is, we're going to change the blending mode for this thing. If I double click on the black solid, I'm in the layer. Remember that we cannot draw on the composition, but we need to go in the layer itself. Double click to get in the layer, get your brush tool. And we already have these things, these panels. If you're not seeing them, window, make sure you have brushes, paint, and the other workspaces that you need, the other panels that you need. So I'm going to draw something. And right now we're on constant. Let me hit Control Z to undo that. Make sure you're on single frame. Your mode is normal and your channels, leave it on RGBA. And in order to create that glow effect, we need a soft round brush. So in the brushes panel, or you can make your own, just go for one of these guys. You can see it's different from a hard round. We want a soft round. I'm just checking to see if I'm happy with the size of it. Let's go for 21. Guess this will do. Alright, and I'm going to come down here, I'm gonna close this info guide, close the panel, close the audio. Our video doesn't have any audio. And I'm gonna leave the preview on and just come down. You can see we can change the roundness of it. So you can change the other stuff that you need to. You can change the diameter, but we already chose, I believe, 17 pixels. And hardness, make sure it's at 0. And that's all you need. So you can see we have this glowing white brush, and that's exactly what we need. So let's choose a color. Obviously, if you want neon lines, you need to get really vibrant neon colors. Like, I guess this will do. So you can see it's neon, but it's not glowing yet because we didn't add a glow effect. Right now, we just chose our brush, which was this guy. So we just went ahead and drew some lines like this. Make sure on single frame, so when you go back, you can see it's no longer there. That's because our composition, I believe, is set to 30 frames per second. So in order to reach 1 second, I need 30 frames. So 30 strokes. And I'm going to open this and make sure I don't have any paint on. I'm going to delete this for a second. I'm going to start over, go from the beginning. And now if I draw something, let's draw this guy. And you can see that we're not really seeing this on our dance video. So we need to change the blend mode of this black solid. Now the reason we made it black in the first place, let me go here, in the composition. The reason why we made it black is so that we can use it to remove the background of it. And to do that, just go on the black solids. Down here you can see it says toggle switches / modes. Click that, and now you have the mode. Turn it from normal to screen. You can see it's a separate layer. It has our paint effect, but there's no black. So that's why we chose black, and you could also use white, but because we're using these neon colors, black is a lot easier for them to stand out, unlike white. Right, so let's go back in the layer black one and do that again. Double click, we're in it again. So I'm just going to delete this paint stroke. Let's actually do it properly. But we also have this other problem where when we're in the layer black solid 1, the effect is not going to take place because we're only working with one layer at a time. So one thing you can do, let's turn this off for a second, is to draw everything directly on this layer and then just copy the paint layers and paste it into your black solid 1. That way you can see where you're drawing, and then you can just easily copy that onto your black solid 1. So I'm just going to double click on the video this time. Let's get the hand tool, and I'm going to decide where I'm going to start drawing. So I was thinking we could go with the shoe first. You can see she does some movement with the shoe, and the shoe is the easiest part to start. So let's just zoom in on the shoe that is moving, which is this guy. And we're going to get the brush tool. So I chose this neon color. You guys can choose anything else that you want. Single frame. Zoom in a little bit more. I'll go one more. And it's easier to go really in with the zoom. And I can see that my brush is a bit too big. I'm just going to type maybe 13. Maybe 8. Alright. So now you can see I can easily draw really cool neon lines. For the first frame, I was thinking we can maybe, let me undo that, create a line on the bottom of the shoe. And then you can either go with the preview panel. If you're not seeing preview, window, there's preview. Preview panel, hit the next button. You can see it says next frame. Or you can hold down Control and press the right arrow key, whichever you like. Now I'm on the next frame. So the first frame, we're drew a line like this. And now I'm just going to extend this line and maybe like go until here. Next frame. And we're just going to keep doing this until we reach the movement. And it will be a lot more smoother if you had maybe a pen board to draw with like a stylus pen or something. But this will do just fine. So if you don't have that, don't worry. You can see that by zooming in a lot and using your mouse, it's easy to do that too. So you don't need to have all those equipment to get started on this type of work. Kind of missed out there. So I'm just tracing the shoe, and then we're going to see how we can copy that and place it on top of our black solid one, and then we're going to continue to add the effects so that we could finish off this project. So I'm going to go back from the beginning. You can see I'm moving each frame. This is basically what's happening. And you can see I only made, I believe, like 5 or 6 frames. Gotta go in the pixels thing, effects, paint. Okay, so far we only made 6, and we're not even a full second in. So I'm just going to keep doing this until it reaches a second, which would be around here. You can see 1 second. And then I'll be back to show you guys how we can finish adding more effects onto this thing. Alright, so I went ahead and made 53 brush strokes for a total of 1 minute and 19 seconds. So you can see it takes a lot of time and a lot of brushes. Just going to cut my thing short. And let's play it back and see what we did. I made like a motion. I'm going to let it render first. Might be a little laggy. Alright, and I'm going to play it back like this so you guys can see. So I made some lines across her body as she danced, and then I stop around here. So all of these 53 brush strokes, we're going to need to copy them and place them on top of or inside our black solid one, and then we can add the glow effect. So go back to composition dance, and you can see they're still there. Play it back. This is what we did. And I did want to mention, if you wanted to do maybe multiple things within one frame, you could totally do that. So I'm going to go to like a frame that I want, maybe here. And using the brush, like we did, we're just going to add some random thing here. Let's draw like a heart over here. And if you want like a progression thing happening, you can see that I'm just drawing a line and I'm making it bigger as the frames move forward. Just little by little, so it will have a stroke animation. It's not a perfect heart, but like I said, if you have the right tools and a lot of patience, you can make really cool animations. And I also saved my project. Make sure you do that. So now we have stuff going on here, and we have a random heart appearing out of nowhere. Now there is a better way to do a stroke motion if you wanted to stroke something that is still. There's a big difference, like this wall. If I want to add an animation to that, I could use a stroke effect that I'll get into soon. But if I have a moving subject, like this lady here, I need to use a single frame animation because she's constantly moving within each frame because she's dancing. And also you can change the colors halfway. Maybe I can add a vibrant red. See which one's neon. Let's go for like a green. Alright. Really bright green. And while I have this blue, I could add like a green thing down here. So as long as you're within that frame, you can see the brush is just adding up. As long as you're within that frame, You can add as much brushes as you want. You can maybe delete something, change the color like we just did, and draw some random stuff outside of your subject. So you could do all of that. And let's go to composition dance. Now we've opened up the dance video. Just quickly name this so you know what I'm referring to, the dance video. And if you're not seeing this, if you open up the dance video, open effects, there's a paint option. Just gonna grab all of these paint all the way to brush 1, shift click brush 1, so you're collecting all of them. Control C or Command C. And we're going to go in the black solid one. I'm going to go on dance, hit M to close all of that. In black solid one, open it up, transform, and we're actually going to add a brush effect here. Just double click, and I'm just going to add like a random dot here. So now I have this paint effect. Go back in here, and I'm just going to hit Control V. Right, so I believe I only got we have a paint 2. Alright, there it is. So just close this off. You can delete that. Brush 63. This is the one we just did. Just delete that off. So now you can see we have all of these brushes like we did in the dance clip. And I'm just going to hit M on black solid 1 to close off the effects. Open dance effects. I'm just going to turn off this FX. So right now if I play it back, you can see there's no paint. If I turn it on, you can see there are there. So you can either delete it or just turn off the visibility, whichever you want. Now if we turn that on black solid 1, you can see we have all of these random stuff within our thing. Just gotta reposition it. I'm trying to reposition. Go to your selection tool. I believe we made it too big. This happens sometimes. Just gonna drag it to where I think it was. Drag it here. And alright, it's back. It would help if you make your dance video and the black solid the same size, so you won't have to deal with this. But this is just for demonstration purposes. So now you saw that we only have this black solid and we're only seeing the lines within it, so there's no black involved. Now we're going to go on the, go to Window, go to Effects and Presets, and search for glow. See, stylize glow. Grab and put this on top of black solid 1. And move in a few frames so I can see one of those lines. Let's zoom in. And now in the effects control, if you're not seeing effects control, which you should usually be on by default. This is what we're seeing. And we have some options to add the intensity of the glow. And don't turn on the stopwatch because we want these effects to be available throughout our entire clip. If you turn on the stopwatch, it's going to be an animation basically. And add the intensity. You can see it's glowing. This was the before, 0, before, and as you add, you can see it's glowing even more. You can add the radius if you want to kind of fade out, which I think looks cool. You can do whichever you prefer. And you can change the glow threshold. If you go to the right, you can see it's like not even there. If you go to the left, it's kind of like a light bulb. Play this back. Zoom out a little. You can see that it looks a lot more cooler. It is a bit big. I'm just going to make it smaller. Go somewhere where I can see. And I'm just going to make it around 6 pixels. I felt like it was way too much. Now you can see we have this cool glow effect on our thing. If I turn off glow, let me go in a few frames, zoom in, turn off glow. You can see this is what we had before. Turn on glow, we're making it glow basically. So you can see with just a few a lot of brush strokes and some glow effect. Gotta reposition my black solid and move it a bit to the right. Make sure you move things with your selection tool. I'm just trying to make this fit. Again, if you used your kind of change the sizes of your both of the layers together, you won't have to deal with this. We have this really cool glow effect. All right, now I'm also going to show you the stroke thing that I mentioned earlier. So let's look for a subject that does not move. Let's say this ball. And I'm just going to zoom in on that ball with my scroll wheel on my mouse, or you can use the zoom tool. Get the hand tool and just center it in your preview. And instead of glow, I'm going to look for another thing. Let me go on to create another solid layer. Control or Command Y. Turn it black. Blend mode. Where was it? Screen. And I'm going to name this so we don't confuse them. Call this glow line stance. Call this ball. Right. Turn off ball for a second, and we're going to do what we did with the glow line stance, which was to, let me close this guy, double click on the dance layer to enter the layer itself. Get the zoom tool and just click on the ball until it's in the center. Get the hand tool if you need to kind of position it. And now we're going to get the brush. And I'm just going to, and remember that we turned off the paint, so turn it on. We need that. In the paint, you can either delete these. I'm just going to leave them be just in case I need them. You never know. And I'm going to, actually we could do that with an easier thing. Let me delete ball so we don't confuse the paints. Might be confusing for some of you guys. So on dance, just get the pen tool or the ellipse tool. It's not exactly an ellipse. Just going to try to use the pen tool to mask this ball. You can see there's a mask icon next to it. Just create points. Click and drag to make a curve. Add the curve here. And finally we have the edge down here. Hold down Alt. Or just move this guy in to remove the curve for the next line and just connect it. So we made this mask thing, and I'm just going to open mask 1, and I'm just going to copy, Control C, close this off, and I could have just done this here, close that layer, and we're just going to create a new solid layer, Control Y, let's call this ball. Could have kept the last one, and again, make sure you copy mask 1, Control C, come into the ball layer, Control V. So now we have this mask thing, and if you are dealing with a object that is moving, but like a really small movement, you can turn on the mask path. Right now it's turned off because the ball isn't really moving. Then you can make a few keyframes and follow the edges of that object. I'm going to delete mask 1 from the video, not the solid. And I can also just go ahead and turn this guy off. We don't need it anymore. So in the ball layer where we have the mask, I'm just going to change the blend mode like we did with the glow line stance layer into screen. Now we're going to look for, let me get the effects and presets. It's going to open up here, look for stroke. down here, go to stroke, just drop it onto ball. So we have some options. Again, effects controls should be on, and make sure you're on the ball layer. Don't add it to any of these. And if you feel like you may do that by mistake, just turn off the visibility or lock these two layers in place so you don't accidentally add an effect to it. So we're going to add some stroke options. And I'm just trying to see what we can do. Maybe add a color. Let's go for like a bright, we used green. I guess we can go with like an yellow, a really bright yellow. Hit OK. And I'm just gonna add the brush size. And I just realized that my mask, for some reason, it's all the way down there. I'm just gonna delete this and do that again. Make sure that I'm on the right area. Turn this off for a second. Go back to the dance video and just zoom in. Hit etch. And I'm going to get the pen tool and just create a mask for this guy. Click and hold for the roundness. Just going to zoom out a bit so I can see the edge of my ball. Cut this guy short so I can get a nice effect. I'm just going to drag this guy here. And I'm not going to finish it off in that area. Alright, you can open up the mask 1. You can add a path like we said. Let's try that. Turn on the stopwatch. And you can see my video does move. I thought it didn't. So now in the last part of my video, I can just kind of drag this guy down. Now you can see that the mask is moving with the layer. You can see it's moving up and down. You can be more precise if you want. Alright, Control C on the mask 1, close that off, go to ball, and we have an effect going on. Let me just delete this effect. Control V on this mask layer. Right now there's nothing going on because we need to add the stroke, which is on the generate tab, not the stylize. Drag it onto ball. And we're going to see what is going on. Go to the yellow guy. Zoom out. For some reason it's always in the end. Hit Control T on your mask and just drag this guy onto where it belongs. You can make it smaller. Command T if you're on Mac. And resize it. Oops, don't rotate it. Zoom in to make sure that it fits the ball perfectly. Right, there's my mask. It's no longer running away. And you can make the brush size bigger. Alright, and I just realized that my layer was turned off, the visibility. Just turn it on, or else you won't be able to see what's going on. And I'm just going to make this smaller. Let's go for 10. Add the end keyframe. Turn it to 0 first. And then come in the beginning of the clip, 0. Turn on the end keyframe. Move into the end. And then make it 100. I also moved the movement of my mask. Just turn it on, and then by the end, hit Control T on the mask 1 and just drag it down a little bit so it meets with the ball. F9 both those keyframes. Now we can see we have this slow tracing of the ball, and it's looping because we cut our composition short. Let's zoom out. I'm going to change this to fit. So this is what we did. This is how you add these neon lines to videos. It was really simple, like you saw. It just takes a lot of time because you need to work with each single frame. So it's good to appreciate the animators who are spending this much time to make these cool dance videos that we see online. So we added the glow effect to both of them. Without the glow effect, it would just have a random color and it won't really be that cool. And if you're not sure how to get those neon colors, maybe the colors that we use aren't really up to your liking, you can always just search for a photo online that has those neon colors and then bring it into your composition to use the eyedropper tool and just add it to your video. You demonstrate, double click. There's also this neon colors palette. Drag that guy in. And if you just bring this onto your timeline or just let it be here and let me go just bring it in my timeline. It's temporary. Just bring it on top. Now the thing is that we cannot really go on the solid layers because we changed the blend mode and it's also a black color. So if I go on the eyedropper tool and I just grab one of these, you can see that I'm getting a black color because that layer is just a black color. So even if I go on the neon layer itself, it's still not going to work. So I'm going to show you another way that you can extract those colors. So another way that we can do this, the only way that we can do this is to kind of have the colors on the screen, just not in the viewfinder. So if I try to like click here, you can see I'm not allowed to do that because I need to go in each of those singular layers. And if I'm in those layers, then I won't be seeing my colors. So I need to keep that photo open in my project panel so we can see a preview. And then go in any layer in the brush panel, get the eyedropper tool and just sample the color that is not in the viewfinder, but in the project panel. So now we have that color that we wanted. Let me just close this off. Now we have that random line with the color that we chose. So if you do want that, just click on it here so you get this little box, and in the layers while you're adding those frame by frame animations, you can just choose any color that you want. Maybe it's a photo, but just make sure that it's a palette so it's easier to get it with the eyedropper tool. And yeah, let me undo that. It's a random purple line. Right, go back into composition and delete neon colors. So this was it for this lesson. You can see we easily created this really fun animation, which has a lot of potential to maybe spice up some dance videos of your own or of your friends or family. And I hope you guys enjoyed this lesson. I will see you guys in the next one. In this lesson, we're going to learn how to take a still image, a regular image, and just animate a small part of it to make it look like a moving image. So you've probably seen these on social media. They're very popular and they're either posted as GIFs or just a regular post. You're just going to see how it works. It's really simple. It's not as complicated as it looks. And we're going to go over 2 different examples and 2 different elements to see how we can apply this motion to still images. So in your resource pack, you have 2 images. Bring both of them inside. And let's have a look at our first image. Let me actually make a composition image. The first one is, although I forgot to change the composition size, just go here. Instead of 1920 by 1080, we're going to do the opposite. So it's 1080 by 1920. So we have a vertical shot instead of a horizontal one. And drag my first image in. Right click on the image, go to transform and then fit to comp. So it goes right in. So this is our first image. We can see a waterfall. And we're going to animate the water that's going down. Now keep in mind when you want to do this with your own images, you're not exactly animating each of those drops, you're just kind of moving the image downwards, and that creates the illusion that the water is actually moving. So we only have one water, like one stream of water. There's nothing down here, because then that will be really hard to animate. If there was water here and we animated this and the part down here would just be still, it would kind of look bad. So if you're going to try this, make sure you have a small amount of animation or a small amount that you need to work with, so you don't kind of confuse yourself and it's not that hard. Obviously, if you get more advanced, it would be easier to do, but for now, let's stick with something easy. All right, I'm just gonna close the panels I do not need. This will save you some space. All right. So what we're going to do and how we're going to animate this is using the Puppet Pin tool. We already went over this. It's the pin guy right here. And essentially what we're going to do is to move all of these points that we're going to create. But before that, there's some adjustments we need to do here. So what we're going to do is to go on this guy, right click, pre-compose. And instead of this, we're going to come down here, adjust composition, and now you can see instead of an image, it's a composition. And now we're going to duplicate this because when we move those parts, we'll also end up moving the rest of the image. So we will have to do some masking to only limit the movement to the water. Control D or Command D if you're on Mac. And we're going to grab the Puppet Pin tool on the top layer. Just going to zoom in, hit the zoom tool, hit Z on your keyboard. I'm going to go in the beginning of the water. And also when you're creating pins, I'll make my first one here. You want to make sure that they're equally, there's like a distance between the edge, and each one is placed in the right order and with an equal space from one another. It doesn't have to be perfect, but when we do that, we're going to get a more realistic result rather than a fake one. So just try to keep them at a even distance. Also leave space between the edges. Get my pin tool and just keep doing this until you go all the way down to the bottom of your image. So watch out for these smokes. You don't want to go on those guys. And don't move any of them, or else you're going to start animating. Just make your points right now, and then we have to move in a few frames before we can actually animate it, because we need to create keyframes. And this is the last one. So notice we only have this tiny spot of water, and if I do animate this, it won't look that bad because it's barely visible. And also keep in mind that this animation work we're doing is not exactly going to move like a real waterfall would do, because then that would be a video. We're only animating an image, so when people see this, they're going to see an animated image and not a video. So it's not going to be identical to the actual water flow. Just so you know, that's not what we're going for. Right, so we're going to move in a few frames, or just till the end of our video. 30 seconds is a lot. Let's go for like 5 seconds. Going to cut the composition to 5 seconds, and also my workspace so it kind of loops once the preview loops once I'm finished. I'm going to expand my timeline so I'm only seeing the 5 seconds. Back on the Puppet tool, if you click away, you may not see those points. Just instead of effects, go to Puppet. And what we're going to do is to start from the beginning. So the beginning where the flow would start, which is up here. And we're going to move these down in order. So first this, then this. I'm going to keep doing that until we go all the way down. So you see I'm dragging the image down. Don't worry if the rest of the image is moving. It's natural. So we're just going to create this movement. Try to be as straight as you can. Don't go in other directions, because then that would kind of distort the entire thing. You have to get the hand tool once in a while and then switch with the selection tool. So it's H for the hand tool, V for the selection tool. You would have to alternate between these two, pressing H, move it down so I can see my other puppets, and click and drag with V. Cannot move things with the hand tool, can only move the screen. Just a few more, and we're basically just stretching out the water, and this will kind of give the illusion of movement. Again, it's not realistic because it's not a video. We're just distorting a small part of this image. Right, and there's the final one. Just gonna stretch it down, and there we are. All right, change this to fit, see what we did. So basically, let's go from the beginning. When I click away, what we did is to stretch the entire image. You can see it's slowly stretching out. And instead of 5 seconds, I'll actually go with, actually it's fine. So I can see that my movements are not that much. So I'm just going to stop at around 4 seconds. Cut the rest of my clip. And I think I need to do more movements. I'm going to zoom in. Go up. I need to adjust your puppet pins, because a lot of times it's not going to be as visible. Sometimes you need to make more movements. It's getting pixelated because this is on third. You can just switch it to full. May lag, but at least you get to see the outline of the image. Just move it from where you left it. And if you saw that even after you animated, the movement is not that visible, you can always just zoom in on the image. So we're seeing less mountains and we're seeing more of the water. All right. Final two. Click and drag. And finally click and drag. Right. Gonna stay like this much just to show it to you from up close. We play it back. You can see, let me turn this to third again. Very slowly, our entire image is moving downwards. Let's see the end. So you see this was how it was, and it's like slowly coming down. And that's basically what we did. Now, because I have a lot of stuff going around, let's turn this to fit. A lot of mountains, this will be kind of hard to see. So I'm just going to grab my composition, the image, and just kind of scale it in so we're just seeing the water and mostly the water. Zoom it out. You can also crop this beforehand on just some regular software. So now the movement should be a lot more. And I'll have to, let's delete that. Duplicate this, Control D. Move this down, and we're just going to delete the puppet effect from the first one. And you can also label your layers if you're getting a bit confused. Like if we name this original, you can either name it or you can go in this little box and maybe make it red, for meaning that there's no animation, and a green meaning that there is animation. Turn this to fit. And now we can see the effect more vividly. You can see it's just moving down. Right, so like we said, there is a problem. It's moving everything else with it. And that is just not what we want. So what we're going to do is to just mask out the part that we don't want, which is these guys. So duplicate the original layer, Control D, Command D, sorry. Go from the beginning, and what we're going to do is to just get the pen tool, and we're going to take out this waterfall, or in the area that we animated. So just very lightly go around it. We're also going to mask this out. So don't worry if it's not perfect. Click and hold to make curves. Try to get as close to the water as possible, but leave the edge be. There we are. I'm going to reposition this and this. So now we need to invert our mask, actually. Go on the original layer, open mask, invert it. So now you can see the water is only moving and not the background. Again, the more points you add, the better it looks, but I just wanted a really slow movement. I think it looks good with the peaceful image that we have. I'm going to zoom in so you guys can see. See that everything else is standing still, except for this water that is slowly being stretched down. And because this is just how water moves down, it's not that fake. But again, it's not a video. Alright, now let's work with the mask. I'm going to pause this. Go to mask 1 on the original 2. Let's call this original mask. On the original mask, which is placed on top of your animated video, make sure you're kind of sandwiching the animated clip with an original and a masked original. Open mask 1, and we're just going to feather out the edges, just in case there's some spots that we're missing. And also keep in mind to not turn on any stopwatches. I'm just going to zoom out and see. Turn this to full. Lay it back. I want to make sure that there's no additional elements moving. Let it render. And if there was some additional elements that are moving, like the green parts here, you can always just reposition your mask, or maybe increase the feathering, or expand it at times. But because this is just a still image and it's not going to move throughout the seconds, it will be quite easy to do. Just gonna let this render. Close these guys. Hit M on that layer. And this was an easy example because we just have one body of water which is directly going down. But in the second example, we have something different that is not as easy as this one. It's moving in a curve. We're going to see how we can deal with curves when trying to animate a part of an image. So there it is. It's just moving. I'm just going to zoom in. So we can see we are moving the little parts, but it's blending in perfectly because we feathered out the edges. We could go a step further and just feather it out even more. So it is still moving like we saw, but it's not visible. Like unless someone zooms in by 200%, then they're not going to see it. Which if they do zoom in, then we're in trouble. Right, so just in case that happens, I'm just going to bring these guys in. Just make sure that it's not taking away from the animation. All right, just bring these guys closer to the animated area. Alternate between the hand tool and the pen tool, which the shortcut was G, not P. So G for the pen tool, H for the hand tool. They're placed next to each other. edge move up. Just kind of slim down these guys. We can also add a point if needed. Just click anywhere. We also have a little bit of space here. Just close down on these guys, and you can grab the handles if you want to kind of curve it in, which would give it a more natural look. Let's come down here and finish off the points here. And I know that the last point I made was around here, as in the main part of the animation was in the center. So I know exactly how much I can close in with the points in order to not crop out the animated parts that we made. I'm going to go up and make sure it's all good. All right. So now if I play this back, I'm sure that it's not going to move anything else. And because we feathered it, then that just means that it's going to be even better. All right, I'm going to go down to third. It fits. And that was our first image. You can close it V and then close the mask layer properties. Let it load, and we have a really cool animated waterfall. And it's looking pretty good. You can maybe share this as a post, anything you want. Now let's look at another image. So I'm going to create, I believe this is our image, all right? I'm going to create a new composition, call this smoke. And we're going to drag the other image and bring it in. So this is our image. You can see we have a curve going on. Right click, transform, fit to comp. Again, this is too large. I'm just going to zoom it in, maybe move it to one side because I just want the smoke. There we are. I'm going to move it up a bit so we can see his shoes, and now we can begin. So just like the other image, we're going to right click and we're going to make it we're going to pre-compose this. Move all attributes, adjust composition. Okay, and then we're just going to bring the slider down. Do not need 30 seconds of this. 4 seconds is a good number. Or anything that's like less than 5 seconds, because GIFs aren't supposed to be that long unless there's something going on in them. We just have some movement, so we don't need that much of time. We're going to duplicate our layer, Control D, Command D. And again, before I start, I'm just going to change the label color. So green for animation, and I can see that when I am just working with my composition. So grab the hand tool. We're going to start from, again, where the smoke would start, which would be in this person's hand. Grab the puppet pin tool. Start making points. Make sure you're in the middle and you're leaving space. And just make points along the red smoke. The shortcut is Control P. And here's where you would make a curve. Come up here, Control P for the shortcut. Shortcut for the puppet pin tool. Get the hand tool. And just follow along where the smoke is going. You don't have to go all the way in, because sometimes when the smoke fades, that will be hard to animate. Guess I'll stop around here. Just leave one more here. All right, I'm not going to go over these guys because it's fading, and that's not going to look that good when we move it. Right, so now we're going to do the same thing. Go in the end of my clip. Zoom in on the first point with the hand tool. Get the pen tool, the puppet pen tool, and just drag them kind of to the direction where the smoke is going. We're just moving this upwards. Just gonna click it here. The shortcut isn't that easy. So this one would go up because we're going through a curve. And you could do this with anything that has like a flow. So it would be smoke, waterfalls, maybe some fire, or even the polar lights. An image of those lights will do. Maybe some fire, I guess certain fireworks that kind of have a similar flow to them. Just anything else that has a path for you to animate. So these were just two easy examples. You can just look for images that have other things, and using these simple steps, you can create your own cool animations. And if you are taking the photos yourself, then it's a great way to showcase your other skills that you learned in After Effects. Right, let's go to fit. And now, once we play this back, you can see our image is kind of like tilting away. It's going to the right because we moved everything towards the right. I'm gonna let it play it again. So this was the original, and it's slowly moving to the right. Now we're not seeing that much of a difference because the entire image is moving, so that's where the masking comes in handy. It makes the movement a lot more visible. Alright, close this off, duplicate the original, Control D, and bring this guy on top of the animated layer. And now we're just going to mask it out using the pen tool. Just go around the part that is the smoke. Click and drag to make curves. You can move the curves down. Get the handles, I mean. Make them smaller. Alright. And just remember where you stopped. I believe ours was somewhere around here, so I don't need to go over these parts. I know that I stopped around here, but I'm not going to curve this area because it's going this way. We want to leave this out of frame and just follow along the areas that we did animate. You can always come back and just change the mask points, so it doesn't have to be perfect right now. Just make sure you roughly go around each one. Right, and again, once you play it, you can see everything is moving except for the area we selected. So simply go on that mask layer, open mask, and hit inverted. And I'm just going to change the color into maybe this, so we know which layers we're talking about. Now if I play this back, you can see the smoke is moving really slowly. And because we did it in order, it's starting from here and it's expanding towards the right. And again, we need to feather things out and make sure it's looking good. Open mask 1. We're going to feather out the edges. 53. I'm going to zoom in and see how well we did with the masking. Play that back. Make sure I'm not moving random things, which we're not because we feathered out the edges. You can see it's really slowly moving upwards. Come here, make sure the person's face is intact. We don't want him to move around. And you can see it's a really fun and cool effect. Turn this to fit, and there we are. So again, if you are a photographer and you do have images like this on your own, it's a great way to add these to kind of spice up your portfolios. If you're a landscape photographer, you can use it for, like we said, waterfalls, fires, skies, or anything else. And using these easy steps, we're able to animate images. And I'm just going to go back so we can have a look back at what we did here. And it's looking pretty good. So, this was how we can animate still images in After Effects using the Puppet pen tool and just some masking, some basic masking, which by now we know how to do masking. So I hope you guys enjoyed this lesson, and I will see you guys in the next one. In this lesson, we're going to see how we can add special effects or VFX to our clips to give them a more cinematic and sci-fi look. We're going to go over 3 examples, which are all relatively easy for beginners. And if you follow along, you will be able to create really cool effects on the videos that are available in the resource pack. Alright, so I'm going to import my clips. We have 4. Bring them all in. And we're going to start with the easiest one, which is this guy. Just click and drag it into this box to make a new composition. So we have this video, which is a person in a really bright environment. And our first VFX that we're going to do is to give her black eyes or demon eyes, which will look really cool with the white and like a little bit of black that we see. It will create a nice and interesting contrast. So I'm going to first rename my clip, call this original, Control D or Command D, name this eyes. I'm just keeping it original just in case. So what we're going to do is to first comb through our clip and see from what part do we want the effect to start. So I'm gonna make the beginning of my clip this part. So her eyes are closed and then they open and she has the demon eyes, I guess, which you could actually keep the front. So in the beginning she has normal eyes and then after she blinks she has demon eyes. Then I'm going to decide how long I want my clip to be. So I'm going to go on to like 3 seconds. Control Shift D, delete the rest. We're going to hit N on our keyboard to close the composition or the workspace. So this is what we're working with. We have this person, she closes her eye, and then she's going to get her demon eyes. Alright, so what we want to do first is to create a null object. Right click, new, null object. Control D on the null object, so we have, or we could do that again so we get null 2. Make 2 null objects, so null 1, null 2. You can name them if you want. So right eye, and then we have left eye. Alright, so we have these 2. And now on the eyes, we are going to, I'm going to choose 1 first. So I'm going to start with the right eye, turn off the left eye for a second, go to my tracker panel. Again, if you're not seeing it, Window, Tracker. We're going to track the motion of the eye. So hit Track Motion and click on the eye. Track Motion. We're going to come into the layer of the eyes and we're going to set the motion target to right eye. Hit OK. Then we have this little box that we're just going to first zoom in and move it towards the eyeball. Zoom in and make sure that the little thing is in the middle of the pupil. Make this box smaller. And I'm just gonna make sure I'm getting all. Make sure you're in the beginning of your clip. And in the big box, we just want to make sure that it surrounds the eye. And then we're going to make sure it's transform. Again, motion target, the layer that you left on. And we're going to hit this analyze forward. So as you can see, it's following the eye. went out of frame. Don't touch anything until it finishes. And there we are. Gonna hit Etch. And I'm gonna open up eyes, the motion tracker, tracker 1. Just want to see how well it did. So it did pretty well. Zoom out. It does jump out at around here. So I'm going to expand these. Control left arrow key to move back and see where it jumps. Okay, see here it's normal, and then here it jumps. Click on that keyframe, hit V, and just move it a bit to the center. Next one. And we're only doing this so that we get the right motion to minimize the jumping effect that the video will have. But we're just making sure that it looks better. Here it's fine. I'm going to move in. And again, here it jumps. So I know that I need to bring this guy to the center when it's going towards the right. Again, we have some jumping motion. And you could also do this while it's analyzing. So if you saw that it suddenly jumps away from the area that you gave it, just hit space on your keyboard to stop the process and then reposition the track point 1, the box, the entire thing. And then that way you can tell After Effects to, hey, stop, this is the right place. And then you will again hit the analyze forward so it can continue analyzing, but this time it will analyze properly. Or you could do what we're doing right now, which may be a little time consuming. But you know, for effects like this, you gotta spend some time to make sure that it turns out perfect so that you don't have some weird moving eyeball. You don't have a moving black box across your footage. That will not look cool. Alright. Then the rest is fine. It's still within the eyeball. Just here, it jumps again. And bring it here. Here it closes, which is fine. Her eye closes. It goes this way. Just bring it to the center. This part is not that important, the closing eye, because we're not going to add the effect when her eyes are closed. Bring it in. We might actually end up cutting the end of the clip where she opens her eye again, because when she's blinking, you do have to do some mask transforming, which could be a little bothersome or a bit time consuming. So you could save yourself the time by just cropping and trimming the clip so you don't get those little difficult areas. Alright, then we have one more keyframe and that's it. So once you play it back, you can see it follows the eye nicely. I did see it jump at some point. Let me zoom out. It jumped somewhere around. Alright, it does jump, but it's fine because her eyes are closed. Just comb through and make sure that the box is on her eyes when her eyes open, because the effect is not going to be there when she closes her eye. Alright, and then we're going to hit apply, X and Y, okay. Now we have this little box. Alright, so we did this, and now we got to do the exact same thing for the other eye. So we need another tracker. Hit track motion again on the same motion source. Now we have tracker 2. So they're two different things. Drag this on the other eye. And just adjust the little boxes. And I'm going to turn on left eye. Now this is on left eye itself. I'm going to zoom out, so if at any point it jumps, you can just hit space and do what we mentioned. Let's hit the analyze forward. And you see I paused it, it stopped. I can just go ahead and reposition this and then hit analyze forward. And you can see here it's not doing so well. Just go back and then move the box in the center of the pupil. Then hit analyze forward. I'm going to stop again. I can move in a few frames back. I'm going to go for like here. Or just at the point where it jumps from the center to the corner. Hit this again. You can see it follows it now, and here it's fine. It's still in the center. Right, so now we have all of these tracker things. Let's see. Comb through, make sure it's perfect. Again, the part where she closes her eye is not that important. Left eye, go in the beginning and hit apply. Okay, so now we have two boxes. And you can see tracker 1, let me close this, tracker 1, tracker 2. All right, so what we're going to do now is to just create two solids. Hit Control Y or Command Y, black solid 1. But instead of black, I'm going to zoom in first. We're going to get the color of her pupil, because a flat black color is going to look unrealistic. So Control Y, get this eyedropper tool, and just get the color of her pupil. So you can see it's not exactly black, it's dark gray. Hit OK, Control D, and again we're going to name this right eye, right click, left eye. Turn off left eye for a second, and we're going to get out of right eye. So I know that the right eye is this guy. So under right eye layer, I'm going to turn this on, get the mask, and I'm going to just turn this off and delete mask 1. Do that again. And I'm just going to go around the eye, mostly in the center. So click and drag to make a curve. You can cut the curve if you want a sharp edge, like we need right now. It's the corner of the eye. And then click and drag for the second one. We need to cut this part and then adjust the one below. Just like that. So now if we turn this on, we only have the black in the eye, or the area that we chose. But the thing is that this is going to move. She's going to open and close her eyes. So we're going to, again, I'm going to turn this off so I can see what I'm doing. Turn on the mask path, and we're going to just, already I can see that I need to add another point here. Just kind of bring down the mask. Move into next frame. And I'm going to first get the right eye, get the spiral thing and put it on right eye. Open this up. And for some reason, this is not starting with the things. Grab all of the layers, make sure it starts from the beginning. Control right arrow key. And I'm just going to get my pen tool, and we're just going to go on the mask layer. Just adjust the little points. You can add a new one if you want, or just work with the older points. It's all good. We need to rotate it here, so Control T on the mask path. Control T, rotate, bring it up maybe. And we're going to again Control right arrow key. Okay, and then here's where we need to prepare for the blink. She's about to close her eye. And just do that. bring this a bit closer. Leave it be. Control right arrow key. And we're just going to repeat all of this until it's, well, normal. And if you deal with this blinking, you need to close your mask so you're not getting these little things. You can hold down Alt and just cut the handles. Don't need that, so we get this line. And I'm just going to close this so there's nothing. Go forward, nothing until she opens her eye. And then I'm just going to get the hand tool and we're just going to move this around. If you want to get the curves back, just hold down Alt and then Alt or Option and then click on those points so we can get the curves that we had to go around the eye. All right. Move it down. And don't worry if the mask is too harsh. We're going to feather out the edges. And the thing is, once you look at it from afar, you won't really notice the little gaps and cracks. So don't worry about that. But the important thing is that we have the tracker. And we know that we can easily make the mask follow the eye by adding that tracker. Even if it does move around like this, for example, just go on mask path, Control or Command T, move it up, rotate it. It's going to create a keyframe for the eye position. So it's a simple process, but it does take some effort to make it look right, which it's the case with every single VFX. You need to work with it to make sure it looks realistic. And that's the only way that you would be proud of what you did. So you want to make sure the time that you spend on all of your works are leading to a good result. That you can improve with every try and make things perfect. Move up. If you click quickly, you can kind of skip through it faster. So you can save yourself some time by just going through each layer quickly to find the faulty parts like this. Just reposition and rotate. You can also close them in if you saw that the mask is too big. Maybe squish it in if you need to. It's not going to affect the rest of the keyframes. And also make sure that you're not exposing the whites, which I am right now. I don't want, because we're going to add the black solid layer. We don't want it to suddenly expose some white chunks. It's going to look weird. Let's actually turn back to her human form suddenly. And that's just not looking good. You can also squish it here. Something like that. If she closes her eye, you only need to squish the mask completely. There won't be a need for it. Doesn't matter where it goes. And here you would just bring it back by trying to open up the mask again. Needs to be squished, rotate, get it a little bigger. Control T, rotate, get the pen tool, going to need it. Gotta add a curve here because her eye is moving and we need to match the curves of the eye no matter what happens in the footage. So just go over it, be precise, and just do what is best. for your footage. Just a few more frames and then we'll be finished. So we have to do the exact same thing on the other eye. Move it here, control, just hit edge, not control. Move in to the next frames and we're done with the first eye, that is. I'm going to change the resolution to 3rd. Bring this back to fit. And now if I turn on my layer and click away, we have one of her eye has black, the other one doesn't. That's because we need to do it on the other eye too. Alright, so we have this mask, but the problem is that it's too rough. Let's see, it's like a chunk of black just surrounding the eye. So in order to avoid this chunky thing, we need to go in mask 1 and just add a few feathering things. Let's have a look. Now it looks more natural because it's just the eye. You can also expand the mask if you need to, if you saw that it's too little. Again, add feather, but don't add too much because it looks, you're going to bring back the original color. Try to keep a low number. And you can also add or remove from the opacity. Play this back and we have this cool thing effect. It is moving a lot. Once we click away, you see it's not that visible, but again, if you spend a lot of time on these, it will look cool. Alright, so I need to do the exact same thing on the other eye with the mask, and I'll do that, then we'll be back so we can finish off the first example. Alright, so I did the other eye, and if we place back, we can see we have the thing, but there's a problem. When she blinks, the mask is still there because we feathered it and all that. So on each of the layers, the eye layers, we want to go to the mask opacity. And I'm going to just zoom in so I can know exactly when to work with the opacity. I'm going to turn this off for a second. We're working with the left eye. And already I can see I need to fix this again. Alright, so we're going to look at when she closes her eye. Just go in frame by frame until she closes her eye, which is exactly where her eye is no longer open. We're going to open this up and make this 0. And then go back in here, make it 100. So if I turn this on, you can see it's 100, and then here there's nothing. So instead of this, we have nothing. Because when her eyes are closed, there shouldn't be any effects. And then here, when her eye is starting to show the whites, we're going to, again, go to the previous frame, add one of these linear keyframes. Here, we're going to make it 100. So now she has the eye again. Open it up. I'm going to turn off the visibility again, so if she blinks, we can know. Which I don't think she blinks anymore. It was only that one time, but let's check. She goes up. Okay, we do have a blink here. So right around here, I'm going to make another 100% keyframe. Next frame, it's going to be 0. Move in, let it be 0 until here. Keyframe. Next one, make it 100. And then just the eye like that. Now this would work a lot better if your subject wasn't moving, because the motion does kind of wiggle. I just want to show you guys how it would work with the motion. Let's play this back. And you can see when she closes her eye, let me zoom out a bit. Comparing with the other eye, the right eye, see that the thing disappears when she blinks, which would be the case if you did have eyes like that. It is a bit wiggly, but again, we're going to leave it be. I'm going to do the same thing for the other one. Just copy these keyframes because it's the same eye and the same video. Hit M twice, open mask opacity, and we're going to just copy the keyframes. So now they're going to disappear at the same time, although we can see that her eyes do not close at the same time. So we have to do this ourselves. It's good. Zoom in. So it's 100% here. Turn off the visibility so we can see at what point we need to close and bring down the opacity to 0. Here we'll make another 100%. Next frame, make it 0%. Go in until she opens her eye again. Previous frame, make a 0. Next frame, make a 100. Go in, see when she closes her eye again. I believe it was somewhere around here. Here it's going to be 100 again. Next one, we're going to make it 0. Move in, let it be, and then here, previous frame, another 0 keyframe, make a 100. And then we're gonna let it be until the rest, because she doesn't blink again. Alright, so now you can see they disappear when she closes her eye, which is how it would be. Alright, so in order to make this a little better, kind of not let it shake as much, we're going to copy the original on top, the original layer, Control D. Drag this on top of the left eye. And what we're going to do is to again mask out her eyes. Go from the beginning and just come down here. G, and just lightly go around her eye. The more points you add, the better. So just add as many points as you need to make to perfectly go around her eyeball. All right, and then here we want to just open this up, mask 1, and just instead of add, go to subtract. So now with this eye, bring it up. I need to link this to the, I believe, the left eye null object. Can't really see, zoom out. Actually go to add and just invert the mask. So actually this won't really work. You would have to do the whole mask path again. I'm just gonna leave it be like this, and we could, however, remove the expansion that we added. So add that to 0. Right eye, expansion 0. And yeah, so this is our demon eye look. Like we said, it is a bit shaky, but if you choose a still video, it will be a lot more easier. But we're just seeing how a more difficult footage would work with this technique. And if you did have a still video, you would still use a tracker panel, but you won't have to deal with that mask path that we did, where you had to move each of the points in each frame. So that's our first example. Now we're going to use what we learned in this lesson, in this example, and apply it to another example, but we're going to make that glow. So just go in the other video, bring it in this box, So we can have a composition. Hit play, and this is quite long. Let's just cut this to 5 seconds. Hit N on your keyboard. Don't need all of that. Expand your timeline till you see the end. Hit play, and we have movement, but again, because it's away from the camera, our mistakes won't be that visible. And I'm just going to let this play. You could go ahead and add like a stabilizer effect to the whole video, or you could slow it down. Like you can see, once it slows down, it's not that shaky. And I think that's what we need to do. We need to kind of make it slow so it doesn't move as much. And then we can continue. You can see the footage was shot handheld. So we're just going to go right click, time stretch, add a few numbers like 130. Now it shouldn't be as shaky. Play this back, you can see loads rendering. And remember, it's always the beginning of the clip that's the most shaky. As you move on with the rest of the clip, it's going to be a lot more stable. Alright, so now you can see it's a lot less shaky. I'm gonna cut the first part where, like we said, is the most shaky. Bring it back, play this, and this is what we're working with. Alright, so we have around almost 5 seconds. Now we're going to do the exact same tracking on this one. Let me expand my timeline, bring this in the beginning. Again, make a new null object. There we are. I'm going to close this previous example. You could keep it if you think you'll forget the steps, but it could kind of slow down your program, so just remove it. On the pixels layer, Control D, I'm going to call this original. Again, just in case we need it. And we're going to name this tracker. Alright, we're going to track motion. Once again, move in a few frames. Zoom in and grab this little box and bring it here. Zoom in. Now, because she has colored eyes, it's easier for After Effects to track the pupil because we have a green color next to it. And we're just going to get the pupil, not the whites. Just going to open this up, place it here. That's tracker 1. We're going to motion target 3 and just zoom out, so if it jumps out, we can pause it. Hit analyze forward. It's going to analyze the frames. Again, it's moving out a frame. We can't really see what's happening. I'm going to hit pause so I can come up here and see. And make sure it stays within the box. Continue. Just going up again. Pause and just maybe zoom out. Though we do need to be a bit zoomed in. Okay. Bring it down. Analyze forward. Alright, so I do want it to I'm going to cut the blinking part because that'll make the process long. And I'm just going to go from the beginning and hit apply to null 3. Here we got tracker 1. Call this the left eye. And I'm going to close this, turn off the audio. And at some point she blinks. I don't want that in my clip. I'll just scroll through with my time indicator, see when she blinks. I'm going to cut it to 3 seconds so we can save ourselves the trouble of the blinking. Don't want that. Control Shift D, hit backspace. Now we just have her with the eye open. Again, we're going to make another null object. Call this the right eye. Tracker, track motion, tracker 2, get the box, come down here and just go for the pupil. This part is a bit more shadowy, so we need to be precise. Make sure it doesn't jump out of frame. Left eye should be right eye. Change this to right eye. Okay. Analyze forward. Put your hand on the space bar because we might have to pause because it goes out of frame. Bring it back up. Analyze forward so we can continue. All right, pretty stable. And we're just going to go back and hit apply on the right eye, just like so. And I'm going to cut the right eye null object, Control-Shift-D, delete the rest. Cut the workspace like so. Resolution, bring it to 3rd. Don't want any lag. Alright, so we do have this. It's a cool effect. But what we want to do, there's either two things that you can do. You could either brighten up the pupil, or you could add a brush stroke like we did in another lesson. That's what I'm going to do. So Control Y, I'm going to make a black solid. Alright, we got this black box now. We're going to name this left eye. Need another one, Control Y, for right eye. Which you could actually just copy the first one, delete black solid 2. Now on the left eye, we're going to first remove the thing. I'm going to go in the tracker video. Actually, let's turn off tracker, go on the original video, double click on original so we can get in the layer. Come up until we see the eyes. Hit V, and we're going to get the brush tool. It's really huge. Let's go for a small number. A little more smaller, I guess. Want it to be within the iris. Make sure hardness is 0. And we're going to choose the color that we want. I guess I'll go with like a purple color. Just make a dot on that eyeball. And we're going to have to, I guess, add more to the size. Control Z. Let me try 35. Make another dot. There we are. And we are going to just let this be. Make sure the paint duration is constant and not single frame. And we're going to get out of here. Open up original and go to effects, paint, brush 1. Just Control C on brush 1. And in left eye, we're going to Control V. So we have the paintbrush effect on the left eye black solid. We're going to delete the brush 1 from original and just delete like so. And now on the left eye, if I turn this on, you can see that I'm not seeing my brush. Let's see, paint. Yeah, it's all the way in the back. Just bring it here. It's all the way up there. Just make sure it's in the beginning of your frame. It's this tiny dot up here. All right, and going to do the same thing for the other eye. Just delete, turn off the visibility. Again, go in original, and we're going to get our brush, again, constant with the same settings, and just add another dot here. Copy brush 1. We're doing this because the position is different on each of the brush. Left eye, Control V. turn on that layer. And again, I'm going to delete brush 1 from the original. Close that. Open up left eye, and again, it's all the way in the back. Just drag it in the beginning. Make sure it matches with the other brush thing. So we have these 2 tiny dots, although I forgot to separate them. Control D on left eye, call this right eye. And I'm going to delete brush 2 from left eye. Hit the backspace. We only have 1 brush in left eye. Open up right eye, effects, paint, and delete brush 1 from right eye. So we have 2 different brushes. Let's see what's happening here. All right, I'm not seeing the brush thing. I don't know what's happening. Go back to composition. Just do what I just did again. Delete brush 1 on left eye. Turn off the visibility. Go to original. And I'm going to go in the beginning and just do that again. Go back to composition and copy the brush 1 and put it in left eye. Open this up. Bring this here. So now we need to have 2 dots. Now the reason why the other one's not showing is because we didn't change the blending mode. On original, I'm just going to leave it be. Maybe we might need that. Alright, so we got the eyes. Now on select that layer, go to toggle switches / modes. Turn the mode for both of them to screen. Screen 1, screen 2. So now we have the eyes on the original layer. And we're going to link these to their null objects. So left eye, get the pick whip and connect it to left eye. Right eye goes to right eye. So now if we play this back, the dots should be moving with the thing. I'm seeing a 3rd dot, which I believe is from the left eye panel. Let's open that up. And I'm going to see, okay, it's not left eye, it's right eye. I think it's the, yeah, turn on tracker. That was the original layer. Turn on tracker. It was the brush stroke that we didn't delete from the original layer. All right, play this back. The dots are there, just like that. We just gotta make them as long as the clip. Just go in each one. Open up left eye and do that too. Alright, so we got this. We just gotta work with the properties. Open up transform, and we're just going to kind of, let me see. Go to effects, brush 2, and don't need to change the path, transform, stroke, okay. Delete right and left eye, and we're going to do the thing, but instead we're going to straight up choose the color that we wanted. So it was this really bright purple. Copy the code for the other thing, hit OK. Now we have this magenta thing, just duplicate it actually. And I'm going to name these right eye, second one left eye. And I'm going to turn off the visibility for both. Connect right eye, or first let's mask it out. Choose the right eye, which is this guy. Just making sure I didn't do it the opposite way. Get the pen tool, and we're going to go on the right eye solid and just really precisely go around the eyes. Remember, the more curves, the better. The more points, the better. Sorry, not curves. The more points, the better. That way you will avoid kind of a strict, sharp effect on your character. Don't want that. Open these guys and just go around the eye until you're happy with it. And also don't worry about the part here, because we're going to feather everything out and it will look a lot more natural. So now if I turn on right eye, you can see it's only in the eye. We're also going to connect right eye with a pick whip to the right eye. Move to the next frame, the next eye, and go on the left eye now and just do the same thing. Again, going on the edges with as much as points as we can add so we can avoid a sharp mess. Drag these down, just follow the natural curve of the eye. Alright, turn this on. This guy goes to left eye. So now if I hit fit, we have her looking like this, and we just gotta fix up a few things. Go to left eye, go to mask, or if you want to quickly get it, hit M twice. I'm going to first of all feather things out. Let me zoom in. Feather out the mask so it doesn't look weird. Feather out the mask and just enough so the edges will look cool. Also lower the opacity a little bit. Actually, I'm going to keep it and I'm going to come down and maybe lower the expansion. So we have the feathering effect inside the eye. Mask expansion, -5. Feather, 15. Do the same thing for the right eye. Double M. Feather was 15. Mask expansion was -5. So we have this effect right now. Right, so we have the eye just doing its thing, and I'm going to add glow to this. Let's see how that looks. Alright, that was the left eye, you can see, compared to the other eye. Bring it up, it's glowing. And we were dealing with the left eye. You can add to the radius if you want. Add to the intensity. Remove from the threshold. And just play around until you see a good result with the glow effect. Gonna add the same thing to the other eye, the right eye. This one's glowing too. Just gonna see what I did here. Let's just stick with the default 60%. This I believe was, let's see, 10. Magenta solid 2, go for 10. Alright, we got some nice glowing eyes. And I'm going to go back and have a look at what we've done so far. Lay this back. We do need to do some feathering. Now that we look back, it looks kind of strange. Just go in and magenta, double M. Gonna remove the mask expansion to -10 instead of 10. That just looks a lot more natural because we added the glow. It expands to the eye. Double M and make this -10 as well. Play this back and we have this voodoo looking creature, which from the looks it could suggest that she's like a witch and she has like powers and all of that. Alright, I'm just working around with the stuff. I'm going to add to the radius so it kind of adds to the surrounding. Instead of just being like a ball like this, we want it to kind of expand. Let's see what else can we do. I'm gonna add to the intensity. For the radius 211, let's add that 211. So we have that. And this looks a lot more natural compared to what we had before. It's within the eyes, which is important, and we're still seeing the pupil, which is also important. Now, if you'd like, you could add multiple colors to the eyes. So like the pupil is a different color, the white is this magenta color. Just experiment with the colors and see what you like. Gonna zoom out. You could go ahead and create another solid layer to add to the thing. Let me first rename these. Left eye, right eye, there's the rest. We could add a kind of a glowing effect on the eye. I think that will look cool, so it will be like something like this. And I'm just gonna do that real quick. So by simply multiplying the effect, we can achieve that. So just hit Control D, and you can see it's glowing even more. Again, just enough until you're seeing the glow that you want. The more you add, the more intense it will look. But you can always just go in the left eye, close mask, go to Effects, Glow 4, which is the last one. And we can go in compositing options and maybe just lower down the thing, just so it's like a little bit of effects. And you can work with the opacity for each one of these glows. If like you saw that you didn't like it, close this. I'm going to do this 3 more times actually. And on the last one, we're going to do the exact same thing. Open Effects, Glow 4, come down to compositing options. Get like 20. I believe that's the number we had for the other one too. Let's see. Yeah, 20. Let me see this one. Okay, no, it was 36, not 20. So let's make sure they look the same. 36. Turn this to fit, and we have this weird look to our thing. You could add some color grading just to make things look better. So I'm going to first close the paint panel, close the layers, make a new adjustment layer. So layer, new adjustment layer. On this, we're gonna go to tint, add that to tint to this guy, and we're going to change the map. So instead of black and white, we have this magenta color. Hit OK. And amount to tint, we're going to add a little bit just for the place to look kind of magical. You can also Control D on that and choose another color. Let's go for maybe a bluish color, darker one maybe. Hit OK. Again, you can change the amount if you want. Make another adjustment layer. Bring it below this one. Look for brightness and contrast. Add it to the second one. Then remove from the brightness. Then add to the contrast. Not that much, just enough for the eye to look realistic. For the mood, not the eye. For the mood to look realistic. And I'm not liking how sharp my eyes are. Her eyes are. Hit M twice and add to the feathering. Okay, we added too much. 352, it's too much. Let's go for 20. Zoom in if I need to. All right, that looks better. And if you're adding to the feather, make sure you are kind of reducing the expansion. So this is what we have compared to this. And gotta do the same thing with that. So 20 for feather, -12 for mask expansion. -12, 20. There we are. And you can always just go in your mask and get the pen tool and just kind of, if you want, slim down the selection. Like bring this guy down. Let me create a new point. Delete that and just kind of find the shape of her eye by bringing the things closer, the points. So now it's only in the inside of the eye. Do the same thing for the other one. You can see this looks a lot more natural compared to, you go on the random layer, compared to this. Go to left eye, hit M twice, and we're gonna go on mask. Make a random point, delete that, and just kind of slim down the thing. We're doing this because we feathered out the edges, and once you do that, you can kind of ruin the shape that you created in the beginning. So it's always a good idea to just come back and make sure your mask is perfect. Zoom out, and I'm going to play this. There we are. She looks like a demon who's just staring. You could again go in each of these layers, maybe add to the contrast, which is what I'm going to do, and just reduce as well. So now her eyes are just like out, and you can just bring both of these layers above the adjustment layer so you don't lose the glow that you added. There we are. So now it looks like some mystical creature. You can always just go back and change the values for each of the parts. So that was how you can add this special effect to moving subjects. As you saw, it was a bit shaky, but in the second part of this lesson, we're going to look at this technique on a still footage, and you can see the difference. So in the next lesson, we're also going to go on the third example, and I hope to see you guys there. Okay, let's continue with the VFX lesson. This is the part 2 where we're going to look at our third example and also another example where we apply the things that we learned before for the eyes, but we're going to apply it on a still video so you can see the difference. So let's go ahead and just import the footage. There's a new one, so just get all 3. These are the things we're going to need for this lesson. So first, let's start with the still video. Just drag it into this colored box, and we have this footage. Now, this one, she already has white eyes, but the reason why I brought this in is that the mood will match the kind of creepy demon eye look, or also the glowing eyes. So you can practice both methods on this video and kind of get better at understanding and adding those techniques. So basically we have this lady, she's about to drink, I guess, eyeball juice. And I'm going to skip to the point where she stops moving. So she's just looking to some direction. I'm just going to comb through and see where that is. Just expand the timeline. Here she's drinking. Let's come here. Okay, she finished. Let's zoom out of the timeline. Alright, so here she stops moving. And I'm gonna just play this back and see. Alright, as you can see, she does not move as much. She brings her head down. This is the start of our clip. And you can see she just stays that way. She's not like moving her head around. The camera isn't moving at all. So this is perfect to add this effect so that you don't have to deal with the movements. Alright. Control-Shift-D. Let's see if this is enough. Let's bring it in the beginning. Play this back. And you can see she just stays that way. I'm going to also cut it from here and continue from the other side. Alright, before she blinks. So around here. You can choose any point of the video that you want. I just want to quickly show you guys the effect. Let's rename this to original. Control D. And just expand the timeline. Bring both of them at the beginning of our clip. Like so. Alright, now let's zoom in on her eye and get the shape of her eyeball. So let's get the pen tool. And I'm just going to select the white area. Now this is easier than the previous video as well because we have a nice lighting and we can clearly tell where the curves are. Unlike the previous video, it was a bit difficult. So now I know where I need to go exactly. And again, we can always come back and fix the little spots. Alright, that's the first eye. And we created a mask for this. So if I turn this off, we only have this eyeball. Let's also do the same for the other one. Hit M twice. Let me just name this real quick. Left eye. Hit M twice on left eye. On mask 1, right click and hit track mask. And we're just going to just do this. It's going to track the shape of the eyeball. This is another way that you can do this tracking motion. We already went over a few. Now this was another way. So you can see we have created a lot of keyframes. Let's duplicate to original again. Call this right eye. And we're also going to zoom in on her other eye now. Hit G and go around the shape like so. Make sure you get the right curves. And you get every bit of white that's in the eye. Alright. Let me actually finish it with a curve. Bring it closer like so. Again, hit M twice on right eye. Mask 1, right click, track mask. Hit forward. Analyze forward. It's going to track this shape. And again, if you saw that it's moving out of frame, like it's jumping around, hit pause or the space bar and then readjust your mask. Alright, so we have the mask track of these two. Now what we can do is to just get, let's try something. Get the fill on the left eye. You can see we have this red eye moment. So we just tracked fill and brought it onto this. Change this into, again, instead of black, we want to go for a color that is visible. Because she doesn't have a pupil, we'll go with the color of the eyebrow. That will do. And also we can click here and copy the code. Control C or Command C. Add the same thing to the right eye. Click here, paste the code here. Now we have the identical colors. Because if we wanted to use the eyedropper tool again, we might get a different one. And we want to make sure that she has the same color for her eyes. Open left eye in the mask 1. We want to feather out the eyes. Let's zoom in. Hit V. We're going to feather out the edges. Also, we're going to expand as well. So we feathered and then we expand. See, we have this kind of motion. And you just need to kind of play around with the parts. Now the thing is, because we created these keyframes, we cannot go back and work with the mask itself, so your best luck is to just work around with the feather and the expansion. Just do that, and I'm going to play this back and see how it looks. Okay, we have some white bits. I'm gonna expand it. Let's try 8. And that looks better. So we have this eye. Let's do the same thing. Just add the same number. So 8 for expansion, 12 for feather. Hit M twice on right eye. 8 for expansion, 12 for feathering. Let's move on to the other side and see if it works well. And let's hit play. Okay, we gotta add more to the expansion. Let's try 9. Okay, that's better. And now she has dark eyes. Let's play this back. There we are. But there is an issue. Her eye isn't glowing because eyes need to glow. And to do that, we simply, first let's close these two. Simply need to move up here. And let's try something. We can either add glow, or better yet, we could just use our brush, Control Y. Get the color black. Okay. On this black layer, let's turn it off for a second. Let's add go on to original, double click. And we're just going to go up here. Find the natural eye. The glow of the eye. Let me actually try copying the original. Control D, bring it on top. And I'm just going to mask out everything except for this little white ball right here. Hit G, let's circle that. This might not work. Gotta see what works for us. Alright, now we got this little white dot. Dot left. Control D. And let's actually do that with the original. Control D on the original. Bring it up. Get the hand tool, hit Edge. Hit G. And again, circle this around. Doing this will allow a more natural look because it's a natural glow of the eye. And if we were to do it ourselves, it may look a little bit animated. Alright, so I got these 2 dots. Let me delete black solid 1. Move out, and now she has these 2 dots. We just need to kind of blend them in. Dot left, M twice, feather the edges, come down. And because her eye is just white in general, we can add a nice expansion and also lower down the opacity. Just enough so it looks natural. Let's add to the feathering, the opacity. I'm just playing around and seeing what works best. Let's go with something like this. We can lower this to 10. So we can get like a little bit of glow. Add the same numbers to the right eye. So 3 for expansion. Let's go with 80 for opacity. Actually 90 was fine. 90 for opacity, 10 for feather. So 8 for expansion, 90 for opacity, and 10 for feather. Let's hit M on both of these layers to close the properties and have a look. Alright, but you can see that it's moving out of frame, so just get the pick whip, dot left, oops, and dot right. Alright, we may just have to make a null object. It's fine. Let's quickly make a null object. 2 nulls actually. And actually we could just, let's try something. Get the mask path And just make like a quick adjustment. So turn on the stopwatch, move in a few frames. Like when it comes down here in one motion, hit Control T on mask and just bring it down using the arrow key. You could do the null object thing. I'm just not going to do that because it's going to take a while. Bring this up like this. And not look that. Yeah, her eye is just moving around. Let's see what we can do. Alright, what we could do is to just remove the dots for a second. And on the left eye, we already have one mask and that's the base of everything. Just turn off the visibility for a second and just zoom in. And we're going to make another mask separate from mask 1 and just go around this little box. You can see the outline is green instead of the pink. So that indicates that this is a separate mask. Just get the curves right. Again, we're going to feather this out. Now if you turn on the visibility, nothing is happening. That is because they're both add. So the first one is going to be add, but the second one, let's make it subtract. So now we have this little white thing from the original clip. And then just go in mask 2 and just do what we were doing, which was to add the feathering and the expansion as well as the opacity. So now we have this effect. And actually, let's Control T on the mask path. Because her eye is white, you could just add it somewhere around here. And yeah. So we could add a mask path. Say here, we want it to be over here. And then up here, we want it to be here. So it's going to move down with the eye. Might have to adjust the speed. So see where she stops moving, which is here, and just bring the keyframe here. So now if we play this back, it's going to move down a little slower. Let's adjust the speed. Just got to work with the keyframes until it's all good. Move it down a bit maybe. Alright. So it looks better. Let's move back, and she doesn't really move much, so we only need these 2 keyframes. Now let's do the same thing with the other eye. Remember the things, we added 2 expansion. Let me actually add more expansion. Feather the edges. Expand. This 2 was fine. Add to the opacity, feather it till 10. And make this 100. Let's try 8. So we get a little bit of white in the center. Hit M on left eye. M again to close it. Let's do the same thing with the other eye. Move here. Hit G while selecting left eye. Turn off the visibility. Hit H to move up. And just select this. It's a little ball of white. Turn this on. Mask 2 needs to be subtract. So we have this little ball. Open up the properties of mask 2. We're going to feather it out around, I think 8 is what we did. Expand it to 3. Bring this down to 90. Let's actually stick with 100. And now let's go on the mask path. Control T, we want to move it up to where the light is, turn on the stopwatch, come down until she stops moving, Control T, bring it down, and we can see it's just moving around. Let's move it like here. Alright, then you could just turn off the visibility for this first layer to make sure it's perfect. Just wanted to quickly show you what you could do. Or you could do what we did in the first lesson, which was to track the movement of the eye with the tracker tool with the track motion. And then get a null object and then stick this dot to the null object. But for now, this will do. We have this creepy looking eyeball. Alright, so this is how it would work with another method. And yeah, so you saw this was a lot easier when our subject isn't moving around and the camera isn't shaking as well. So if you're planning to do this yourself, make sure you're still and you're not moving and your camera isn't shaking as well. Okay, now that we're done with this, let's move on to the next example. Kind of delete all of this. Let's actually bring this one as a new composition and delete the previous one. Alright, so let's get started with the third example. And I'm first going to rename this. Alright, let's duplicate it. And we always keep the original just in case something goes wrong. And let's bring in the fire shockwave video. And close the paint panel. Let's play this. So it's just like a flame. Play that again. This fireball exploding and then fading away. So that will be great to show like the person in the video activated her powers, but then it faded away because she stopped using it. But the thing is that the fire video is really short. So first we gotta slow it down. Let me expand my timeline. Right click on that fire video. Let's call it fire. Right click, time, enable time remapping. Alright, and then in the middle we're going to create a keyframe. And then we're going to pull this really close to the first keyframe. So basically it happens fast and then it slows down. And then here we can make another keyframe to just kind of, let's see that again. It goes slow. And then let's just bring this two in like that. Comes slow. And then it fades away faster. We could also bring it in closer. Slows down, fades away quickly. So you can play around with this and make the flame however you like. It doesn't have to be exactly like how I make it. Experiment and see what works well for you. I'm going to keep mine like this. And alright, so we have the flame. We're just going to hit the toggle switches and modes, turn the mode to screen. So now the flame is on the screen. Now if we want, you could search fire shockwave. I got mine from YouTube, but there are colored shockwaves. You can get a purple one, but seeing that the environment is like this orangey color, this would only make sense. So I'm going to leave it be like that, and then after we're going to do some color grading. Let's try. You can also add like a tint, so I can make it like red, blue. Just make sure it's map white too, because black is the area that we got rid of. So now we have this purple thing. And if we hit Control D, we're just gonna add to the intensity of the effect. But we'll get to this later. Delete tint for now. Let's first fix the tracking and all of that, and then we'll come back for the color and all that. Okay, on Lady 2, before that we're just going to make a null object. Right click here, null object. Alright, and then on the Lady 2, we're going to go in our tracker panel again. Turn off the fire video and also the audio. Zoom in. So you can see clearly we have this object that we can easily track. So this will be easy for us. Hit track motion. And we're going to set the target to null 3. It already is. Grab the box and just bring it on top of this watch. And adjust the boxes so that it stays that way. Okay. Go from the beginning of your clip. Forgot to do that. Just bring it here like so. And then we're going to hit analyze forward. So because we have a clear object, this will be really quick, unlike if we were to just sample some random place. You saw that it jumped out at that point. We're just going to go back to where it stops moving. Hit analyze forward again. Be ready to hit the pause button. Control left arrow key to move back frame by frame. Go to the frame where it jumps, which is here, and just bring it back here. Hit the analyze forward. And we can't really see what happens next, but I'm just going to let it be. Because we only want the effect until here, because that's how long the fire video goes on. Grab both of these guys. But before that, let's just hit apply. Now we have the null object. You can see all of those keyframes. Now grab the null 3 and Lady 2, Control Shift D, delete the rest. Hit N to close your workspace. We open up the timeline so we can see things better. Also going to bring this up like so. Okay, now that we have the tracker, I'm going to get the fire video and just link it using the pick whip to null 3. So you can see it moves with that. We just have to do some resizing. The fire video, first of all, it's a bit too big. So I'm just going to grab this. Let me set this to none. Grab this and bring it on her hand. If needed, you can also make it smaller. Like this is a bit too big for me, so just hit S on the fire video and scale it down till you're happy with the size. That's good for me. Then we're just going to link it to null 3. So you can see it moves with the hand and then it just fades away when it does. And we can open up fire and maybe bring the whole clip like so. So the fire appears suddenly, like that. And let's see that again. It appears like that and then it goes away. Like she stopped using her powers. But I was actually thinking the fire appears when she moves her hand. So let me see when that is exactly. So it starts here. Drag this guy like so. Because we remapped the time, the video actually ends here. So this is just empty video. Just focus on the part that you remapped. So now it's going to be this, nothing, and then the fire appears and she moves her hand like so. Okay. Now that we have this, let me just bring it here. We can start decorating, I guess. We've set this to this, and to kind of intensify the presence of the fire video, we can add some effects. So first I'm going to add the tint, like we mentioned, so we can make it more visible. Drag tint and put it on fire. Come in a few frames where you can see it, and go to map Y2 and choose your color. I'm going to go for like a purplish color. Okay. And you could also add a glow if you want. Let's try adding that. And just basically decorate your clip with it. Okay, and let's also add some brightness and contrast. You close glow and tint. You can make it bright if you want. We do need to do that because we're not really seeing it. And also you can either remove the contrast or add it. I find that adding will kind of make the colors more visible. So now we have a nicely visible fire effect. I am going to open up the remapping again, and let me zoom in here. Okay. I'm going to just bring this in closer so I could see more of the flame, like this, before it fades away. Close this off, zoom out, and I'm going to just have a look again and add some more brightness. Just hit Control D on this to make it even brighter. You play this back and see if it's enough. Okay, so it has this glowy effect. And you can add or remove the brightness, change the color if you need to. Just you can do a lot with this. And right now we have this really cool glowing effect, like so. Alright, I am also going to do something else. Hit Control Y on your keyboard, black solid, hit OK. Turn off the visibility, go on Lady 2, double click to come in the video. Let's actually do that in the Lady video because we have the tracker in Lady 2. Get the brush tool and we're just going to make a really long thing. Zoom out. And if you saw that this panel is grayed out for you, just hold down Control and then press B or Command B on Mac so you can have access to the footage. I'm just going to delete this. I think we need to make it bigger. Whoops. Change this to erase to paint only. We don't want to erase the layer. Go to layer, source and that. Get the brush panel and we're just going to get a big brush. You can always just feather things out if needed. Rather big. You can zoom in and see how big you want it. Just gonna make it this big. Again, hardness 0, roundness 100. And you gotta choose the same color of the flame. I think this is the color. Just make a dot like this. And then we're going to go back in the composition and go to paint in the lady thing. Delete brush 1 and eraser 1. Instead, copy brush 2 onto black solid 2. So now if you turn on black solid, we have this thing. Turn the blending mode from normal to screen, like we did the fire video, and now we have this. I'm gonna name this, I wouldn't say glow, just call it light. The light that appears around her magical powers. Turn this to 3rd. And just make this begin at the same time where the fire thing starts, like so. And also link this with the pick whip to null 3. Before I do that, we're gonna bring it. Want to bring light, and you could resize it. I'm just gonna bring it here, and then we'll add the pick whip from light onto null 3. So if you play this back, we have this light surrounding her hand. And doing this will help with the natural appearance of the fire, because if we don't have it, it's gonna look like this flat thing. So it would only make sense if her hand is glowing too. And the purple is fine, but if you didn't know the color of the fire, turn this off for a second. Simply go to Fire, go to Tint, hit this color once, then just copy this and paste it once you copy it. And then once you're making a paint selection in the black solid, just click here and then you would just paste it here. But for me, this color goes well with the purple that we have, so there's no need for me to do that. Alright, I do have to bring it a little bit to the left, change it to none, and just drag this guy. Oops, that's the fire. Let me turn off the fire video. Get the light video, and we're just going to bring it a bit to the left. Then we're going to pick whip that. So now we have this glowing thing. But the glow from the hand, not the fire video, needs to first appear before the fire comes in. So it needs to appear like this. Bring it a few frames forward. And also it needs to last. Let me close the paint panel. It needs to last after the fire video. So after it disappears, which is around here, I'm going to let this be. Control-Shift-D on the light video, delete the rest, and now we have this. We're going to make it slowly appear. Hit T on the light video. Let me zoom in on this. First, we're going to change the opacity to 0%. Turn on the stopwatch. Move in a few frames and then make this 100. And then in the end, after the fire comes in, another 100 keyframe, and then here it would be 0%. Okay, so now let me also easy ease all of these. F9. This appears and the flame appears, then this goes away. You can also kind of make this slow if you saw that it's too fast. Simply increase the time and then drag these two to the start. And now let's have a look to see if this is slow enough. Add to the space between the two keyframes if you want it to be slower. Let's have a look. Okay, so you saw that it suddenly appears. Let me turn off the fire video for a second. So it comes in like that. You can also increase the time. Just play around with the keyframes until you're happy with the speed. So you can see it appears like that. And then the fire just comes in. You can also do the same thing with the fire video. So hit T. And we're going to move in a few frames like this. Although with the fire video it wouldn't look that good. I like how it suddenly appears. So I'm just going to keep this like so. Okay, and let's zoom out. Hit M on both of these guys to close them off. On the lady video too. Now we have this cool fire power effect. Not happy with how it is. Kind of appears suddenly. Open this up and see what's happening. Okay, so you can see the paint starts from here. Just drag it from the start so it lasts the time that we added the keyframes in. Now it's going to glow in like that. So that was a problem. Make sure the paint is starting at the same time of the effects. So it slowly appears, comes in the flame, which I still want to work around with it. Let's actually go here. And I'm going to Control-Shift-D on this tiny bit. And we're just going to, let me see, Control-Z on that. Control-D on the fire video. Close the first fire. We still have the effects. Right click, time stretch. Let's add a lot of stretch, 160. And we're just going to let this go on for a few frames, not too long. And just delete the rest. We're also going to get rid of the time remapping. Don't need that. I'm just going to place this over here. So you can see there's like a pause, and that's because of this. We can also stretch it out even more. 160, let's go for 200. Stretches out a little bit more. Go until here, and I'm gonna actually bring it, stretch it a little bit over this, hit T. And we're going to just, let me first increase this. In the beginning, I'm going to make it fade in, so 0%. Turn on the keyframe, Control right arrow key. Next frame, I'm going to make it 100. Last frame, we're going to make it 0. So it will go something like this. There's like a little pause, and I think that helps with the way the effect is. And I also want to reduce the opacity for the light video, so hit T on this. And we actually have this effect going on. Let's see what we can do. Let's pre-compose this light video. Okay. Put that back. Let's not do that. We can also just add a nice little color correction. Effects and presets, you don't have to, but I think it helps. So add this color correction on a separate adjustment layer. Layer new, adjustment layer, like that. Add brightness and contrast. I'm going to add to the contrast, then reduce the brightness. Let's see how this looks. So that looks, we can see the effect more than we used to. Let's reduce the contrast to about 60. We can also add a tint to the overall footage to kind of make it sci-fi. So to the map black 2, let's add like a bluish color. Amount to tint, add a little bit. Or let's go for like a purplish color. I think that looks cool. We have the adjustment layer, we have the cool flame power. Now there is an issue. She is moving her hand backwards, but the flame is just staying at one point, and that's not natural. So let's add a liquify thing to the fire video. Oops, that's the wrong one. To the original fire video, not fire 2. And what this is going to do is that it's going to let us kind of distort the flame zoom in so you can see the fire, hit edge to adjust the screen. Come in the beginning of the fire video and go on the liquefy layer. Go to the effects, liquefy. Let me do that again before doing that. So I'm just going to come here, liquefy, do the fire clip. I have this little brush now. And basically what this means is that we can add like a keyframe and distort this flame as it goes on. Turn on the distortion mesh at the beginning of your fire clip. Don't forget that. Control right arrow key to move in, and also pay attention to how she is moving her hand. So around this part, I'm going to kind of see I'm squishing in the flame a little bit. Control right arrow key. Let's move in quite a lot. And this is where we want to kind of center everything in the beginning, or in the fist of her, just in her fist, and then kind of drag this part. Just something like that. Bring this in. Because we don't want a perfect circular ball in this clip. It's not going to look good. Want to kind of distort it like a real flame would if you're moving it around. Control right arrow key. It's going to be like that. Moving quite a lot. And do this. So because we have the stopwatch on, it's going to very slowly distort the flame in the directions that we gave it. So try to like change a few things as you move into the frames so it looks even more natural. Control right arrow key. Let's go to the end of the clip. Disappears. Now we really want to drag these guys because she's moving her hand quite a lot. Drag every bit away from her fist so it's like the leftover traces of the fire. Bring in the top as well. Gotta fix it on both sides. Do that. Alright, then we're gonna stop here because this is where it fades away. So basically what we have right now is, let's play it back. Fire appears and it like switches and it's like fading to the side. We do have to add a effect here. You can see it kind of swishes in. Don't want that. Just go before the animation. Just go in the beginning actually. From the point where you're just seeing the thing. Control left arrow key. Okay, so this is the first frame. We're going to distort it here as well so it's not a sudden jump to the effect that we did. Want to make the fire look alive because it's not just some regular flame, it's like a superpower. We don't want it to kind of jump around and look unrealistic, so it does this jumpy movement. Let's see what we can. Okay, so that means we just need to make another one here. And you could have just started from the beginning. Because I started from the middle, it's going to look a little jumpy. But let's just quickly do this. Don't want the lesson to be too long. Change this to fit. Hit play. Get rid of the thing. So it appears and the flame is just moving around. And we just kind of messed up in the beginning. If you just start from the first frame and then you distort as you move on to the next, you're going to avoid this problem. But since I already did it, I'm not going to go back. Hit play. This is what we have right now. So we have this flame and fades away when she's like chilling. And yeah, so that is another superhero effect that you can do with your own clips. As you saw, it's like really fun. And let's see. It's a really nice and fun look that you can kind of play around with your own clips and make it look, you know, like a superhero film. It's a great thing for maybe Halloween when you just want to quickly dress up as something, but you just didn't have the time to actually do it. So I personally like to just Photoshop myself into some creature. You can also, I guess, use After Effects to make yourself look like a hero like this, so that you don't have to do the actual work in real life, but in the computer. Alright, let's see the final product one last time. And there we are. So this is how you do the superhero effect and how to do the demon eye look. I did want to mention something about the demon eye thing. If you're planning to go for a really realistic look, it's just best to get the lenses, because it's almost impossible to get the natural flow of the eye with this demon eye effect that we did in After Effects. If you look at movies or just videos that people create, they always go for those lenses, and they don't do the whole effect in the computer, because like I said, it's almost impossible to do that. So you could enhance the videos that you have by adding maybe some glow or some dark shadows. But if you want the real deal, you should just invest in some contact lenses, and that way you will get the best result. So I